Chapter 445. His consciousness trembled, and he withdrew from the aftershocks of his breakthrough. Qin Yu was pleasantly surprised. He looked up and discovered that the two world phantoms that had collided had already vanished. Purple Moon and the hatchet-wielding old man had vanished from the skies above Four Seasons City. If it weren't for the terrifying aura still lingering between the heavens and earth, one might have thought that the heaven-shaking battle just now hadn't occurred. Purple Moon had come filled with killing intent, but she had left like this? Qin Yu subconsciously frowned, hesitation in his eyes. That's normal. Although Purple Moon wants to kill you, Woodchopper Fu is stronger. She doesn't want to tangle with you any longer, so she can only retreat. A smiling voice sounded out from behind him. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Even at such a close distance, he hadn't sensed anything at all. From this, it could be seen that the person behind him had an extremely terrifying cultivation. If this person had any ill intentions, he would have already suffered. Moreover, this person could casually enter the Dao Arena's top training room, so he should be a cultivator from the Dao Arena. Qin Yu still maintained a certain degree of trust towards the Dao Arena. As he turned around, he was stunned. He was clearly dazzled by this person's beauty. Although he quickly composed himself, he still subconsciously felt regret. Such a beautiful existence wasn't actually a woman. What a pity! Soon, he realized that this sort of thought was a great offense to an unfathomably formidable existence. Qin Yu quickly gathered his thoughts and cupped his hands together. Greetings, Senior. Luckily, Solitary Westgate was already accustomed to this sort of situation. He smiled and said, "Do you think it's a pity that this face wasn't born as a woman? In truth, sometimes I also think it's a pity. But this is the will of the heavens, so there's nothing I can do about it." These words weren't easy to respond to. Qin Yu could only remain silent. Luckily, someone came over and helped him out. Kong Mingxiao quickly walked over, his expression respectful and excited. He knelt down and touched his forehead to the ground. "I welcome Master's arrival." Solitary Westgate turned around. He frowned and said, "You are Kong Yuan's son? We should have met before." Kong Mingxiao respectfully said, "Reporting to Master, when I was 7 years old, I was fortunate enough to follow my Lord Father to a banquet held by Master." Solitary Westgate nodded. "How is Kong Yuan now?" Kong Mingxiao said, "My father died in meditation 100 years ago. Before he left, he was still thinking about not being able to serve Master at his side. He said that was the greatest regret of his life." Solitary Westgate sighed. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are unavoidable. Only by seizing life from the heavens can one live forever. Kong Mingxiao's eyes were filled with worship, because the person in front of him was a supreme expert who had successfully seized fate from the heavens, a supreme expert who could not be stained by time. Qin Yu was incomparably shocked. Although he had already guessed that this devilishly beautiful man was an important figure in the Dao Arena, he didn't think he would have such an astonishing background. The master of the Dao Arena. He fought with the heavens and retreated unscathed. He sat above the clouds of the 9 heavens, looking down on the boundless world and smiling at the vicissitudes of life. Qin Yu greets the master of the Dao Arena. "I didn't know Senior's status, so I ask for Senior's forgiveness." One couldn't blame Qin Yu for putting on such a humble attitude. This person's status was simply inconceivably high. The Dao Arena Master was one of the absolute strongest existences in the land of divinity and demons. He stood at the peak of the heavens and earth. Solitary Westgate flicked his sleeves and pulled Kong Mingxiao up. He smiled and said, "Qin Yu, I came here today especially for you, but I never thought I would see such a wonderful play." He paused for a moment and then continued to say, "Is it convenient for you to tell me just how you offended the immortal sect that Purple Moon would want to kill you?" Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. Then, he spoke of what happened between him and Ningling, as well as how he was plotted against in the immortal sect. He forced a smile and said, "Thinking about it, it must be that Junior was lucky enough not to die, causing Great Elder Purple Moon to worry. In order to prevent a rift between Ning Ling and the Immortal Sect, she must have wanted to kill me." Solitary Westgate shook his head. "So that's how it is. The Immortal Sect's way of doing things is truly displeasing." He looked at Qin Yu and said, "Although I have many areas of dissatisfaction with the Immortal Sect, I cannot help but acknowledge that they and the demonic path are the strongest influences in the land of divinity and demons. Although I don't fear the Immortal Sect, I still don't want to casually come into conflict with them. The reason I am saying all of this is to tell you that I originally intended to take you in as a disciple and train you to see whether or not you could have great achievements. This was the wish I made in the past when I created the ancient perishment decree. It's just that I have waited for many years and have never been able to find someone without a master or background. That was until you appeared. Although I am indeed optimistic about you, I have now changed my mind. If I were to take you in as a disciple, that would be the same as standing on the opposite side of the Immortal Sect. This is not in line with my character, and is even more disadvantageous to the Dao Arena." Kong Mingxiao revealed a look of sympathy. Great Elder Purple Moon had arrived today. Although she hadn't been able to kill Qin Yu, she had destroyed his chance to change his destiny. Just this alone was enough to cause unimaginable losses. But what surprised him was that Qin Yu didn't seem to be disappointed at all. He respectfully bowed and said, "Senior, Qin Yu doesn't dare to have any extravagant hopes of becoming Senior's disciple. But, if I may be so bold today, I hope that Senior can help me with something." Solitary Westgate's eyes flashed. "Today, it can be said that I broke my promise, so I should give you some compensation. What do you want to do?" Qin Yu said in a low voice, "This junior wants to know how Ning Ling is right now." Solitary Westgate smiled. "That isn't difficult." As he spoke, he lifted a hand and grasped out. Qin Yu frowned. He could feel a part of something that he couldn't see or touch vanish from his body. Solitary Westgate's fingers grasped the air and a disc appeared. This disc emitted a faint aura that gradually emerged from it. "Investigate." The disc trembled slightly before it began to spin rapidly. The aura within it began to churn, vaguely outlining an illusory figure. Although it was blurry, it caused Qin Yu's heart to shake. A look of excitement appeared in his eyes. It was Ning Ling. But at this time, there was a light cracking sound and Ning Ling's phantom on the disc shattered. Solitary Westgate frowned, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Senior, what is going on? How is Ning Ling right now?" Qin Yu anxiously asked, not bothering to be rude. Solitary Westgate withdrew his hand and scattered the disc. He said, "My aura-searching technique can trace back time and yin and yang. It's just that your friend, for some reason, has been shielded from prying eyes. But I can tell you that she is doing well. It's just that the aura connection between you and her is constantly weakening." Qin Yu relaxed. He no longer cared about the weakening of the aura connection. As long as Ning Ling was safe, nothing else mattered. He smiled and respectfully bowed. "Thank you for Senior's help. This junior is deeply grateful." Solitary Westgate waved his hand. He suddenly said, "Qin Yu, do you know how many cultivators in the land of divinity and demons are willing to pay any price to be my disciple? Don't you feel it's a pity at all?" Kong Mingxiao nodded again and again, a puzzled expression on his face. After learning that Ning Ling was safe and sound, Qin Yu let out a breath of relief. But now that he heard this, he immediately felt a bit nervous. These words weren't easy to respond to. If he said he didn't care, wouldn't that mean he looked down on this Dao Arena master who overlooked the world? But in truth, he didn't feel it was a pity at all. With the guidance of a master, he could save a great deal of trouble in cultivation. Moreover, if he entered the Dao Arena master's tutelage, he would obtain a great backer and his safety would rise. But this wasn't without its drawbacks. Disregarding everything else, the most important thing was the secret of the little blue lamp. If he was frequently exposed in front of such a powerhouse, Qin Yu didn't have full confidence he could hide this secret forever. Once he was discovered, although he didn't know what the Tao Arena Master would do, Qin Yu didn't doubt the allure of the little blue lamp at all. It was impossible for him to risk his own life to test the Tao Arena Master's character and integrity. Moreover, Qin Yu cultivated the five-element mountain and also had the existence of a small world that could greatly increase the speed at which he perceived the rules. He had already found a great Tao that led straight to the peak, so he didn't need to rely on the guidance of a master. As long as he was given enough time, he could definitely rise up and become a pivotal existence in the land of divinity and demons. Of course, this was something he could think about, but if he said it, it would be a completely different version. For instance, this junior is extremely disappointed. If possible, I would also like to follow senior and cultivate. My cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds in a single day. Unfortunately, I am well aware that I don't have the qualifications to have senior create irreconcilable conflicts with the immortal sect for me. Since the result cannot be changed, I can only act as calmly as possible. I hope that I can obtain senior's appreciation and help me in other aspects. These words sounded reasonable and sincere. But for some unknown reason, Solitary Westgate felt that something wasn't right. Really? He had a scrutinizing expression. Qin Yu nodded again and again. This junior wouldn't dare to deceive you. Solitary Westgate shook his head. Whatever, you can think however you want. I will remove your status as a disciple and will only help you use the aura searching technique once. This is a bit unfair to you. How about this? I guarantee that as long as you stay in Four Seasons City, no one will threaten your safety. He turned to leave but then stopped. There is one more thing I must remind you of. It is best not to use the identity of Qin Yu in the future. Besides the immortal sect, that old fellow who fought with Purple Moon today has also taken a liking to your mortal body. He has lived for far too long and will need to change to a more suitable mortal body. This can be considered as free news. For better or worse, I saved you today, so I can't just watch you die in a daze. Solitary Westgate took several steps forwards. His figure gradually faded until he vanished like a wisp of fog. Kong Mingqiao fell to his knees. Farewell, master. Qin Yu's complexion stiffened and a cold chill drilled out from his heart. He never imagined that Woodchopper Fu, who he had been secretly grateful to deal with Purple Moon, was actually a wolf. He had taken a liking to his mortal body. Just thinking about it left his entire body cold. Kong Mingqiao stood up, a bit of regret in his eyes. But to be able to see his master again was already a great stroke of good fortune. Soon, his mood calmed down. He looked at Qin Yu. From his expression, it wasn't hard to guess what he was thinking. He thought for a moment and said, "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, Woodchopper Fu is an extremely terrifying almighty being. Although he wasn't able to fight with the heavens and seas life, when compared to true powerhouses, he is only a bit weaker. Moreover, Woodchopper Fu knows everything and acts without scruples. You must be careful." Qin Yu forced a smile. "I thank Arena Steward Kong for the reminder." Beneath the starry skies, Solitary Westgate stepped forwards. Below him were lush forests and the air was warm and moist. It was clear that this place was far away from Four Seasons City and belonged to the southern region of the land of divinity and demons where the climate was warm and humid. With a powerhouse's cultivation, they could cross space and cross endless distances with a thought. For them, this was an extremely simple matter. A mountain peak appeared in his line of sight. The mountain wasn't high and there wasn't anything strange about it. Halfway up the mountain, there was a courtyard that occupied several acres of land. Solitary Westgate's eyes flashed with a gentle light. He stepped forwards and landed at the entrance to the courtyard. Several servants hurriedly bowed and opened the doors. Solitary Westgate restrained his aura and stepped into the courtyard. A beautiful woman in her 30s was holding the hand of a 7 or 8-year-old child, waiting outside the main hall. "Father!" the child cheered. He ran forwards like a gust of wind and threw himself into his arms. Solitary Westgate hugged him and kissed him hard on the cheek. He laughed. "Did you miss your father?" "I did. And Ning missed father. You were gone for a long time this time." The child hugged him tightly. This time, father must stay at home for a longer period of time. The beautiful woman had a loving expression. She walked over and grabbed the child's hand. "Ning, father must be tired from the journey. Hurry and come down." Solitary Westgate reached out a hand and lifted a strand of his wife's hair. "It's fine. You haven't eaten yet, right? I want to drink Yunyang's lotus seed soup." The beautiful woman blushed red. She glared at him. "Okay, I will go prepare it now." Night fell and the courtyard gradually quieted down. Solitary Westgate stood in front of the bed, looking at the sleeping mother and son. His expression was incomparably gentle, but there was a trace of pain and guilt in his eyes. "Yunyang and Ning, I will definitely succeed, I will." He lifted a hand. His 10 fingers danced and runes appeared, emitting a warm and pure white light. They were like snowflakes that fused into the bodies of the mother and son. As the runes fused, the bodies of the woman and child on the bed gradually became transparent. One could clearly see that their bodies were formed by the condensation of countless laws. The runes that fused in were repairing the broken and incomplete rules within their bodies. This was because the dead would inevitably disperse. Even if the strongest powerhouse in the world succeeded in seizing fate from the heavens, it was impossible to forcefully keep the dead in this world. After a long time, Solitary Westgate drew back his hand. His wife and son's bodies gradually returned to normal. He lowered his head and covered them with a blanket. Then, he pushed open the door and left. Above his head, a silver moon shined brightly. He stood in the moonlight, silent. Moonlight condensed in front of him, and a strange 3-legged bird appeared. It tilted its head and looked at him, saying, "Since you found the person you were calculating the turning point for, why did you let him leave?" Solitary Westgate had a light expression. Woodchopper Fu didn't want to die. He bitterly persisted for countless years and changed bodies countless times. But the more he didn't want to die, the more he couldn't escape the entanglement of death. He was doomed to never be able to transcend. I suddenly had a thought. As the saying goes, you can't get what you want. Maybe everything should go with the flow. If Qin Yu can rise up in the future, then my actions today have already sown karma with him. I naturally have a way to have him help me. If he perishes midway, then that means he isn't the person I'm waiting for. If so, then why waste time on him? The strange 3-legged bird spread its wings and nimbly walked in the air. "Are you sure you aren't afraid? Afraid that all of your waiting will come to nothing?" Solitary Westgate frowned. The strange 3-legged bird lifted its wings. "Fine, consider it me speaking too much." It turned and flapped its wings. Its body turned into a beam of moonlight that shot straight into the silver moon in the skies. As it submerged into it, its voice spread out from afar. "Although you don't like to hear it, I must remind you that as someone who has transcended life and death, why cling to those who have already died? Freeing them from suffering isn't necessarily a bad choice." Solitary Westgate was silent. His eyes gradually brightened. "Freeing them from suffering, no, I can definitely do it, definitely. Qin Yu, if you are the person I am waiting for, then you will definitely give me hope." The great storm that swept through 4 Seasons City spread through the world at an astonishing speed. The battle between 9 Heaven Mirror Moon Palaces' great Elder Purple Moon and the ancient and mysterious Woodchopper Fu had stolen all of the limelight. Qin Yu, who was ranked 9th on the ancient perishment decree, was actually unremarkable. But in the dark, countless influences were guessing why Great Elder Purple Moon wanted to kill Qin Yu so badly. Soon, everything that occurred in the infinite realm that involved Ning Ling was discovered. There were many people who had witnessed this, and it was impossible to hide this information. It was clear that Great Elder Purple Moon wanted to kill Qin Yu because of this. The immortal sect was silent, not responding to this matter. But news began to spread out from within the immortal sect. Great Elder Purple Moon's direct disciple Ning Ling had died because of Qin Yu. Nine Heaven Mirror Moon Palace had lost a proud son of heaven that had a high chance of inheriting the position of palace master. Everything became reasonable. Although no one knew why Ning Ling had died and why Qin Yu, who had been taken away by the immortal sect, would appear in Four Seasons City, none of this was important. What was important was that the immortal sect had enough reason to condemn Qin Yu to eternal damnation. This caused the bright halo of the ancient Perishment Decree's ninth-ranked genius to instantly fade away. The countless influences that had gathered in Four Seasons City dispersed in a single day. The reason was simple. A proud son of heaven on the ancient Perishment Decree did indeed have infinite potential. But the other explanation for this infinite potential was that they needed time to grow. Would the immortal sect allow Qin Yu to continue living and grow into a threat? The result was obvious. In the eyes of many people, the current ancient Perishment Decree's ninth-ranked genius didn't have long to live. He was also a great source of disaster. Anyone who approached Qin Yu would be targeted by the immortal sect and suppressed. In this sort of situation, they naturally had to keep a respectful distance. But there were always exceptions to everything. Qin Yu looked at the sincere Qian Duoduo in front of him, a look of surprise in his eyes. Elder Qian, do you not know my current situation? Qian Duoduo smiled. Although the South End bloodline has fallen into desolation, we still have channels of information. But we still hope that Little Friend can join South End Mountain. All of our conditions will remain the same. If Little Friend has any dissatisfaction, please speak up and we can discuss it further. In truth, Qin Yu was a bit moved. Today was different from yesterday. There was no need to doubt South End Mountain's sincerity. Unfortunately, if he wanted to take revenge on the immortal sect, the demonic path was his only choice. If he really joined South End Mountain, that would only bring disaster to them. He cupped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Elder Qian. This junior is incomparably grateful. But I have my own difficulties and cannot join South End Mountain. I ask that Elder Qian forgive me." Qian Duoduo bitterly smiled. He sighed. "It looks like Little Friend has no fate with my South End bloodline." He flipped his hand and took out something. "This jade slip represents your status as an outer elder of the South End Mountain sect. I hope that Little Friend will accept it. I don't dare to ask for too much, but I hope that in the future when a great calamity befalls my South End bloodline, if Little Friend has the strength to spare, you can ensure that the inheritance of my South End Mountain doesn't perish. Of course, if the crisis is too great, Little Friend can stay out of it. Just think of it as me asking for peace of mind." Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. He reached out a hand and received the jade slip. "All right, I agree." Qian Duoduo was overjoyed. He spoke a few more words and then bid his farewells. Looking at the jade slip in his hand, Qin Yu bitterly smiled. If he wasn't careful, he would have found another shackle for himself. But since he had already agreed, there was no need to think too much about it. Moreover, South End Mountain was a large sect in the end, and they also had almighty beings presiding over it. Perhaps they wouldn't need his help at all. He shook his head and prepared to put away the jade slip. Then, a look of surprise appeared in Qin Yu's eyes. He probed it with his divine sense. There was an enormous space within this jade slip. Currently, it was filled with all sorts of items. There were even several spirit stone mountains. Good heavens, after several glances, he could tell that the items in the jade slip were worth at least several 100 million spirit stones. How extravagant! Qin Yu withdrew his divine sense. He thought back to how Qian Duoduo had hurriedly left just now. It was clear he was afraid he would refuse to accept it if he saw it. Chapter 446. After the storm had passed, life had to continue. The cold poison within Ning Liang's body still needed to be carefully eliminated. This servant greets Grand Authority Qin. In the morning light, the three maids respectfully bowed. Out of the corner of their eyes, they saw a black-robed young man in front of them. His eyes were pitch black and his face was sharp and angular. He was definitely a handsome man. Qin Yu nodded. Creak. The door opened from the inside and Ning Liang quickly walked out. As she saw Qin Yu, she was startled for a moment before bowing. Ning Liang greets Grand Authority Qin. Her cheeks inadvertently blushed red. She had imagined Qin Yu's appearance countless times, and it was only today that she discovered that this was what he should look like. His figure gradually overlapped with her imagination, without any flaws at all. Qin Yu smiled. Miss Ning, there is no need to be so polite. Come, let us begin the treatment. Since his identity had already been made public, there was no need to hide it in private. After all, his appearance was no longer a secret in the infinite realm. Closing the door, Ning Liang bent her knees. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and stopped her. He frowned and asked, why? Ning Liang's face was filled with guilt. If it weren't for saving me, Grand Authority Qin wouldn't have revealed his identity and the series of dangers that followed wouldn't have occurred. I have truly let you down. Qin Yu pulled her up. It's not your fault. He paused for a moment and then continued, there is an irreconcilable grudge between me and the immortal sect. If they want to deal with me, it is only a matter of time. Moreover, I was the one who took the initiative to save you. It has nothing to do with you. But, Qin Yu smiled. I'm safe and sound now, aren't I? Alright, don't think too much. Calm down and get on the bed. I'll check the cold poison in your body first. Ning Liang obediently nodded, a look of deep gratitude in her eyes. A certain thought in her heart became increasingly firm. For Qin Yu to treat her like this, besides giving herself to him and serving him for the rest of her life, what else could she do to repay him? Immortal sect. Within the cultivation room, Ziyu was sitting cross-legged. Above her head was the phantom of a small world that was about a foot wide. It was glowing faintly. The halo enveloped her and continuously merged with her body, healing her internal injuries. After a long time, Purple Moon let out a deep breath and slowly opened her eyes. The phantom world above her head disappeared. The heaven-splitting saber art truly lives up to its reputation, she said in a low voice, her eyes cold. During the battle in Four Seasons City, it seemed like they were evenly matched on the surface. But in Purple Moon's heart, she was well aware that she had already lost. Woodchopper Fu's saber had broken through her sword Dao. In a life-or-death battle, it would be difficult for her to escape unscathed. As expected of the old man who had the strength of an omnipotent expert even though he had yet to become one. But Woodchopper Fu's path forward had already been cut off. He could only constantly change his body and struggle under the suppression of the world. But she still had the possibility of making another breakthrough. He would remember this debt for the time being. Suddenly, Ziyu's eyes flashed. She stood up, took a step forward, and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in the main hall and slowly sat down, looking at the entrance of the hall. Faint traces of light gathered, outlining two figures. Their faces were blurry, but their eyes were bright and clear, as if they could see through all things. Purple Moon sat motionless. She lightly said, "My two lords, why have you come to my Nine-Heaven Mirrormoon Palace today?" Within the immortal sect, with Purple Moon's status, it didn't take a genius to know who they were. Purple Moon, during the storm in Four Seasons City, you were far too impulsive. The figure on the left calmly said. The figure on the right nodded. What sort of status do you and I have? We look down on this vast world, so how could we make such a big fuss over a mere junior? It would be beneath us. A cold light flashed in Ziyu's eyes. Two lords should know why I want to kill Qin Yu. If he doesn't die, my heart will never be at peace. Nothing must happen to Ning Ling. After a brief silence, the figure on the left said, Killing Qin Yu isn't difficult, so why cause such a ruckus? Calamity immortals don't easily appear in the world. It isn't that you and I want to remain mysterious, but that the world doesn't have much tolerance for us. You have yet to seize life from the heavens, so you must pay extra attention. You cannot be careless. Ziyu was silent for a moment. Then, she nodded. I will remember. Thank you, Nether Domain Master, for the reminder. Ning Ling is indeed important. She concerns the future of Nine Heaven Mirrormoon Palace. I will order someone to draw in the aura of the world and use the Great Curse Law to kill Qin Yu. The other figure was naturally the sovereign of Mount Innerheart's Buddhist kingdom. Ziyu's eyes brightened. Good. Then I'll have to trouble Lord Nation Ruler. In the room, Ning Ling's eyes were tightly closed. She lay on the bed, her body tense and trembling from time to time. It could be seen that she was withstanding an extremely horrifying pain. Qin Yu lifted a hand. His 2 fingers formed a sword and he placed it between her eyebrows. What he was dispelling today was the cold poison that occupied the meridians in her brain. This was also the last place in Ning Ling's body that hadn't been cleared. The meridians in the brain were the most concentrated and also the weakest part of the human body. They were also closely linked to the soul, so he had to be extremely careful in the treatment process. Any accident would cause tremendous damage to Ning Ling. The treatment continued for 12 hours. From the moment the sun rose in the east until the moment the sun set in the west, it still hadn't ended. Qin Yu carefully controlled the medicinal efficacy of the blazing sun integration pill, spreading it through her tiny and fragile meridians, slowly dissolving and removing all of the cold poison. The light gradually faded away. Because the lighting array formation in the room hadn't been activated yet, it remained silent. Only the faint light that shined through the door and windows allowed one to vaguely see their surroundings. Suddenly, Ning Ling lightly coughed. All of the pain in her body vanished and a warm flow of heat started from her head, rapidly sweeping through her entire body. This feeling was like she was soaking in a warm spring. It was a comfortable feeling she had never felt in her life. Qin Yu opened his eyes, revealing a weary look. But he couldn't help but smile. Seeing Ning Ling's pleasantly surprised and expectant gaze, he nodded. Miss Ning, the cold poison in your body has been completely dispelled. It will no longer trouble you. Although she had already received Qin Yu's warning before the treatment began, only after experiencing the torment of the cold poison did she realize just how overjoyed Ning Ling was right now. She screamed out loud. She sat up and hugged Qin Yu. Thank you. Thank you. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Because of the treatment, Ning Ling had sweated a great deal. Her dress was soaked through and stuck to her body. As she hugged Qin Yu, an astonishing sensation spread out from where their skin touched. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat and he revealed an awkward expression. But he soon composed himself. Thinking for a moment, he reached out and held Ning Ling in his arms. He smiled and said, "It's all right. You have just recovered from a serious illness and you need to rest. Emotional fluctuations aren't good for you." After a long time, Ning Ling's tears finally stopped. She crawled up from Qin Yu's chest, a look of shock on her face. She subconsciously pulled the blanket over her chest. "I'm sorry, I was too excited. Grand Authority Qin, please don't mind me." Qin Yu coughed. He stood up and turned his back to her. "Have the maid come in and help you tidy up. I'm a bit tired, so I'm going back to rest first." Watching him push open the door and leave, Ning Ling's eyes revealed a bit of shyness. But there was even more worship and gratitude. In the past, she was in a precarious situation where she could die at any moment, so she didn't dare to think too much about it. But now that she had recovered, she no longer needed to withstand the torment of the cold poison. She could live for a long time and also had the qualifications to pursue the person she liked. The next day, the carefully dressed Ning Liang managed to use her beauty to leave Qin Yu stunned. Although he quickly recovered, this caused Ning Liang to feel a bit shy and happy at the same time. Miss Ning's beauty is breathtaking. I fear it won't be long before your name will spread far and wide. Qin Yu smiled, a bit of sadness hidden deep in his eyes. The increasingly beautiful Ning Ling became more and more similar to Ning Ling. If it weren't for the great difference in their temperaments, it would have been hard to tell them apart. Otherwise, how could Qin Yu, who had been dazzled by solitary Westgate's beauty not too long ago, lose his composure like this? Everything is bestowed upon me by grand authority Qin. If it weren't for you, Ning Ling would never have been reborn. I will forever remember your great graciousness. If there is anything you need in the future, Ning Ling is willing to do anything for you. She mustered up the courage to say these words, but the truth was that there was a strong hint in them. Qin Yu wholeheartedly regarded her as a junior and didn't think too much about it, so he didn't notice this. Good. If there is such a day, I won't be polite. Qin Yu smiled as he spoke. Ning Ling was a bit disappointed, but as she looked at Qin Yu, her eyes filled with even more worship. For him to be able to maintain his pure thoughts at this time, he really was a gentleman. Grand Authority Qin, my grandfather will arrive at Four Seasons City the day after tomorrow to personally thank you. I ask that you give my Ning family a chance. Qin Yu was silent for a moment. He said, Miss Ning, I didn't help you for the sake of my Ning family, so there is no need to thank me. How can that be? Ning Ling anxiously said, You saved me. This is a great graciousness, and my Ning family must express our gratitude. Qin Yu shook his head. He bluntly said, Miss Ning, you should know my current situation. The immortal sect is filled with malice towards me. If the Ning family is too close to me, I fear you will be implicated. Ning Ling relaxed. So that's how it is. Grand Authority Qin, rest assured that no matter how overbearing the immortal sect is, they won't do anything to my Ning family. She continued to explain, although our Ning family has fallen into decline, because of my father, we obtained the title of a noble family of the demonic path long ago and have been sheltered by the demonic path for 10,000 years. If the immortal sect were to attack our Ning family, that would be the greatest provocation to the demonic path. Thus, the immortal sect won't make things difficult for us. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. May I ask, Miss Ning, who is your father? Ning Ling's eyes darkened. My father, Ning Yunhai, entered the demonic path in his early years and obtained the title of the demonic path's demon son. Afterwards, because he violated a taboo of the demonic path, he was expelled from the demonic path. But soon, she revealed a smile. Many people say that my father's cultivation was wasted and he has become a cripple. But, I believe that one day he will definitely stand up once more and make those people that look down on him and laugh at him realize just how blind they were. I heard that Miss Ning's father violated a taboo because he had a Tao companion. As for your mother, Qin Yu cupped his hands together. I apologize. If Miss Ning doesn't wish to say, then just pretend that I didn't ask. Ning Ling bitterly smiled. This isn't a secret and I have already accepted this reality. Grand Authority Qin, there is no need to worry about it. That's right, my mother came from the immortal sect and her status was extremely honored. Thus, when she married with my father, it caused a great storm that separated my family and my wife. That's right. Everything was correct. There were no more accidents. Qin Yu was overjoyed. In the future, when Ning Ling learned that she not only had a mother but that she had even more relatives in the land of divinity and demons, she would definitely be happy. Ning Ling was a very smart girl. She looked at Qin Yu and hesitated for a moment. Then, she said, Grand Authority Qin, the reason you are asking about this is because you helped me, right? Chapter 447. Ning Liang's heart ached. Although she knew that the chances of Qin Yu being infatuated with her were very, very small, when she finally confirmed this matter, she still felt as if a piece of her heart was missing. It was empty and sad. She squeezed out a smile and tried to keep her voice calm. Grand Authority Qin, what is the relationship between you and my Ning family? Qin Yu's eyes turned gentle and his lips curved up in a smile. She is my Dao companion. Although we haven't held any ceremonies, and we haven't spent much time together, in my heart she is already an indispensable person in my life. I'm sorry, but this is all I can tell you. If there is a chance in the future, you will definitely see her and she will tell you everything. From Qin Yu's expression before he spoke, Ning Liang had already guessed what was going on. But as she listened, she discovered that it was extremely difficult to maintain her composure. She tried several times but couldn't even reveal a smile. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with an apologetic light. But he still wanted to tell Ning Liang not to have any feelings for him. As Ning Liang's little sister, she could only be his little sister. Grand Authority Qin, I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. I'll be excusing myself first. Ning Liang didn't know how she left. It was only when she returned to her room that she regained her composure, a bitter look in her eyes. Was this Qin Yu's refusal? He must love that woman very, very much, and that woman's luck was truly enviable. The next day, Ning Liang didn't appear. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He knew that at this time he couldn't be the least bit soft-hearted and give her any misconceptions about his feelings. Otherwise, it would only cause her to fall deeper and deeper until she was finally unable to extricate herself. In his chamber, Qin Yu calmly cultivated, quietly perceiving the large success of the metal path within his body. It was like a gem in a river. As the water washed away the dirt on its surface, it gradually became dazzling. After reaching large success of the metal path, it would constantly improve itself until it reached perfection. Then, it would drive Qin Yu's cultivation to cross the divine soul barrier and step into the blue sea realm. On the third day, the Ning family's old master led a group of Ning family masters to Four Seasons City. Without further delay, they rested for a moment and then sent someone to deliver a visiting card. Qin Yu received the Ning family's old master and the others in the Dao arena. Although Solitary Westgate guaranteed that he wouldn't suffer any malicious attacks in Four Seasons City, Qin Yu didn't want to take any risks and chose to stay in the Dao arena. Of course, the suitable cultivation environment in the dojo was also a very important reason. Ning Ruffeng greets Grand Authority Qin. Thank you Grand Authority Qin for saving Ning Liang. Although the white-robed old man looked old, his back was straight and his aura was extraordinary. At this moment, he bowed in a straightforward and efficient manner, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Qin Yu naturally couldn't accept this bow. He flicked his sleeves and supported the old man. Old Master Ning, there is no need to be so polite. I have some relationship with the Ning family, so I won't stand by and watch you die. It was clear that old Master Ning had already learned some news from Ning Liang. He knew that Qin Yu didn't want to say too much, so he didn't ask further. Even so, my Ning family has received great graciousness from Grand Authority Qin. We have no choice but to repay it, otherwise others will call us ungrateful. He turned around. Ning Yuntao hurried forward and bowed respectfully. Father, over here. He held a jade box in his hands. It was gray and the quality of the jade didn't seem too good. But one could clearly feel the aura of years emitting from it. It was clear that it had existed for an extremely long period of time. Ning Ruffeng took the jade box and smiled. Grand Authority Qin, this jade box is a treasure passed down by my Ning family's ancestors. It has a history of nearly 10,000 years, but no one knows where it came from. There is a sealed space within this box. For the last 10,000 years, the Ning family's cultivators have tried to open it, but in the end they weren't able to find anything. After Chu Taidu learned of this, he schemed against Ning Liang and tried to steal away this jade box. Luckily, Grand Authority Qin helped her and she was able to survive. Today, I will give this jade box to Grand Authority Qin to express my Ning family's gratitude. I hope that Grand Authority Qin will not decline it." Surprise flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He never thought that this jade box would be the treasure that Chu Taidu had painstakingly desired. He had heard some news from Ning Liang and knew that the Ning family valued it greatly. He immediately said, "Old Master Ning, this gift is too precious. I cannot accept it." Ning Rufeng bitterly smiled. "It is rumored that there are many treasures hidden within the space within this jade box. But it has already been 10,000 years and the Ning family hasn't been able to open it. Even if the rumors are true, there is no use for this jade box to remain in the hands of the Ning family. Moreover, after experiencing the matter with Chu Taidu, I have already thought things through. If this jade box continues to remain in the Ning family, I fear it will only bring more harm than good. After all, it is impossible for us to obtain the help of a noble person like Grand Authority Qin every time." Ning Liang knelt down and respectfully kowtowed. "Grand Authority Qin, you saved my life, so you are my greatest benefactor. I ask that you accept this jade box." She seemed to have regained her composure, at least on the surface. Her tone was respectful, but she still maintained a certain distance. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. "All right, I will accept it. Thank you, Old Master Ning." He received the jade box with both hands and probed it with his mind. Indeed, there was a space hidden within this jade box. In essence, this jade box and Qin Yu's sealed dimension ring were the same type of treasure. It was just that the sealed space within the jade box wasn't too large. Qin Yu could sense that it was the size of a courtyard. Currently, this space was sealed away by a formidable strength. If one wanted to open it, they would need to know the method to unravel the seal or use absolute strength to shatter it. But the latter was far too brute force. If one was the slightest bit careless, it would affect the jade box itself. If it was destroyed, the sealed space would be lost, and it would be impossible to find it again. No wonder the Ning family hadn't been able to open it even after obtaining it for 10,000 years. Of course, from another perspective, this was only a small space, and yet it was protected by such a formidable seal. It could be imagined that the treasures hidden within were incomparably precious. Old Master Ning was a shrewd person. He was straightforward in his conduct, but he didn't make others have the least bit of a bad feeling about him. After Qin Yu received the gifts, he paused for a moment and then bid his farewells. Ning Liang and the others left with him. Now that the cold poison in her body had been completely dispelled, there was no reason for her to stay. On the way back, Ning Yuntao held himself back for a long time. Finally he asked, "Liangling, what is going on? Does Grand Authority Qin really have no intentions towards you?" Ning Liang sat across from him. She looked down at her feet. "Uncle, I've already said that everything is just wishful thinking on our part. Don't mention it again." Ning Yuntao anxiously said, "How can we not mention it? Liangling, you have to think this through. Such a perfect husband is something you can't find even if you look for a lantern. Others might worry about the anger of the immortal sect, but our Ning family isn't afraid. At worst we can just move back to the camp assigned to us by the demonic path. This is an extremely rare marriage." "Shut up." Old Master Ning opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within them. Ning Yuntao had an embarrassed expression. "Father, I was just anxious." Old Master Ning glared at him. Then, he looked at Ning Liang who was sitting beside him. "Girl, you've done well. What sort of status does Qin Yu have? How could he possibly take a fancy to a woman who throws herself at him? He said that he has some relationship with my Ning family, and that relationship comes from his Dao companion. But this is likely only an excuse. This is because in my Ning family's current generation, besides you, there are no other women of suitable age that have had any contact with him." Ning Liang's eyes brightened. She looked up, a bit hesitant. "But I don't think Grand Authority Qin is lying." "He naturally isn't lying." Old Master Ning faintly smiled. Because the so-called Tao companion that Qin Yu spoke of is you, little girl. Ah! Ning Liang was shocked. Old Master Ning's eyes were filled with wisdom. He had a confident expression, as if everything was in his grasp. Qin Yu doesn't want you to be dragged into his grudge with the immortal sect. Thus, he deliberately said this so that you could draw a clear line between you and him. Ning Yuntao was overjoyed. Yes, I knew there had to be a reason for this. When Qin Yu looked at Liangling, there was clearly a hint of warmth in his eyes. There was no way I was wrong. Old Master Ning smiled. He patted her hand. That's enough. What you need to do now is to use your actions to tell Qin Yu that you are willing to endure everything together with him. And our Ning family doesn't fear the threat of the immortal sect at all. Ning Liang's heart began to fluctuate. A trace of anticipation rose in her heart. Could this matter really be as her grandfather said? Qin Yu didn't know that his words of warning Ning Liang to keep her distance from him had already been interpreted in a completely different way. Otherwise, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Currently, he was in the Tao Arena's training room. In his hands was the jade box that the Ning family had given him. Just now, Qin Yu had tried many methods, but he hadn't been able to open it. He hadn't even been able to cause the slightest fluctuation to appear on the surface of the seal. As he thought, there was a high chance that the hidden treasure existed. But, if he couldn't open it, it was useless. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of a possibility. He closed his eyes and sent out a summon. After several breaths of time, the space in front of him quietly parted, revealing a pitch-black nothingness. As this nothingness revolved around him, the phantom of a great sun appeared. The little blue lamp could become the incarnation of a great sun and illuminate the entire small world. It was clear that in the aspect of space, it had an extremely potent ability. Perhaps it could open this sealed space. When Qin Yu sent out a thought fluctuation, a suction force pulled the jade box into the nothingness. Bright sunlight shined down on the jade box. On its plain gray surface, countless seal marks began to appear. These seal marks overlapped with each other. If one didn't know how to open it and touched any one of them, it would cause the strength of the seal to erupt and seal off the spatial door. At a rough glance, there were at least several thousand seal marks. As they overlapped on top of the jade box, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was as impregnable as a fortress. But at this time, beneath the light of the great sun, the seal marks on the surface of the jade box began to rapidly melt away. A moment later, the projection of the little blue lamp vanished and the jade box returned to Qin Yu's hands. He hesitated for a moment and then lifted his hand to press down on the lock. With a loud crack, the jade box opened. There was nothing inside the jade box, but Qin Yu could clearly sense that the spatial door had already opened. Who would have thought that the hidden treasure that had troubled the Ning family for tens of thousands of years would be so easily opened? The little blue lamp was truly the most precious treasure of the heavens and earth. Chapter 448. With the jade box as a medium, there was a small mountain valley within. The edges of the space were extremely stable. It was clear that it had been reinforced before the seal was created. Bursts of medicinal fragrance wafted out. This mountain valley was actually a medicine garden. The medicine garden was only several acres in size, but the climate inside was extremely complex. Flowers bloomed everywhere and the grass was green. But looking further, there was white snow and the world was freezing cold. Carefully looking around, this several acres of mountain valley actually covered the 4 seasons. If he wasn't wrong, this complex environment should have been created to create the most suitable environment for the spirit plants to grow in. Every medicine garden was covered in spells that isolated the internal climate. This also ensured that pollen wouldn't mix together and cause the medicinal properties of the spirit plants to be destroyed. The sealed space of the jade box actually hid a medicine garden. Who would have thought this would happen? Qin Yu sighed inwardly. His divine sense opened the first medicine garden's spell and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. He swept his eyes over it. Marked black orchid, vine leaf grass, thousand star seed, moon swaying flower, each one was a rare spirit plant, the finest of the finest, all of them priceless. Moreover, many of these spirit plants had already gone extinct. They belonged to the type that couldn't be bought no matter how many spirit stones one had. Medicine garden, medicine garden. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred and his eyes brightened. He couldn't be bothered to observe these spirit plants anymore. Instead, he spread out his divine sense. Soon, Qin Yu was overjoyed. His divine sense covered a spirit plant near the center of the medicine garden. It was around a foot tall, and its trunk was only as thick as a knuckle. However, its skin was cracked and it exuded the aura of endless years. Its leaves were like lotuses, its branches like plums, and its roots were white. If he wasn't wrong, it should be called Lotus Plum White. That's right, it was such a straightforward name. Thinking about it, the person who first discovered this spirit plant was far too lazy and named it after its characteristic. However, Qin Yu didn't have the mind to care about why its name was so strange. His divine sense stirred and the lotus plum white vanished. In the next moment, it appeared in Qin Yu's hand outside. He lowered his head and carefully examined it. As he smelled the sweet scent coming from the leaves, Qin Yu revealed a happy smile. The reason was simple. The lotus plum white was one of the 36 soul treasures that the soul summoning bell needed to establish the altar. Although the medicine garden wasn't large, it was divided into dozens of different-sized medicine fields. Now, he had only opened one of them and he had discovered lotus plum white. Perhaps there were even more. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu's divine sense entered the medicine garden once more. When he opened the fourth medicine field, there really was a harvest. Shua, a vine with blue flowers blooming on it, appeared in his hand. The flowers were like bells, and as soon as he touched them, they would instantly close and emit an illusory aura. 1,000 illusion blue flower vines. The second was the soul treasure needed to build the altar. In the 9th herb field, he found Frost's soul cold silk. This kind of spirit plant that grew in bitter cold places had extremely high requirements for the outside environment. In the 16th herb field, he found a snake orchid. The 22nd herb field. An hour later, Qin Yu had searched through the entire medicine garden. He had found 9 types of soul treasures needed to construct the altar, a quarter of the total. This could really be called an unintentionally planted willow that grew into a shade. Qin Yu never imagined that after delaying Ning Liang for a month, he would actually have such a great harvest. After a moment of pleasant surprise, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He discovered that his thoughts had strayed too far into the wrong direction. 36 different soul treasures were indeed rare and precious. But the land of divinity and demons was vast and boundless. There was bound to be a certain number of them left in the world. It was just that everyone knew that they were incomparably precious and there were only a few of them, so no one would easily sell them. If he only bought them with spirit stones, he feared he wouldn't have much of a harvest even if he busied himself for 4 months. But now, Qin Yu seemed to have found a shortcut. When he treated Ning Liang, he didn't think he would receive any rewards from the Ning family. But the truth was that he had obtained an astonishing harvest. Then, could he issue alchemy missions to the outside world, and the reward would be the remaining 27 soul treasures? With the little blue lamp in hand and in addition to Qin Yu swallowing Grandmaster Yao's soul, his alchemy skills had greatly improved. With this, he could refine the vast majority of pills in this world. In other words, this road was actually possible. Moreover, if everything went smoothly, then he really might be able to gather all the treasures in 4 months and smoothly complete the soul summoning bell's master recognition. How stupid! Why didn't he think of this before? The truth was that Qin Yu hadn't recognized his own strength. He subconsciously thought that in the land of divinity and demons where masters were like clouds, alchemy skills would also rise by leaps and bounds, and that his own strength wasn't enough to support this method of gathering treasures. But the truth was that with Qin Yu's current alchemy strength and the cooperation of the little blue lamp, even if he couldn't be considered at the peak of the land of divinity and demons, he still stood at the second highest level. Grand Authority Qin wasn't just a title, but also a recognition of his strength. He found Kong Mingqiao, and after a simple discussion, Arena Steward Kong was more than happy to help Qin Yu issue alchemy missions to the outside world. After seeking the Ning family's opinion, the matter of Ning Liang's treatment became the best publicity. After all, the Blazing Sun integration pill used in the treatment was more than enough to prove Qin Yu's alchemy skills. Soon, the ancient Perishment Decree's 9th-ranked Qin Yu issued alchemy missions. This news rapidly spread through Four Seasons City and continued to radiate outward. What also spread along with it was the reward that Qin Yu had drawn up for alchemy. Depending on the difficulty of the alchemy, one would need to pay with 1 to 3 of the 27 treasures on the list. Immortal Sect. In a secret underground temple, Purple Moon, the Nether Domain Master, and the Buddhist nation sovereign all sent their projections down. Several black-robed cultivators had solemn expressions as they made the final arrangements in the temple. The Buddhist nation sovereign lightly said, "Today, I have gathered several of the strongest people who cultivate the great curse art. I will personally take over Qin Yu's aura. It will be difficult for him to escape this calamity." Purple Moon lowered her head. "Thank you, Lord Sovereign. I will wait and see." Soon, a black-robed person stepped forwards and respectfully bowed. "Three lords, we have finished our preparations. We can begin at any time." The Buddhist nation sovereign stepped forwards. "Prepare yourselves." He lifted a hand and pointed at the void in front of him. A phantom of a world slowly unfolded. Although this was only a phantom, this phantom was nearly identical to the real world. One could even find the existence of the land of exiles within this phantom world. The Buddhist nation's sovereign lifted a hand and the phantom world rapidly expanded. Finally, a miniature version of Four Seasons City appeared. Looking down, one could faintly see a massive number of cultivators moving about in this phantom city. It was like they had really captured a synchronized image of Four Seasons City. He was truly worthy of being a true immortal sect overlord. He had smoothly seized life in a battle against the heavens and become an existence of the strongest powerhouse. His strength and methods were incomparably terrifying, unfathomably deep. The Nether Domain Master smiled. The Sovereign's supernatural power that reflects the world is becoming increasingly exquisite. I truly admire you. Purple Moon's eyes shook, revealing a trace of excitement. Although she knew that she was still a distance away from becoming an ultimate powerhouse, when she first fought with Woodchopper Fu, she had recognized the disparity between them. Now that she saw the Buddhist nation's sovereign take action, she realized just how terrifying an ultimate powerhouse was. "Qin Yu, the strongest powerhouse of my immortal sect, has taken action, so how can you not die?" The Buddhist nation's sovereign closed his eyes, as if sensing something. After a long time, he lifted a hand and grasped forwards. A wisp of pale white aura flew out from the phantom of Four Seasons City. At the same time, Qin Yu, who was cultivating in the Tao arena, felt his heart skip a beat. He opened his eyes. Although he didn't discover anything, his mind was filled with fear, as if some great danger was about to arrive. But now, he was staying in Four Seasons City, and also residing in the Tao arena. As the master of the Tao arena, Solitary Westgate was one of the highest peak existences in the world. His guarantee wouldn't be empty words. Could it be that the people of the Immortal Sect were willing to risk angering the Tao Arena Master to attack him? In the Immortal Sect's Grand Hall, the Nether Domain Master smiled. "You and I still have to take into consideration the face of the Tao Arena Master. So, I will take action to conceal my aura so that he won't be able to sense me. That will always be troublesome." He raised his hand and pointed. A wave rippled out and spread throughout the entire underground secret hall. The space was distorted like water ripples, but it didn't cause the slightest bit of harm. It only completely locked down the chi in this place, not allowing it to interact with heaven and earth. The Buddhist nation's sovereign grasped a wisp of aura in his hand. His eyes were as faint as a divine god of the highest heavens. Command Qin Yu's soul void descend. With these words, the wisp of aura tumbled about, gradually turning into Qin Yu's figure. At this time, his eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't see his current situation. His face was filled with anger and alarm. With a flick of his sleeves, Qin Yu's soul void fell into the center of the grand hall. There were dozens of black stone slabs placed on the ground. 7 black-robed cultivators stood in different directions. At this time, they all looked up, revealing pairs of green eyes. Rise! With a loud shout, the aura of the 7 people erupted, causing the black stone slabs on the ground to erupt with a deep halo of light, thick and viscous like ink. These halos of light flowed like streams. They gathered in the center of the grand hall, forming a black altar. Although this altar was only a bit over 10 feet in size, the aura it emitted was incomparably terrifying. Just by looking at it, one would feel endless panic and fear rise up from the depths of their hearts. The Nether Domain Master revealed a look of praise. Although the path of curses is a side path of the 3,000 Taoist arts and it isn't the path of climbing the Great Tao, it still has its merits. I fear that even if you or I were to be touched by the power of this killing curse altar, we would have to expend some effort. The Buddhist nation's sovereign lightly said, "The great curse art is a technique passed down from ancient times. Through the endless river of time, it has long since become incomplete. If it were the complete version, its might would be even greater. However, even if it is only an incomplete version, with the 7 of them joining forces, it is still enough to exterminate any cultivator below the calamity immortal realm. This Qin Yu child is indeed extraordinary. If he can rank on the ancient perishment decree, that means he must have obtained an extremely formidable good fortune. But, since I am taking action, I naturally won't give him the slightest chance. Purple Moon, you will soon be able to rest assured. But for this matter, 9 Heaven Mirror Moon Palace owes my Buddhist nation a favor." Purple Moon had a solemn expression. She said in a low voice, "As long as Qin Yu perishes, I will make sure Lord Nation Sovereign is satisfied with this favor." Chapter 449. On the black stone slab, the 7 black-robed cultivators began to chant. Strange and ancient syllables began to echo through the air like a drum. In the void, a cold aura began to multiply. It was like snakes swimming in the darkness, emitting an aura that left one feeling horrified. On the killing curse altar, faint traces of black aura were like living creatures. They wriggled and climbed towards Qin Yu's soul void. Finally, like chains, they tightly wrapped around him. Qin Yu's soul void's face twisted. His eyes widened, revealing endless fear. He struggled, but he couldn't free himself from the black aura. The black aura grew tighter and tighter until it finally sank into Qin Yu's soul void, as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. 4 Seasons City, Tao Arena's training room. "Ah!" Qin Yu roared in pain. His face flushed red and blue veins bulged out on his neck, twisting and turning like thick blue snakes. The pain emitted from his soul nearly shattered his consciousness. This pain was like a fresh soul being pressed into a pot of boiling oil, a raging inferno burning at the bottom. Qin Yu believed that his will was strong enough, but at this time he felt that he could collapse at any moment. Moreover, what was most terrifying was that an extremely cold aura suddenly gushed out from his soul, freezing the core of his soul so that he couldn't summon any strength to fight back. The outside was like being fried in oil and the inside was like being frozen in ice. The extreme heat and extreme cold were both painful, and when the two superimposed on each other, the pain was magnified to the extreme. At this time, in the skies above Qin Yu's soul, the quietly shining purple crescent moon suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. Purple light sprinkled down on the surface of Qin Yu's soul like rain, immediately extinguishing most of the burning pain. The moonlight was like a calmly flowing stream, bringing a refreshing feeling to Qin Yu and pulling him back from the brink of collapse. But the purple moon could only offset half of the pain in Qin Yu's soul. It couldn't do anything to the icy cold strength within. At most, it could extend Qin Yu's life. But in the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of his soul dissipating. Suddenly, a black aura drilled out from Qin Yu's soul, extending towards the purple moon above his head. The purple moon trembled and emitted a humming sound, as if it were calling out to something. Within Qin Yu's Dantian Sea, the silent blue sun suddenly erupted with endless light. The phantom of a blue sun appeared in Qin Yu's soul space. Its aura was vast and mighty, representing the light of the world, the nemesis of all darkness. The black aura that drilled out from Qin Yu's soul emitted a miserable scream before being cleanly purified. The blue sun phantom's light shined down on Qin Yu's soul, piercing through the surface and reaching the deepest depths of his soul. A flow of heat suddenly surged out, instantly sweeping away all of the cold strength entrenched in the core of Qin Yu's soul. Qin Yu opened his eyes and gasped for breath. His black robes were soaked with sweat and there wasn't the slightest bit of blood on his face. The immortal sect. It was definitely an immortal sect. Apart from them, no one else would go through so much trouble and use such a terrifying curse to kill him. Luckily, the purple moon and blue sun had automatically resisted and dissolved their killing curse, otherwise he was sure his soul would have perished. Immortal Sect Secret Hall. The Buddhist nation sovereign looked at Qin Yu's soul void that was entangled in the power of the curse. Over half of it had turned black. This was a sign that the power of the curse had seriously corroded it. He lightly said, "He is about to die." Just as his voice fell, Qin Yu's soul void violently trembled. Endless despair appeared in his eyes, as if he could already foresee his fate. Purple Moon's eyes brightened. After becoming the great elder of Nine Heaven Mirror Moon Palace, she rarely experienced such violent fluctuations in her emotions. But Qin Yu was different. Ning Ling's memories had already been sealed away. She was now Shen Yuanin, a peerless proud child of heaven that Nine Heaven Mirror Moon Palace had secretly raised, the future successor of the palace master. As her cultivation of the sublime lost emotion code deepened, the traces left on her body would gradually be erased until they completely vanished. Qin Yu was the only flaw. Or, it could be said that he was an unavoidable flaw. Although this flaw might not be able to break the seal, Purple Moon couldn't take this risk. She had poured far too much effort into Ning Ling. The future of Nine Heaven Mirror Moon Palace rested on her shoulders. If she killed Qin Yu, then all the hidden dangers and troubles would completely vanish and everything would return to the right track. Suddenly, Purple Moon frowned. She discovered that the blackness that tainted Qin Yu's soul void had retreated a little, and a look of wild joy appeared in his eyes. "Sovereign, what is going on?" The Buddhist nation's sovereign had a light expression. "I never thought that this junior would have a hidden card that can resist the power of the killing curse. But this doesn't change anything. It will only cause him to suffer more torment before his death." As expected, the 7 black-robed people formed hand seals at the same time. A black energy drilled out from the killing curse altar and submerged into Qin Yu's soul void. It was like a spear, able to pierce through all obstacles and destroy them. Purple Moon nodded. But, for some unknown reason, she felt a trace of restlessness in her heart. And this feeling left her a little anxious. "Ah!" Pitiful screams echoed out in the hall. At this time, the 7 black-robed cultivators on the black stone slab began to burn with black flames. These flames had no heat at all and emitted an endless cold aura. But they could easily burn everything they touched into nothingness. This was because this was the backlash fire that occurred after the killing curse failed. It was the punishment that the killing curse altar sent down upon them. Even as powerhouses, they were unable to extinguish the flames of the backlash. Or, they might be able to do so, but they would have to pay a great price. The Buddhist nation sovereign's eyes were icy cold. He frowned as he quietly watched the 7 black-robed cultivators turn to ashes in the black flames, their bodies and souls extinguished. Purple Moon's complexion darkened. A cold chill gushed out from her, seeming as if the void would freeze over. The Nether Domain Master slowly said, "It looks like you and I have indeed underestimated Qin Yu. For him to grow to his current level in such a short period of time, and even become the 9th ranked on the ancient perishment decree, the good fortune he obtained must be far greater than we imagined." The Buddhist nation sovereign's voice was calm. "I will order people to investigate this matter. Since I want to kill Qin Yu, there is no way he can survive. Purple Moon, I will delay your favor for a period of time. I will accomplish this." Purple Moon was enraged, but she knew that the Buddhist nation sovereign was even more enraged than she was. The 7 people that died today were all masters under the Buddhist nation sovereign's command. Good. I will wait for news from the Buddhist nation sovereign. At this time, Purple Moon frowned, as if she were listening to something. Then, she lifted a hand and a jade slip flew out from the void. She took it and probed it with her divine sense. After several breaths of time, her pupils shrank and she said, "Two lords, I think I know why Qin Yu was able to resist the great curse art." She lifted a hand and handed over the jade slip. The Buddhist nation sovereign and Nether Domain Master examined it at the same time. What was recorded within the jade slip was the latest alchemy mission that Qin Yu had issued from the 4 Seasons sect. There wasn't anything special about this mission. What they truly paid attention to were the 27 rewards that Qin Yu had requested. "This is..." The Nether Domain Master's eyes brightened. A vast aura flowed out from him, like a great mountain that supported the heavens and supported the earth. To cause a powerhouse to lose control of themselves and cause their aura to leak out, one could imagine just how shaken their mind was. The Buddhist nation sovereign's indifferent eyes flashed with a sharp light. He took a deep breath and calmed his mind. Soul Summoning Bell. Although Purple Moon had already guessed this, now that it was confirmed, she couldn't help but feel shocked. It had to be known that this was the strongest supreme treasure of the soul that had been lost for countless years. It was rumored that with it, one could experience samsara without their soul being destroyed. To obtain the Soul Summoning Bell, in a sense, that was the same as being a powerhouse. They could seize fate from the heavens and obtain an undying body. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of the Soul Summoning Bell was that it could allow its master to reincarnate through countless samsara cycles. After accumulating countless samsara cycles, a cultivator's background would become extremely terrifying. This sort of accumulated background would become increasingly profound as time passed. Finally, it would produce a terrifying transformation that would help the master reach an inconceivable boundary. Moreover, the Soul Summoning Bell had many other wonderful uses. If a powerhouse could obtain it and display the might of the Soul Summoning Bell, their strength would skyrocket. Qin Yu was just an ant from the land of exiles. How could he obtain such a supreme treasure? Purple Moon couldn't help but admit that at this moment, there was a trace of jealousy in her heart as well as a bit of restlessness. Jealousy was easy to explain, but restlessness lay in the fact that Qin Yu always had abilities that surpassed her expectations. Cultivating the primordial singular energy art and not dying was one, ranking on the ancient perishment decree was another, and possessing the Soul Summoning Bell was another. Worry appeared in Purple Moon's heart. She faintly felt that her decision to kill Qin Yu was the greatest mistake of her life. But in the blink of an eye, she suppressed this thought. Her eyes became firm once more, leaving behind only an icy cold killing intent. With things having come to this point, there was no turning back. Qin Yu could only die, and a dead person would lose all threats. "I want it," the Buddhist nation sovereign said, his voice filled with an unprecedented heat. The Nether Domain Master hesitated for a moment and then nodded. In the immortal sect, you are the strongest powerhouse in the soul path. If you obtain the soul summoning bell, you will become an existence that can suppress an era. Regarding this, I have no objections. Purple Moon lowered her head, remaining silent. Although she had the status of one of the immortal sex, 3 giants in name, the massive disparity in strength between them meant that she didn't have the qualifications to meddle in the distribution of the soul summoning bell. There was a trace of regret in her heart, but this regret soon turned into joy. The Buddhist nation sovereign was known as the source of compassion, but the compassion in his eyes was different from what the world understood. Qin Yu had the soul summoning bell, so he was someone that the Buddhist nation sovereign had to kill. Moreover, he had to kill him before he completed the process of recognizing him as master. Otherwise, even if he killed him, the soul summoning bell would vanish from the world once more. It was unknown how many years it would take for it to condense once more. Once Qin Yu died, all her worries would disappear. The Buddhist nation sovereign's eyes flashed. The secret of the soul summoning bell should only be known by my immortal sect in this world. Thus, killing Qin Yu cannot cause a great commotion. Otherwise, once others discover it, it will cause great waves. Indeed, this matter can only be carried out in secret. It is best not to draw attention. The Nether Domain Master was well aware that once news of the soul summoning bell leaked out, it would be enough to cause all the supreme elders and powerhouses in the land of divinity and demons to struggle for it. In particular, Qin Yu was currently in the Dao Arena, which was Solitary Westgate's territory. The two of them glanced at each other and could see the dread in each other's hearts. Solitary Westgate was indeed one of the most terrifying people in the world. Up until now, there hadn't been anyone that could force him to use his full strength. It was like a vast sea of stars without end. Even though they were also powerhouses, they didn't have absolute confidence they could win. It was naturally best if there were fewer twists and turns. The Buddhist nation sovereign lightly said, "Purple Moon, it looks like you will have to take action in the end." The Nether Domain Master nodded. "This is indeed the best method." Purple Moon's eyes were ice-cold. "Two lords, rest assured that I will definitely kill him." Qin Yu had just escaped from death and was secretly rejoicing. But he never imagined that the reward list he issued would expose a great secret on his body. It wasn't that Qin Yu was careless, but that the method for the soul summoning bell to recognize a master was recorded in the monster-raising mystic art, and the only correct version of the monster-raising mystic art was in his hands. Chapter 450. The main hall exuded an extraordinary aura. Every inch of it was exquisite and carefully constructed. One could imagine that the person living here had an extraordinary status, but right now it gave off a dilapidated and chaotic feeling. Several cultivators sat down, all of them silent. Their eyebrows were tightly furrowed, every wrinkle on their faces filled with worry and distress. Fellow family brothers, you and I are well aware of the old patriarch's condition, so I won't waste time explaining. The reason I have gathered everyone here today is because of the matter I mentioned a few days ago. The old patriarch's condition is deteriorating, and he might pass away at any moment. You and I must make a decision today. Should we ask Qin Yu to refine a longevity pill for us? The cultivator who spoke had dark skin and a square face. Several people in the hall had unnatural expressions. They subconsciously twisted their butt. After several breaths of silence, someone hesitantly said, "If we ask Qin Yu to refine a pill for us, won't we offend the immortal sect? If we arouse the immortal sect's dissatisfaction, I fear we will all turn to ash in an instant." That's right, it's no secret that the immortal sect hates Qin Yu. If we approach him now, it's likely they will vent their anger on us. If it weren't for this, we wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. This decision isn't easy to make. The hall was filled with noise. But no one dared to easily confirm their stance. They were all hesitating. The square-faced man frowned, a cold intent in his eyes. "Everyone, let me analyze the situation my Zhou family is facing right now. The old patriarch is the only person in my Zhou family that can stabilize the situation. As long as he is alive, no one will dare to have any thoughts towards us. But if the old man dies, a great calamity will descend upon my Zhou family in several years. At that time, which one of us will be able to stay out of it? The complexions of the cultivators in the hall changed. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of this point, but that they subconsciously didn't want to think about it. Now that this was pointed out, all of them panicked. The square-faced man said, "I propose that we immediately head to Four Seasons City and ask for a longevity pill for the old man. As long as the old man can live for another 10 years, we will be able to deal with him and not be uprooted. If you agree, then please raise your hand. If you don't, then let us wait for the great calamity to arrive." After a moment of hesitation, some people objected and some people agreed. Finally, the proposal was passed by a single vote. The square-faced man stood up. "Good. Since we have decided to pass, then I ask fellow brothers to come with me and take out the envious immortal lotus leaves from the clan storehouse. We will immediately leave for Four Seasons City. Brother Wei, you and I have been best friends for many years and have gone through many life and death situations together. I have no choice but to come to you today. I'm willing to use all the treasures in my possession to exchange for the nether grass in Brother Wei's possession." As he spoke, he stood up and bowed, his pale white robes falling to the ground. "Brother Wei, please promise me." Across from him, the cultivator surnamed Wei bitterly smiled and hurriedly pulled him back. "Brother Zhang, there's no need to do this. Not to mention the fact that I obtained the profound nether grass because of Brother Zhang's help, just based on our friendship, I absolutely won't refuse. If you really have made up your mind, then I will trade it to you at the market price." He paused for a moment and then continued to say, "But Brother Wei, you must consider this matter carefully. It is unknown whether or not Qin you can refine the mind and heart pill, but if you transact with him, you will definitely be noticed by the immortal sect. If we're not careful, this might bring about a disaster." Zhang Yunshan was overjoyed. "Thank you, Brother Wei. Thank you, Brother Wei. This little girl is born with a defect, so even if I exhaust all my efforts I can only barely maintain her condition. Only the mind and heart pill can make up for her lack of source, otherwise she won't be able to last a year. Since I brought her into this world, I have the responsibility to take care of her and give her a complete life. If I am truly hated by the immortal sect because of this, then I, Zhang Yunshan, am willing to accept it. Very well. I hope that the immortal sect can be a bit more magnanimous and not implicate Brother Zhang." The cultivator surnamed Wei stood up. "Brother Zhang, please wait here for a moment. I will immediately go and retrieve the nether grass." Similar events were quietly occurring in several places. Although everyone was in awe of the immortal sect, they all had their own reasons for taking such risk. Thus, the Dao Arena's intelligence network soon received feedback. The fastest person to ask for a pill had already arrived at Four Seasons City with one of the 27 treasures. Qin Yu began to busy himself. He was willing to pay a great price to obtain a spirit pill, but not a single one was easy to refine. The materials needed were also extremely precious. If he lost too many, then the refinement would inevitably fail. Even with the little blue lamp in hand, Qin Yu didn't dare to be careless. He gathered 120% of his concentration and poured it into refining the pill. Qin Yu's busyness left Ning Liang empty-handed. Even if she believed in the old man's judgment and wanted to tell Qin Yu that she was willing to shoulder everything with him, she simply couldn't find a chance to talk to him. Ning Ruffin comforted Ning Liang once more. He told her that a man should focus on cultivation and his career, and that he shouldn't be entangled in the love between men and women. Only by doing so could he have great achievements. The meaning behind his words was that, little girl, you didn't choose the wrong person. Qin Yu was an extremely good marriage partner, so you had to hold on and not be discouraged. All right, old man Ning had won again. Ning Liang calmed her thoughts and did her best to let go of her pride and modesty. However, if it weren't for the fact that she truly liked Qin Yu, how could she have reached this step? Unfortunately, there was no result. To the east of the Great Chu, at the border of East Yu, there was a small country called Wu. Within the borders of the Wu country was a mountain. This mountain wasn't too high nor was it dangerous, but it was the only holy land of this country. From the royal family down, all of the people held 120% respect and gratitude towards the master of this mountain. Even if they didn't know the true identity of the master of this mountain, it didn't prevent them from knowing that the reason the Wu country was able to survive until now was because of his existence. To be able to suppress the armies of the Great Chu and Yu empires by himself, one needed to possess transcendent strength in order to accomplish this. On this day, outside this mountain that was revered as a holy land within the borders of the Wu country, spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared. A middle-aged man walked out. His appearance was ordinary and his aura was mediocre. But his bright eyes seemed as if they could see through all obstacles in the world, as if they could see through the hearts of others. Standing in the void and looking down at the mountain below, the middle-aged man faintly smiled. He cupped his hands together and said, "Immortal Sex Qin Zhonglu has come to pay a visit to fellow Taoist Westgate." In the mountain, solitary Westgate was holding a child and speaking in a low voice. His eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly before he smiled. "Ning, be good. Daddy suddenly remembered that there are some things I haven't done yet. You play with your mother for a bit, I will immediately return." Yun Yang smiled and pulled her child over. "You go, I will accompany him. Daddy, hurry back." Little Ning smiled and waved her hand. Solitary Westgate nodded. Then, his smile faded and an icy cold light shined in his eyes. He took a step forwards and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was in front of Qin Zhonglu. "Immortal Sex Master of the lucid netherworld realm, I wonder why you have come to my home today." His voice was light, but those familiar with him could understand that although solitary Westgate seemed calm, his anger was burning to the heavens. He had many residences, but only this place was his home, the home of his mind. Solitary Westgate didn't allow anyone to come and disturb him. This would cause him to recall events from many years ago that he didn't want to recall. The Nether Domain Master cupped his hands together. "It is my fault for taking the liberty to come here. But, because of fellow Taoist Westgate's warning, I have no choice but to personally make a trip." Solitary Westgate's eyes were ice-cold. "The Immortal Sect can deal with Qin Yu, but they cannot do so in Four Seasons City. This is my promise and it will not change." The Nether Domain Master shook his head. "Elder Purple Moon has the intent to kill Qin Yu. The Sovereign and I have tried to persuade her, and she finally changed her mind. She will not personally act, but she will order others to deal with Qin Yu. The reason I came here today is that I hope fellow Taoist Westgate doesn't misunderstand. The Immortal Sect has no hostility towards the Tao arena. Humph. As long as you don't use a strength that Qin Yu cannot contend with in Four Seasons City, I won't care. I thank fellow Taoist Westgate for understanding." The Nether Domain Master smiled. "Since that's the case, I won't stay any longer. Farewell." Solitary Westgate suddenly said, "Hold on." He looked up, nebulas swirling in the depths of his eyes. "Fellow Taoist Zhao should know that I declared in the past that no almighty being or above could descend into the borders of the Wu Empire. Although fellow Taoist Zhao had a reason for doing so, you still violated the rules I set." The Nether Domain Master frowned. "I wonder what fellow Taoist Westgate wants to do?" Solitary Westgate lifted a hand. "Simple. Just receive a palm from me." As he spoke, his palm fell down, light and without the least bit of aura. The Nether Domain Master's eyes brightened as if he were facing a great enemy. He lifted a hand and also thrust out a palm. Hum, hum, two world phantoms suddenly appeared and then vanished in an instant. They were so fast that it seemed like an illusion. Solitary Westgate stood with his hands behind his back. The Nether Domain Master actually took a step back, a look of praise on his face. Fellow Taoist, Westgate's cultivation is becoming increasingly profound. I admire you. If there is a chance in the future, I ask fellow Taoist Westgate to come visit my immortal sect. I bid my farewells. As he finished speaking, he turned and vanished from the world. Solitary Westgate was expressionless. You want to probe me? It looks like after all these years that I haven't done anything. The restless heart of the immortal sect has begun to stir once more. He looked up. His eyes instantly crossed through space and fell onto Four Seasons City. All of the Tao arenas in the land of divinity and demons were the same as his eyes that he had placed in all directions. He could instantly send his will to any place. Solitary Westgate saw Qin Yu, who was completely focused on refining pills. It was just that there was an invisible aura isolating Qin Yu's body, making it so that even he couldn't see through it. It was a blur. His eyes flashed. As he thought, there were many secrets hidden on Qin Yu's body. But as he said before, when a cultivator walked through the world, which one of them didn't have their own secrets? He had no interest in them at all. On the contrary, the more outstanding Qin Yu's performance was, the more powerful he would be. This was because only if Qin Yu smoothly grew up could he prove that his calculations were correct. Only then would Yun Yang and a Ning have a true chance of resurrecting. After a moment of hesitation, Solitary Westgate didn't remind Qin Yu. He had obtained a great deal of warning from Woodchopper. There were many things in the world that one couldn't wish for. The more one cared about it, the more likely one would fail. Letting nature take its course wasn't the wrong path. This was a tempering that belonged to Qin Yu. If he could pass it, he would naturally become stronger and stronger. But if he failed, that only proved that this was his fate. He wasn't the fated person he had been waiting for all these years. In the land of divinity and demons, eastward of the eastern Wu Kingdom was a vast and endless sea region. Space suddenly collapsed and an endless destructive strength swept out in all directions. In that instant, the heavens collapsed and the earth caved in. The calm sea region was like a broken mirror. Waves roared endlessly and endless seawater was sucked into the shattered space, forming a curtain of water that connected the heavens and earth. Millions of sea life forms were affected. They were torn apart in the shaking seawater, turning into blooming flowers of blood. There were countless deaths and injuries. When the strongest powerhouses of the world fought, it wouldn't be a gentle breeze or a gentle rain. It was just that both sides had a tacit understanding to throw the shockwaves far away. On this day, in the eastern district of Four Seasons City, in Chu Taidu's residence, a black-robed cultivator arrived. It was unknown what he took out, but he was immediately welcomed by the guards. Chapter 451. Qi Qing respectfully sent the black-robed cultivator away. Then, he hurried back to the main hall, a look of hesitation on his face. Teacher, do we really have to participate in this matter? Although this disciple is filled with disgust towards Qin Yu, this matter is far too risky. After all, the Tao Arena's attitude is far too ambiguous. Chu Taidu's complexion darkened. He coldly sneered, "Do you think I want to interfere? Although the Ning family's treasures are good, it's fine if I can't obtain them. After all, there is no true grudge between me and Qin Yu. But, the one who came today is a messenger from the immortal sect. In other words, this matter is decided by a great figure from the immortal sect." That's right. The great Zhao belongs to the demonic path, but with the strength of the immortal sect, dealing with you and me is easy. They only need to lift a finger to send us beyond redemption. He took a deep breath. I have no choice in this matter. Either I agree or I die. Qi Qing felt a bit of bitterness and fear in his heart. Chu Taidu was originally a very thick thigh, but in front of the immortal sect, he was still incomparably weak. If something happened to Chu Taidu, as the disciple closest to him, he would be the first to suffer. Since I have no choice, I can only do my best and complete the task that the immortal sect has ordered me to do. At that time, even if I offend the Tao arena, I can still obtain the protection of the immortal sect. Chu Taidu was an ambitious and ruthless character. Although he was a bit panicked at first, he soon calmed down. So, the most important thing right now is to complete this matter, otherwise we will truly die without a grave. Qi Qing said, "This disciple obeys teacher's instructions." Chu Taidu hesitated for a moment. "Qi Qing, tomorrow go to the Tao arena and issue a challenge to Qin Yu. I want to challenge him in alchemy." As the sun rose in the east, Qi Qing had already arrived at the Tao arena. This time, he naturally couldn't be as ostentatious as he was at the Western Mountain Inn. He respectfully handed over a visiting card and stated the reason for his visit. Kong Mingxiao soon obtained the news. His first reaction was that this matter was unusual. Moreover, the Tao arena had revealed that they were taking care of Qin Yu. Even if it was just his status as the 9th ranked on the ancient perishment decree, that was enough for Chu Taidu to forget all unpleasantness and pretend that none of the conflicts had occurred. Even if Qin Yu had been hated by the immortal sect and his future wasn't bright, that didn't mean he would die. Chu Taidu was a smart person. This could be seen from how he had smiled at everything that day and treated Qin Yu so intimately. But today, after a long period of silence, Chu Taidu had suddenly jumped out to challenge Qin Yu. Even if he used the excuse of wanting to compare notes with Qin Yu in alchemy, it seemed like an honorable reason, but it was actually wrong. After some thought, Kong Mingxiao ordered, "Tell Qi Xing to wait outside for now." If the one who came was Chu Taidu, then he might have needed to give some consideration to his face. But this was only a disciple that ran errands, so there was no need to be polite at all. Kong Mingxiao stood up and quickly left. He soon arrived outside Qin Yu's training room. Because he had been wholeheartedly focusing on alchemy recently, the training room was in a sealed state and no one was allowed to disturb him. Only the distinguished guests of the dojo could use the most advanced cultivation room. Even though Kong Mingxiao was the head of the branch, he did not have the right to open it at will. He tried to contact Qin Yu but didn't receive a response. Kong Mingxiao took out a communication jade slip and imprinted a message onto it. Then, he sent it through a channel within the Tao arena and into the training room. Kong Mingxiao turned and sat down. Towards this person who had nearly become his master's disciple, he believed he had to give him enough attention. This was because the world was constantly changing. The only reason Qin Yu couldn't become his master's disciple was because of external reasons. But, his talent was high enough, so there were infinite possibilities. He looked down at the challenge jade slip on the stone table. He had already looked through the contents, and he couldn't help but reveal a bit of worry. Chu Taidu had come prepared. He hoped that Qin Yu wasn't too confident in himself, otherwise he might suffer a great loss. The Tao arena's highest-level training room was naturally equipped with a pill room. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and the 9th province furnace emitted a deep hum. It opened and spat out 3 pills. Faint traces of white energy circulated around the surface of these pills. Just smelling it would shake one's spirit and make one feel much more relaxed. This pill was called the longevity pill. It was one of the more difficult 7th-grade pills to refine. If a cultivator swallowed it, they could increase their lifespan by 10 years. But they could only take 3 at most. Taking more would be ineffective. Thus, the 9th province furnace spat out 3 pills. The sound of chewing entered Qin Yu's ears, and he bitterly smiled. But, he had already promised the 9th province furnace that any extra pills would belong to him. Otherwise, this gluttonous fellow would have gone on strike. Of course, the advantage was that the 9th province furnace used 120% of its skill to refine the pills, making it much easier for Qin Yu to refine them. With a flick of his sleeves, he placed the 3 longevity pills into jade bottles that he had prepared ahead of time. These jade bottles were specially refined, and there were powerful sealing array formations within them that could lock in the pill's aura so that it wouldn't leak out. Ha! Qin Yu let out a long breath. His eyes were a bit tired, but he actually smiled. With 3 longevity pills refined, that meant he could obtain another soul treasure. He was one step closer to the soul summoning bell recognizing him as its master. After putting away the jade bottles, Qin Yu was preparing to restore his losses when he discovered a communication jade slip floating beside him. Surprise flashed in his eyes and he lifted a hand to take it. A moment later, Qin Yu opened the doors to the training room and welcomed Kong Mingqiao in. He had an apologetic look on his face. "I'm really sorry. I have been refining pills today, and made the arena steward wait for a long time." Kong Mingqiao smiled. "It's fine. I'm very free every day, so it doesn't matter where I am." He handed over the jade slip. "This is Chu Taidu's challenge jade slip." Qin Yu probed it with his divine sense. After several breaths of time, his eyes brightened. He placed the jade slip down, a thoughtful look on his face. He seemed hesitant and thoughtful, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud in his heart. He never thought that Grand Authority Chu Taidu would be such a good person. The challenge jade slip clearly stated that Chu Taidu was willing to use 10 precious treasures as a gambling stake to challenge Qin Yu. And these 10 treasures were all needed for the soul summoning bell to recognize him as its master. Adding in the rewards that Qin Yu obtained from refining pills, even if one of them was repeated, there were still 12. In addition to the 9 he obtained from the jade box space, that was a total of 21 treasures. He had collected over half of them. As for whether or not he would lose the gambling fight, Qin Yu smiled from the bottom of his heart. He didn't dare to say that he was number 1 under the heavens in alchemy, but beating up Chu Taidu shouldn't be a problem at all. If this wasn't a good person, then what was? If it were possible, Qin Yu really wanted to make a plaque right now and have someone send it to the Chu family's residence. Kong Mingqiao frowned. "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, Kong Mingqiao knows that you are collecting these treasures, so he deliberately proposed this gambling stake. He must be worried that you would refuse. This isn't normal at all." Qin Yu smiled. "I thank Arena Steward Kong for the advice, but I have still decided to accept Chu Taidu's challenge." Seeing the worry in Kong Mingqiao's eyes, he continued to say, "Arena Steward, rest assured that since I agreed, I naturally have my reasons. No matter what Chu Taidu's goal is, he is destined to return in failure." Kong Mingqiao's eyes flashed. "It looks like my worries were groundless. Since fellow Taoist Qin Yu is so confident, I will have someone reply to Qi Xing. He is just a junior and doesn't have the qualifications for you to personally appear. However, I must remind you, perhaps Chu Taidu isn't considered much, but fellow Taoist Qin Yu shouldn't overlook the possibility that there is someone behind him." Kong Mingqiao bid his farewells and left. Qin Yu felt his heart warm. No matter what the reason was, at the very least this Kong Mingqiao had looked after him. However, if Kong Mingqiao could think of something, Qin Yu naturally wouldn't overlook it. As his thoughts raced, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The killing curse had failed, so he had changed his way of thinking? Purple Moon, I will clearly remember all of this. I will let you be happy for now, but in the future, there will be a time to settle things between you and me. There was no need to investigate at all. Qin Yu would place this debt on the immortal sect's head. Qi Xing waited from sunrise until sunset. Even though he was a shrewd person, he still couldn't help but reveal a trace of worry. This was the situation he was most worried about. If Qin Yu didn't agree, then no matter how many plans he had or how much confidence he had, he wouldn't have a chance to display them. Moreover, what terrified him the most was that the immortal sect only cared about the results and didn't care about the process. If things didn't progress smoothly, then the immortal sect would likely turn against them in the blink of an eye. Even if one thought with their thighs, they knew that Chu Taidu and he would both suffer great misfortune. It was even possible that they would lose their lives. As sweat dripped down his forehead and his thoughts became increasingly chaotic, a Dao arena cultivator suddenly arrived in front of him and said, "Fellow Daoist Qi Qing, please inform Grand Authority Chu that his challenge has already been accepted by Lord Qin Yu. As for the specific arrangements for the challenge, please prepare them as soon as possible and send someone to inform him in advance." This feeling was like he was standing on the edge of a cliff, about to topple over, only to be pulled back by someone. Qi Xing felt like he had just survived a calamity. Of course, he tried his best to maintain a calm expression. "Many thanks for informing me, fellow Daoists. I will report back to teacher. Farewell." After walking out of the Daoist dojo's reception area and passing through the plaza, Qi Xing couldn't wait to fly back to the Chu residence. Chu Taidu was all smiles. "Very good. I knew that it was impossible for Qin Yu to resist the temptation of 10 treasures. He really did agree. Congratulations, teacher, the first step has been smoothly carried out. As long as Qin Yu accepts the challenge, that is the same as falling into teacher's trap. With your alchemy skills, defeating him will be easy." Qi Xing happily congratulated. Chu Taidu shook his head. "It's a bit too early to say these things. Qin Yu has continuously refined 7th grade pills in recent days and his alchemy skills are formidable. I cannot underestimate him." Qi Xing flattered, "Teacher is too modest. Decades ago, you already had the strength to refine 7th grade pills. It was only because of the rules that you didn't casually refine pills that you didn't want the price of high-level pills to fall. In these past years, your strength has risen yet again. You can even attempt to refine 8th grade pills. Defeating Qin Yu will be as easy as turning your hand." Chu Taidu smiled, not saying anything. Qin Yu had achieved success at a young age and was in high spirits. Moreover, he had heard that he came from some land of exiles, so it was no wonder he didn't know his depths. In the land of divinity and demons, the alchemists that truly stood at the peak of alchemy all silently abided by an unspoken agreement. That was to maintain the supply of high-level pills in the world and ensure that the demand for them couldn't keep up. Only like this could peak alchemists be guaranteed a sufficiently important status. The so-called drop in pill prices was nothing more than a facade. To be able to refine 7th grade pills was already extraordinary, and Qin Yu was so young. But the depth of the alchemy heritage of the land of divinity and demons far surpassed his imagination. Even if the immortal sect didn't take action, Qin Yu had already violated a taboo by recklessly refining 7th grade pills. Sooner or later he would be punished. It had to be known that if peak alchemists joined forces, even if placed in the entire land of divinity and demons, they were still an extremely powerful force. This young man was far too confident in himself. This time he would suffer a great setback. Perhaps his bright and resplendent life would come to an abrupt end because of this. The Dao Arena Master had used this phrase in the past. Although no one understood why it could express such a taunting meaning, it was actually quite fitting to describe Qin Yu's current actions. "Qin Yu, let this old man end you." Chapter 452. In a single day, news that Alchemy Grandmaster Chu Taidu would challenge the 9th-ranked Qin Yu on the ancient perishment decree spread through Four Seasons City at an astonishing speed. In the inn, after Ning Liang obtained the news, she couldn't help but reveal a worried look. But as she thought about how Qin Yu was able to cure the cold poison in her body, his alchemy skills were unfathomably deep. Even if he faced Chu Taidu, he still had a chance of winning. As her heart calmed down a little, Ning Rufeng suddenly smiled. "Little girl, once Qin Yu is defeated in his challenge, that will be your chance. You must grasp it well." Ning Liang had an anxious expression. "Grandfather, the Qin family's alchemy skills are extremely strong. How do you know he will lose to Chu Taidu?" Ning Rufeng smiled and sighed. "You are still young, but there are some things that you can't see through. Although Chu Taidu is despicable, There is no denying that he is a smart person. Would a smart person like him jump out at this time to find trouble with Qin Yu? This matter isn't simple at all. If I'm not wrong, Chu Taidu's actions are likely directed by the immortal sect. He paused for a moment and then continued to say, with the immortal sect's strength, since they chose Chu Taidu to fight, they must have made thorough preparations. Although Qin Yu is strong, he cannot win this challenge. If he couldn't win, he could only lose. Ning Liang fiercely stood up. No, I have to remind Grand Authority Qin to refuse Chu Taidu's challenge. Ning Rufeng waved his hand. Sit down. Qin Yu agreed to accept the challenge, so how could he go back on his word? It's already too late for you to go now. Grandpa, Grand Authority Qin has shown graciousness to us. Even if it's too late, we still have to try. We can't watch helplessly as he is schemed against by others. Ning Liang continued to walk out. Ning Rufeng sighed. You silly girl, can't you calm down a bit? Let me finish first. Don't completely lose your sense of propriety as soon as Qin Yu is involved. His eyes turned earnest. Qin Yu is ranked on the ancient perishment decree. His strength, temperament, and methods are all top class. Do you really think he can't see all of this? Wrong, it's just that you don't see it clearly. Qin Yu clearly knows that there is something strange about this matter, and yet he still dared to agree. It is clear that he is confident in himself, and that he can win the bet that Chu Taidu proposed. Qin Yu is young and successful. Although there are hidden worries from the immortal sect, he is still incomparably proud in his heart. If you ask him now to go back on his word and refuse the challenge, he might not necessarily be grateful to you. Rather, he might even be annoyed. Little girl, think about it carefully. Isn't grandfather right? Ning Liang bit her lips. She couldn't help but acknowledge that Ning Rufeng's words were reasonable. Grandfather, what should we do? Ning Rufeng lightly said, wait. Wait for Qin Yu to suffer a loss. Wait for him to be driven into a corner. Ling Ning's eyes widened. She had an astonished expression on her face that said, How can you be like this? I misjudged you. Smelly girl, what kind of look is that? First of all, there is nothing we can do. Waiting is our only choice, and this is your best chance to move Qin Yu. Ning Rufeng bitterly smiled, his voice solemn. Once Qin Yu fails, the immortal sect will surely have a series of backup plans waiting for him. At that time, you will appear at his side. In the darkest moments of his life, you will accompany him. This is to show that you are willing to bear all of this with him. When a man is at his weakest, he is more easily moved than a woman. You can leave a mark in his heart that will never be erased. Then, you can tell Qin Yu that the Ning family is willing to help him. As an official titled noble family of the demonic path, we have our own fiefdom in a small world of the demonic path. As long as he is willing, the Ning family is willing to bring him in and even recommend him to truly join the demonic path. Ning Rufeng's eyes shined, revealing a strong self-confidence. In the land of divinity and demons, the 7 great empires have a vast territory, and there are also the Tao Arena, Shadow Edge, Abyss, and other such formidable influences. But the only one that can truly contend with the immortal sect is our demonic path. Qin Yu will definitely understand that if he wants to continue living and smoothly grow up, joining the demonic path is the best choice. As for the Ning family, they could borrow Qin Yu's strength to rise once more and become a true noble family of the demonic path. They could even restore themselves and surpass their glorious past. Of course, there was no need to say these words to Ning Liang. She had to maintain a pure heart so that when facing Qin Yu, she could remain calm. She only needed to act according to her heart. Soon, 3 days passed. The battle between Chu Taidu and Qin Yu would be held in Four Seasons City's Great Square. This was the core region of Four Seasons City. Many official offices were located around the square. Since the 2 participants in the competition weren't ordinary people, the venue had to match their status. Ning Rufeng arrived early with a group of Ning family cultivators. Because they had spent a considerable amount of money on tickets, their seats were relatively good. In the third row to the south, they could clearly see the blue stone platform in the center of the square. Of course, using the word constructed wasn't appropriate. This was because Four Seasons City's Great Square itself was the hub of the entire city's Great Array formation. It already had its own consciousness and could easily change its external form. For instance, this high platform. As long as one obtained the permission of the City Lord Mansion and was recognized by the Array Spirit, it would only take several breaths of time to automatically transform. Ning Liang furrowed her eyebrows, worry in her eyes. She was looking for Qin Yu, but there was still some time before the competition began. It was clear that he hadn't arrived yet. Today, the Great Square could be called a sea of people. Whether it was Chu Taidu or Qin Yu, both of them had attributes that were eye-catching enough. In particular, with the wild spread of rumors and all sorts of conspiracy theories, people flocked towards them like a flock of ducks. Suddenly, there was a burst of restlessness. In the distance, a long convoy of carriages glided over. They turned in an elegant and perfect arc and stopped in a corner of the great square. Countless doors opened and black-clothed cultivators stepped out. Their eyes shined with a sharp light and their auras were powerful. Qi Xing pushed open the front passenger door and quickly walked to the back seat. He respectfully opened the door and said, "Teacher, we've arrived." Chu Taidu, who had his eyes closed in meditation, slowly opened them. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, like the cold light of a swordsman in the dark. He stepped off the carriage, a warm smile on his face. He wore the white robes of a high-level alchemist, making him seem even more elegant and graceful. Grand Authority Chu's appearance was very good. Today, he had tidied himself up to make himself even more dazzling. He smiled and waved at the cultivators watching from the great square, calm and unruffled. This performance immediately drew cheers. As an alchemy grand authority that had stood in Four Seasons City for many years, Chu Taidu had countless fans and naturally had many supporters. And at this time, another convoy of carriages arrived. Its scale wasn't any smaller than Chu Taidu's, and it was even more spectacular. On the front of these flying carriages, there was an eye-catching flying goddess statue that shined with a rainbow-colored light. Even from far away, one could feel the noble aura it exuded. This was the exclusive carriage of the Tao Arena. It was rumored that the sect that created this flying goddess flying carriage had the shadow of the Tao Arena behind them. Although no one could confirm this, it was a fact that the Tao Arena had purchased them on a large scale and used them together. The flying goddess flying car's price was shockingly high. Of course, it was also extremely expensive to manufacture. Not to mention its perfect endurance and powerful protection, just the flying goddess flying car that seemed to be decorated on the front of the car was a priceless treasure. Contained within this statue was a supernatural ability that allowed a flying goddess to descend. Once it was activated, it could choose to slaughter or defend, and it could compare with the strike of an ordinary almighty being. Someone from the Tao Arena had come, and Qin Yu was currently living in the Tao Arena. The flying carriage stopped in the great square. The Tao Arena cultivators quickly stepped out and respectfully opened the door. Countless cultivators' eyes widened. In the end, they saw a black-robed youth step out from the flying carriage. Countless eyes widened and then subconsciously widened. They realized that this was Qin Yu, so this was what he looked like. Thinking about it, this was the first time that Qin Yu had revealed his true appearance in Four Seasons City. Many men bitterly smiled. "You're so fierce and yet you're still young and handsome. How are we supposed to live like this? Luckily, you might run out of luck today." This sort of heaven-defying monstrous genius was born to strike at others. It was best if the heavens took him back as soon as possible. As for the female cultivators, their eyes began to brighten. Although the Tao Arena Master had always been mysterious, there were many interesting rumors circulating about him in the land of divinity and demons. For instance, No matter how intelligent, cultivated, or temperament a woman was, in the end, a member of the Appearance Association. These words were extremely reasonable. Many female cultivators had been supporting Grand Authority Chu without any hesitation just a moment ago, but now they began to hesitate. Qin Yu looked handsome, cool, and awesome. He should also be fierce, right? But today, Grand Authority Chu had come with ill intentions. If Qin Yu were to lose, he feared he would suffer a great deal of misfortune. Many pairs of beautiful eyes revealed traces of worry. Many great figures of Four Seasons City, who had brought their women here to broaden their horizons, bitterly smiled inwardly. They hurriedly turned around and warned Qin Yu in a low voice. Some of them spoke in a gentle tone, some of them gave explanations, and some of them spoke in a direct manner. But the meaning behind all of their words was the same. Qin Yu can only watch from afar and cannot approach at all, otherwise I will break your legs. Ning Liang's eyes brightened. It had been a long time since she had seen Qin Yu. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. Her eyes swept over the starry-eyed women around her, and she couldn't help but cough. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll stab you in the eye. This thought gave her a fright, and a blush appeared on her face. Was she jealous? However, she quickly suppressed the worry in her heart. She looked at Qin Yu standing in front of everyone. Although she knew that if things developed as her grandfather said, that would be the best result for her, she still didn't want to see Qin Yu fail. He was such an outstanding and proud person. He should continue to shine brightly, so how could he suffer the shadow of defeat? Qin Yu, you can do it. You can definitely win. Standing beside the speed car, Qin Yu seemed to sense something. He looked up and his eyes met with Ning Liang's. He smiled and waved his hand in greeting. Ah! Qin Yu waved at me. His smile is so handsome. He's about to fall. Screams pierced the eardrums. Ning Liang smiled and nodded at Qin Yu. Her eyes swept over the excited women around her, and a trace of pride rose in her heart. What are you all so excited about? Right now, the only one in his eyes is me. Grand Authority Qin, I am overjoyed that you were able to accept my challenge. When one reaches our boundary in alchemy, it is extremely difficult to take another step forward. We should compare notes with each other more often. Only then will we have the slightest chance of moving forwards. Chu Taidu said with a sincere expression, his eyes bright with joy. If one didn't know the truth, they might have believed his words. A best actor level character really wasn't just for show. Qin Yu smiled. I also think that Grand Authority Chu is a good person. As he spoke, he made an inviting gesture and walked towards the center of the square's blue stone platform, leaving Chu Taidu standing behind in a daze. How come he had been labeled as a good person for no reason at all? Even if Qin Yu didn't turn hostile, he should still be cold and indifferent. Was he so stupid that he didn't realize this, or was he just completely confident in himself? If he was ranked on the ancient perishment decree, then he should have been smart enough. So, it could only be the latter. Chu Taidu smiled. This was truly a high-spirited young man. His spirit was so sharp that it left one envious. But soon, he would learn that reality was always crueler than what he imagined. He traced the ring on his finger, and felt a cool sensation pass through him. Chu Taidu's smile became much calmer. If he had an 80% chance of winning this competition before, then now he was absolutely confident. The immortal sect was truly worthy of being the most powerful influence in the land of divinity and demons with the deepest background. They actually possessed such a supreme alchemy treasure. With its help, Qin Yu had no chance of winning. And as long as he won, the immortal sect promised that they would hand over this supreme alchemy treasure to him for 100 years. Although it wasn't a direct gift, Chu Taidu was already satisfied. To be able to hold on to such a treasure for 100 years was already a great stroke of good fortune. Without accident, his alchemy strength would undergo a qualitative rise within 100 years. Chapter 453. The great Zhao Empire was under the influence of the demonic path, so it had been contaminated with the straightforward and efficient characteristics of the demonic path. Most people did things in a straightforward manner without too many twists and turns. Since both sides of today's competition had arrived, they directly entered the main topic. Everyone, silence. A blue-robed middle-aged man stepped out from the blue stone platform. Even in such a strict situation, there was still a warm smile hanging on his lips, making one subconsciously feel warm. This was the Four Seasons City Lord's steward, Sun San, who had appeared outside the Dao Arena that night. Today, Chu Taidu's challenge to Qin Yu's alchemy competition will be presided over by me. Now I invite today's 3 witnesses. First, Four Seasons City Lord, Lord Mei Ruliu. Sun San turned and respectfully bowed. Just by looking at his name, Mei Ruliu should be a beautiful woman. But the truth was that he was a middle-aged man with a sickly yellow face and a weak aura. Perhaps because of the torment of his illness, there were many black spots on his face. Although it wasn't frightening, it still ruined his charming name. I have been plagued by illness, and I just left seclusion a few days ago. If I have neglected little friend Qin Yu, I hope little friend won't take offense. Mei Ruliu smiled as he spoke. He coughed from time to time, seeming extremely weak. But if anyone really believed him, then with the state he was currently displaying, that person would truly be seeking death. The position of City Lord was not a position that a sickly and weak person could hold. Mei Ruliu absolutely wasn't as harmless as he appeared. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. City Lord speaks too seriously. Qin Yu doesn't dare. Mei Ruliu smiled. It's good that you don't mind. Let's get closer in the future. He turned to Chu Taidu. Grand Authority Chu once helped me refine pills, and his alchemy skills can be called mysterious. I hope that both of you can do your best in today's competition and broaden my horizons. As he spoke, he turned and sat down. He coughed again and his face flushed red. Sun San was incomparably respectful. Once Mei Ruliu sat down, he straightened up and continued. Second, Four Seasons City Dao Arena Branch Master, Lord Kong Mingqiao. Kong Mingqiao smiled as he appeared. Little friend Qin Yu is my Dao Arena's honored guest, and Grand Authority Chu also has some friendship with me. I hope that in today's competition, safety comes first and that you don't harm each other. These words seemed to have some meaning. Qin Yu looked at the seated Kong Mingqiao, his eyes flashing. It seemed that today's competition wouldn't be simple at all. The third witness is the State of Zhao's Alchemy Association's honorary director, Master Tao Yuan. As soon as Sun San's voice fell, the entire square was filled with gasps of surprise. Honorary Director of the Alchemy Association. This is the highest honor an alchemist can obtain. Every alchemist that is chosen stands at the peak of alchemy. A cultivator exclaimed in excitement, I didn't expect that a director would appear today. If I can listen to the director's comments, it will be a great harvest. The cultivators who didn't know what was going on were all excited upon hearing this. The competition hadn't even begun, but the atmosphere in the plaza had already been ignited. Tao Yuan's expression was indifferent. His cheeks were thin and slightly long, and there were a few wrinkles on his face that seemed to have been chiseled by an axe. His entire person emitted an icy cold aura that kept people away from him. Of course, it could also be regarded as aloof. Experts are usually cold-blooded by nature. It seems like this is the only way to highlight their differences. But will it be tiring to put on an act like this? He didn't know why, but when Qin Yu first saw this honorary director, he didn't like him at all. Then, he discovered that this honorary director didn't have the least bit of a favorable impression towards him. My name is Tao Yuan. I was invited by Alchemy Association member Chu Taidu to witness today's competition. If you are ready, then you may begin. He mentioned Chu Taidu but didn't even glance at Qin Yu. This in itself was the greatest form of neglect. Kong Mingqiao frowned. a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Beside him, Mei Rulia's eyes were drooping, as if he were exhausted. Chu Taidu cupped his hands together and bowed. I have troubled Grandmaster Tao Yuan. I have already made my preparations. Qin Yu lightly said, I have also made my preparations. Tao Yuan directly said, today's competition will be divided into 3 rounds. The first round will be refining pills. You and I are alchemists, so in the end, our alchemy skills are the most important. But, the 2 of you possess extraordinary alchemy skills, so ordinary pills are unable to play any role in testing you. Thus, in the first round, you must refine an 8th-grade pill within 12 hours. The pill's rank and quality will be used to determine victory and defeat. The second round will be a competition of soul cultivation. When an alchemist refines pills, there are extremely high requirements for one's divine sense. And the stronger one's soul is, the stronger one's divine sense is. In this round, the 2 of you will enter the mirage bead with your divine sense and use it to search for the spirit medicines within. Whoever obtains the most spirit medicines will automatically win. Let me remind you that the mirage bead is extremely strict in testing one's divine sense. If you can't withstand it, then immediately admit defeat, otherwise there will be a great risk of your soul being damaged. The third round will be to cure a patient. When an alchemist refines pills, it isn't just for cultivation. Dispelling illnesses and saving people from despair is also an alchemist's responsibility. I have already found a patient who is in a critical condition and cannot be cured with ordinary methods. Whoever can find a cure first and verify that it is effective will be the winner. He swept his eyes around. This competition method is the most commonly used by high-level alchemists of my alchemy association when they compare notes. It is a better way to conduct a comprehensive test. Chu Taidu is already aware of this and has no objections. So, Qin Yu, do you agree? If you have any objections, then raise them now. Otherwise, once it starts, you cannot change them. Qin Yu smiled. Sure. He indeed didn't have any objections. This was because, in his opinion, he was destined to beat up Chu Taidu in this round. So, why would he care about how he beat him? Moreover, speaking more was the same as wasting more time. He couldn't relax for a single day until the soul-summoning bell recognized him as its master. Tao Yuan finally looked at Qin Yu. He seemed surprised that Qin Yu would directly agree. Very good. Since the 2 of you have no objections, then I announce the start of the first round. He turned and said, City Lord Mei Ruliu, I will need you to make a move next. Mei Rulia looked up. He smiled and nodded, all right. He flicked his sleeves and 2 stone houses rose up from the blue stone platform. They looked exactly the same. Grand Authority Chu, little friend Qin Yu, these 2 stone houses are connected to the city's Great Array Formation, isolating you from the outside world. No one will be able to disturb you, so you can refine pills in peace. Of course, if you 2 are worried, you can arrange your own array formation. As long as you don't interfere with the pill refining process, everything is permitted. Chu Taidu smiled and cupped his hands together. I naturally trust the city lord. He stepped forwards. Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, I will leave first. We will meet again later. He was calm and confident, his confidence flowing through him. The eyes of many cultivators in the square brightened. They had a bit more confidence in Grand Authority Chu. In particular, as they thought about the possibility that the phantom of the immortal sect existed behind Grand Authority Chu, their confidence increased even more. Qin Yu smiled inwardly. This Grand Authority Chu was an expert in playing with others' minds. Did he want to use this method to unknowingly exert pressure on him? How laughable! Schwar his figure flashed and Qin Yu flew towards another stone house. With a flick of his sleeves, he opened the door and stepped inside. Ning Liang had a nervous expression. She clenched her fists in her sleeve. Qin Yu, you will definitely win. The 2 stone houses closed one after another, isolating them from the outside world. But the cultivators watching didn't feel bored at all. This was because Four Seasons City's Great Array formation could sense the changes in the aura within the stone houses. Although it was impossible to determine the exact situation, it could still display the pill refining process and whether or not it went smoothly. Suddenly, in the skies above Chu Taida's stone house, a mass of crimson light appeared. Although it was only a phantom, just looking at it made one feel their mouths go dry. Grand Authority Chu has lit the furnace fire. This aura makes one feel as if they will be burned to ashes at any moment. This furnace fire must be extraordinary. It is rumored that Grand Authority Chu once refined a heavenly deviant flame into his body in the early years. It was like he had divine assistance in refining a pill. I think this must be this flame. An hour later, a faint trace of green appeared in the furnace fire. It was extremely dim within the crimson light, but it gave off a calm and tranquil feeling. This was a sign that the aura of the pill had appeared. It indicated that the approximate outline of Chu Taidu's pill refining process had appeared. And once the outline was formed, it meant that he had passed the most difficult hurdle. Afterwards, he just needed to carefully fill in the medicinal efficacy and the pill would be refined. In other words, Chu Taidu had passed the most difficult hurdle in refining the pill. Countless cultivators revealed looks of amazement. Although everyone knew that Grand Authority Chu's alchemy skills were unfathomably deep, they were still frightened by what they saw. Could he actually refine an 8th grade pill in a single try? It had to be known that this was an 8th grade pill. It was known as the King of Pills, the highest and most powerful grade. In the land of divinity and demons, those that could refine 7th grade pills were respectfully called Grand Authorities. As for 8th grade pills, they were Grand Authorities amongst Grand Authorities. Even looking at the entire land of divinity and demons, they were rare existences. Tao Yuan was one of them. At this time, he revealed a look of surprise that immediately turned to gratification. Chu Taidu was truly an alchemy genius. Now that he had such strength, there was no need to worry about the result of this competition. This was also good. He only needed to judge impartially and wouldn't need to feel distressed or go against his heart. Mei Rulia's eyes flashed. He sighed and said, "Grand Authority Chu is unfathomably deep. I am filled with admiration." Kong Mingxiao revealed a look of shock before his eyes darkened. Chu Taidu might have the strength to refine an 8th grade pill, but he absolutely couldn't have done it so easily. There had to be some hidden story behind this. But Four Seasons City's Great Array formation didn't give any warning. This meant that his methods had been approved. Qin Yu was in trouble this time. Ning Rufeng sighed. The Immortal Sect is truly terrifying. They were actually able to allow Chu Taidu to display alchemy skills that surpass his own level. Qin Yu will be defeated. Ning Liang's heart shrank and worry flowed in her eyes. Qin Yu, are you really going to lose? To me, this should be good news, but why don't I feel happy at all? But you don't need to worry. Even if you lose today, the Ning family will help you enter the demonic path's small world. Even the Immortal Sect won't be able to harm you in the slightest. In the skies above Chu Taida's stone house, there was a deep crimson expanse of green. Gradually, it gave off a lively feeling. 2 hours passed, but there was no movement from Qin Yu's stone house. Not even the furnace fire was lit, as if he had already given up on refining. Time continued to pass. Chu Taidu's entire refining process flowed smoothly without any hiccups at all. At the 6th hour, the deep crimson green seemed as if it would flow out at any moment. This meant that Chu Taidu's pill refinement was about to be completed. And indeed, after another hour, all of the images above the stone house trembled and vanished from sight. Countless people's eyes widened. They watched as the stone door was pushed open from within and Chu Taidu calmly walked out with a jade bottle in his hand. Besides a bit of exhaustion in his eyes, there was almost no change to him. Facing the countless gazes, he faintly smiled and said, "I was lucky enough not to disappoint you. I have refined an 8th grade pill. With his powerful cultivation, his light voice reverberated through the entire square. After a brief silence, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although everyone already had their guesses, when they finally confirmed it, their hearts nearly stopped beating. He had actually refined an 8th-grade pill in a single attempt. Moreover, the entire process was done with ease and ease. This was more than enough to prove Chu Taidu's formidable alchemy skills. Good! Tao Yuan shouted out loud, a smile on his face. Chu Taidu, I never thought your alchemy skills would rise to such a degree. My Zhao Empire's Alchemy Society finally has another pillar that can support the heavens. Once this matter is concluded, I will personally recommend you to become an honorary director. This is the status you deserve. Chu Taidu smiled and cupped his hands together. Thank you, Grandmaster Tao Yuan. He wasn't surprised by this result. Although he was happy, he soon composed himself. He turned and looked at the stone house across from him, a look of surprise on his face. Grandmaster Qin still hasn't started refining the pill? Tao Yuan's eyes were cold. Perhaps he never planned on refining the pill from the start. The meaning behind these words was obvious. Everyone's thoughts raced and they immediately revealed looks of disdain. This surnamed Qin must have thought that Grand Authority Chu wouldn't be able to refine the pill, so he straightforwardly agreed. He wanted to wait until the time was up and both sides ended in a draw. Humph humph! How laughable! If he knew that Grand Authority Chu had only used 6 hours to refine an 8th-grade pill, his eyes would likely pop out of his head. Chapter 454. Chu Taidu revealed a hesitant expression. Perhaps Grand Authority Qin is preparing to refine the pill once everything is ready. Tao Yuan sneered. You and I both know that refining an 8th-grade pill in 6 hours is the fastest speed possible. Now there is only 4 hours left. Even if Qin you were to act now, it would be too late. This, Chu Taidu, not everyone is as magnanimous as you. Don't speak up for him anymore. Bring over the pill you refined. As long as it meets the 8th-grade requirement, you will win the first round. There will be no need to waste any more time here. Kong Mingxiao suddenly said, since there is a time limit of 12 hours, wouldn't it be bad to announce the result before the time limit is up? Tao Yuan's eyes were cold. Arena Steward Kang's cultivation is formidable, but when it comes to alchemy, I should be better at it. Kong Mingxiao's expression didn't change. I just think that we should abide by what we say. It's not good to break one's word. Tao Yuan's status wasn't ordinary. As an honorary director of the Alchemy Association, he had the confidence to be arrogant. But as the Dao Arena branch master, Kong Mingxiao didn't care about offending him. The smell of gunpowder thickened. May Ruliakov. He smiled and said, Grand Authority Tao Yuan is swift and decisive, but Arena Steward Kang's words aren't without reason. There are only 5 hours left, so let's wait. Chu Taidu was a bit disappointed. Although he knew he would win, the sooner he could confirm it, the sooner he could feel at ease. It was within his expectations that Kong Mingxiao would speak up for Qin Yu. Just what was Mei Rulia thinking? As his thoughts raced, he cupped his hands together and smiled. Grandmaster Tao Yuan, please do not be impatient. Since the time limit isn't up, let's wait. Tao Yuan coldly snorted. He sat back down with an unhappy expression. Time slowly passed. There was still no movement from Qin Yu's stone room on the blue stone platform. Soon, there were only 2 hours left. Tao Yuan's voice was cold. I already said that this is just a waste of time. What about now? The anticipation in Kong Mingxiao's eyes faded. He shook his head and sighed, not responding to Qin Yu's taunts. Qin Yu, it looks like I have too much confidence in you. Chu Taidu smiled. Grandmaster Tao Yuan, there is no need to be angry. There are only 2 hours left, so please be patient. In 2 hours, no one could concoct an 8th-grade pill. It could be said that he had already secured victory. After winning the first match, the second match would be even more foolproof. Chu Taidu could already see Qin Yu's dazed expression after his defeat. So what if he was listed on the ancient perishment decree? In the end, she still became his stepping stone and helped him soar to the 9 heavens. In Four Seasons City's great square, almost all of the cultivators watching the battle revealed mocking expressions. They were all looking forward to seeing Qin Yu's expression. Humph! Ranking 9th on the bullshit ancient perishment decree, how shameful! That's right. I originally admired Qin Yu a lot, but now it seems that I really was blind. After today, Qin Yu's reputation will be swept to the ground. What a pity that Arena Steward Kong spoke up for him just now, but now he has been sold out. Let's see how he ends up today. Ning Rufeng frowned. Qin Yu's actions today had caused him to lose a great deal of faith in his heart. A cultivator's cultivation could be inferior to others, but to do something like this was simply too despicable. The nearby Ning family cultivators all revealed awkward expressions as they heard this. Although the Ning family had received a great graciousness from Qin Yu and had a relatively close relationship with him, doing something like this was truly shameful to the extreme. Ning Liang bit her lips. She didn't want to believe that Qin Yu would do something like this, but the truth was right in front of her. Her thoughts tumbled like a tide, and a vacant look appeared in her eyes. The current Qin Yu was far too different from the image she had in her heart. 12 hours were about to pass, and the noisy square had strangely quietened down. Countless mocking gazes gathered on him, waiting for his next exciting expression. Quietly, the stone house opened from the inside. A black-robed Qin Yu stepped out, his expression calm and indifferent. Chu Taidu shook his head, his face full of pain. Qin Yu, if you thought you couldn't refine an 8th-grade pill, then you could have changed it before the competition. Why did you act like this? I originally thought that another peerless alchemy genius had appeared, but now I only feel disappointment in my heart. Why did you act like this? Qin Yu frowned. Grand Authority Chu, what do you mean by this? Chu Taidu sighed, as if he didn't want to speak with Qin Yu any longer. In the square, there was a loud hiss. Countless cultivators opened their mouths at the same time, their voices loud and clear. Tao Yuan's expression was icy cold, and his eyes revealed a look of loathing. Qin Yu, do you really think that we can't see through your little tricks? Chu Taidu used 6 hours to successfully refine an 8th-grade pill. Where is your pill? If you don't have it, then can you tell all of us who have been waiting here all this time just what were you doing in that stone house? After a brief pause, his voice became even colder. I can see that your complexion is excellent and you are in good spirits. Don't tell me that you were sleeping inside. These words caused the countless mocking cultivators to cry out in joy. But they couldn't help but feel anger rise in their hearts. We have been waiting here and you are actually sleeping? Bastard! How shameful! You must be dumbfounded! Let's see if you still have the face to see anyone. Mockery swept out like the wind and attacks came in waves. Chu Taidu cupped his hands together. I am refining a pill right here. I ask the 3 of you to bear witness and end this farce as soon as possible. His tone was filled with helplessness and disappointment. In particular, when he inadvertently looked at Qin Yu, it caused everyone to slap the table and cry out in praise. At this time, Chu Taidu vividly displayed the image of an alchemy grandmaster filled with disappointment and helplessness. This formed a sharp contrast with Qin Yu. Surname Qin, hurry up and apologize to Grand Authority Chu. Yes, apologize to Grand Authority Chu. You must take responsibility for your own actions. It was unknown who shouted this first, but in the blink of an eye, the crowd was stirred up and aggressive. Kong Mingqiao frowned. But after a moment of hesitation, he didn't do anything. Qin Yu's performance in the first round had been far too excessive. Even if he wanted to defend him, he couldn't find any excuse. Tao Yuan sneered. He held the pill Chu Taidu refined in his hand and watched as Qin Yu became the only clown on the high platform. Chu Taidu shook his head. Whatever, let's hurry up and finish this match. Ha, I no longer have any hope for what comes next. That's also good. I don't want to face this person any longer. Tao Yuan opened the jade bottle and carefully looked over it. Then, he revealed a look of praise. 8th grade clear heart pill. If a cultivator takes it, it can purify their soul and light up a lamp in their heart. It can illuminate the shadows and fog of their cultivation and is extremely helpful in perceiving the rules of the world. This pill is round and smooth and the color is pure and clear without any impurities. The surface of the pill shines with a faint light. It can be called an excellent pill. In addition, the fragrance of this pill is gentle and gentle. If one smells it, they will feel refreshed and refreshed. The medicinal efficacy is in perfect condition. In summary, I can confirm that the Clear Heart pill refined by Chu Taidu can be rated as a peak mortal grade pill. If it can go a step further and allow the phantom of rules to appear in the pill's light, it can become a saint grade pill. Tao Yuan nodded again and again, revealing a rare smile. Good, very good. To be able to refine a peak 8th grade mortal grade pill in 6 hours, if you had more time and carefully prepared, you might even be able to refine a saint-grade pill. Chu Taidu, you are far stronger than I imagined. In the future, we can speak as peers. Chu Taidu cupped his hands across his chest. Grandmaster Tao Yuan praises me too much. How could I dare? Tao Yuan revealed a smile. I'm just stating facts. Since you have such strength, you can naturally obtain this old man's approval. As for some people, even if they cry, shout, and kneel down, they can forget about getting this old man to spare them a glance. He handed the jade bottle to the Four Seasons City Lord and then turned around. He coldly said, Now, Qin Yu, where is your pill? Kong Mingxiao sighed inwardly. As he thought, the matter of Qin Yu recklessly refining 7th grade pills had attracted the retaliation of the Alchemy Association. Perhaps this honorary director would kick him while he was down. But this would at most cause him to lose face. Qin Yu had already lost enough face today, so he wasn't too worried. What he truly felt uneasy about was what the Immortal Sect would do next. Chu Taidu had won and the Immortal Sect wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Qin Yu was bound to be in deep trouble today. Should he intervene? If he did, how many chances did he have of winning? He was still young and impetuous. If he had listened to his suggestion earlier and refused today's challenge, how could he have fallen into his current situation? Ning Liang clenched her fists, her body shivering. In her mind, Qin Yu's radiant figure was suddenly covered with a shadow. She anxiously looked at her grandfather. Ning Rufeng shook his head. Today's situation was brought about by his own actions, so what could he do? At this moment, the entire audience was focused on him. Countless eyes filled with malice. Perhaps they wouldn't admit it, but in human nature there would always be a dark side. For instance, to see Qin Yu, who had been infinitely more dazzling than them, lose face was truly a joyous matter. But what disappointed them was that Qin Yu's pale complexion and panic-stricken appearance didn't appear. His expression remained calm as before. Facing the countless mocking eyes of the audience, he remained silent like a boulder in a raging sea, unmoved by the waves at all. This calm attitude caused many people to whisper in their hearts. Then, they sneered again and again. No one doubted the might of Four Seasons City's great array formation. Since it didn't sense any changes in the aura within the stone room, that was enough to prove that everything was as they had seen. Was there any use in forcing himself to remain calm? There would eventually be a time when the truth would be revealed. The calmer he was now, the more embarrassed he would be in the end. Surname Qin, where is your pill? That's right, take it out and let us broaden our horizons. I also want to see just what kind of pill doesn't need to be refined. Hurry up and take it out. Don't delay any longer, you won't be able to hide today. Chu Taidu's lips curved up in a smile. The people he had arranged had successfully guided the atmosphere. The livelier it was, the better. It would be best if Qin Yu lost his sense of propriety from shame and anger. If he could win the second round, it would be even more foolproof. However, for Qin Yu to be able to maintain his composure at this time, his acting skills weren't bad. Unfortunately, no matter how heaven-defying his acting skills were, he couldn't withstand a single tap of a finger. The bubble of illusion would burst. Tao Yuan asked a second time, "Qin Yu, where is your pill?" Qin Yu frowned, a bit of impatience on his face. As this subtle expression fell into Tao Yuan's eyes, he sneered even more inwardly. "Brat, you still dare to be impatient? If I don't make you doubt your life today, then I can consider myself living all these years in vain." Chapter 455. Tao Yuan's complexion paled and flames of anger burned in his chest. To dare say that he had eyes but couldn't see was the same as slapping his face in front of everyone. He had seen the jade bottle, but it was only a fig leaf. To dare use it to mock him, he really deserved to die. Good. Good. Qin Yu, don't try to win with words. Open your jade bottle. You must give me an explanation for this, otherwise I won't let this matter rest. Tao Yuan angrily laughed. Chu Taidu said, "Qin Yu, Grandmaster Tao Yuan cannot be humiliated. If you dare to destroy the jade bottle in your hand, that is the same as admitting that you deliberately humiliated him." Qin Yu's lips curled up in a mocking smile. "You really think too highly of yourselves. Why would I destroy the jade bottle? If you want to see it, then take a look." He removed the stopper and a pill rolled into his hand. The sky had already darkened, but the array formations on the plaza illuminated everything. Beneath the illumination of the light, a white pill quietly lay in his palm. It looked ordinary and even seemed a bit dim. But at this time, with a flick of Qin Yu's finger, light surged out from the surface of the pill. Countless phantoms appeared in this light, disintegrating, combining, vanishing without end. Law phantoms! Law phantoms! Amongst the cultivators watching, an alchemist cried out in alarm. "This is an 8th grade Saint Step pill." A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Countless cultivators widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Wasn't it said that Qin Yu hadn't refined a pill at all? Wasn't he waiting for Chu Taidu to fail, and then ending the match in a draw? How come an 8th grade pill had suddenly appeared, and it was even a Saint Step pill at that? Are you kidding me? Where is the retarded scriptwriter for this episode? Come out and I guarantee I won't beat you to death. Impossible! Tao Yuan roared. Qin Yu, you didn't refine a pill at all. Don't think you can deceive the heavens with an 8th grade pill. He stepped forwards and reached out a hand. Hand over the pill. I want to inspect it. There is no disguise that can hide from my eyes. Qin Yu sneered. If you let Grandmaster Tao Yuan inspect it, I fear that you will fly into a rage out of shame. You will swallow it and then pretend to have a mental breakdown. This person was filled with hostility, so he naturally wouldn't give him any face. He turned and said, Arena Steward Kong, here is my pill. Please inspect it. Kong Mingxiao got up and said in a deep voice, All right. He took the pill in his hand and his eyes lit up. Although he wasn't proficient in alchemy, as the master of the Dao Dojo, his eyesight was naturally extraordinary. He could tell with a single glance whether a pill was newly refined or not. Kong Mingxiao laughed inwardly in a self-deprecating manner. Because of all the thoughts he had just now, he felt a bit embarrassed. He took a deep breath and brightly smiled. That's right. I declare that there is no problem with Qin Yu's pill. He swept his eyes around. Of course, in case some people don't want to believe it, I ask the city lord to confirm it once more. Mei Rulia lightly coughed several times and waved his hand. Being ill for a long time makes one a doctor. The pills that I have taken over the years can be piled up into a small mountain, so I do have the ability to judge pills. Little friend Qin Yu's Dao querying pill is indeed something that was just refined. There is no mistake about this. These words were the same as sealing a coffin. Tao Yuan's complexion sank and Chu Taidu's lips stiffened. There was no need for Mei Ruliu to help Qin Yu lie. In other words, he had truly refined a saint-grade Dao querying pill. The situation had reversed in an instant. The two of them had been ridiculing each other just now, but now their faces were as red as hot. In particular, Tao Yuan was so angry that his field of vision began to darken. Qin Yu said that he had eyes but couldn't see, and the facts proved that he wasn't wrong. At this time, countless eyes gathered on him, and the surprise in their eyes caused his face to twitch. At this moment, Grandmaster Tao Yuan really wanted to dig a hole in the ground and bury himself in it. I knew that Qin Yu was ranked on the ancient perishment decree, so there must be something mystical about him. How could he do such a despicable thing? Humph humph, the facts prove that my eyesight is quite good. Hey, didn't you just say that Qin Yu is fishing for fame? What do you mean he doesn't deserve any sympathy? Isn't that right? Cough cough, the moon is so beautiful. It's cloudy today, bang, someone punched out, angry from shame. You bastard, you want to argue with me? Let me tell you, I have always been a fan of Qin Yu, and that has never changed. Ning Ruffling had an awkward expression. He coughed and said, Qin Yu is truly worthy of being a peerless proud son of heaven. He was actually able to refine an 8th-grade Saint Step Dao querying pill. Even if he isn't ranked on the ancient perishment decree, just this alone is enough to show disdain for the world. He turned, his eyes earnest. Little girl, you must hold on to this chance and never let go. The future of my Ning family might be tied to him. Ning Yuntao laughed. Good, I knew that Qin Yu would win. He is such a proud person, he would never do something so despicable. The Ning family cultivators nearby all smiled with joy. Ning Liang remained silent. Although she was happy in her heart, the smile on her face was forced. This wasn't because Qin Yu won and she would lose the chance to approach him, but because she discovered that she really did suspect that Qin Yu would lose and that he had done something dishonorable. Did this mean that in her heart, she didn't truly regard Qin Yu as the person she had chosen? Otherwise, why would she suspect him before the results were revealed? When Qin Yu was being questioned by others, isolated and pressured, she had remained silent instead of standing by his side, choosing to believe in him and bear the burden together with him. This sort of self-questioning left her face burning hot and her heart filled with guilt and helplessness. As she looked at the black-robed youth on the blue stone platform, she felt for the first time that she didn't have the qualifications to stand by his side and share his glory. And all of this was caused by herself. Ning Liang was silent, bitterness in her eyes. She knew that Qin Yu had definitely seen her silence today. Perhaps this meant that she would wake up from her dream ahead of time. The Four Seasons City Lord passed the Dao querying pill to Tao Yuan. Although he was forcefully maintaining his calm, his complexion was still as black as iron. Grandmaster, please examine it. If there are no problems, then announce the result. Tao Yuan's expression was stiff. There is no need. I have my eyesight. There is no problem with Qin Yu's pill, but I have a question. He fiercely looked up, his eyes as sharp as sabers. Qin Yu, tell me why Four Seasons City's Great Array Formation didn't sense your pill refining process at all. Did you use some taboo method? Mei Rulia's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, I am also very curious about this matter. If possible, could little friend Qin Yu explain it a little? As the person who maintained the Great Array Formation, he was well aware of just how powerful it was. Even the supreme beings of the world wouldn't dare to recklessly face the might of the Array Formation. But Qin Yu had actually been able to completely block out the Array Formation's senses. This was simply unbelievable. Chu Taidu's eyes brightened. That's right. I also hope that Grand Authority Qin Yu can dispel my doubts and convince me of my loss. Qin Yu had a light expression. This matter involves my privacy, so I apologize. I won't say anything about it. But since the Great Array Formation didn't give any warnings, that means everything is normal. I have won the first trial. He looked at Chu Taidu. As for whether or not Grand Authority Chu is convinced, I'm sorry, but I don't care. You. Chu Taidu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Shame and anger were one aspect, but even more so, he began to panic inwardly. An 8th grade saint step. Even with the help of the immortal sect's supreme alchemy treasure, he still couldn't refine it. Yet, Qin Yu could do it. Didn't this mean that Qin Yu's alchemy skills far surpassed his own? He thought he had a 90% chance of winning the first trial, but he had actually lost. If there was another accident in the second trial, then he would suffer a crushing defeat in this competition. The immortal sect would never let him off. Don't panic. My soul is powerful and I also have the immortal sect's supreme alchemy treasure that greatly enhances my divine sense. How could I possibly lose to Qin Yu? If I win the second trial, I will still be the one laughing in the end. Chu Taidu cheered himself on. He tried to calm his mind and gradually walked out of his panic. Tao Yuan's stance today was definitely to stand behind him. Then, in the third trial, Tao Yuan would definitely do something to ensure that he could win. Thinking of this, Chu Taidu's heart calmed. The most important thing now was to win the second trial. After Sun San confirmed this, he stepped onto the blue stone platform once more. Today's first trial, Qin Yu wins. The grand square was completely silent. Many people hadn't regained their composure yet. Qin Yu, whom no one favored at all, had actually won? Moreover, this was a crushing result. There was no need to argue. His alchemy skills were far superior to Chu Taidu's. Sun San continued to say, in the second trial, both sides will enter the mirage bead with their divine senses and search for the spirit medicines hidden within. The one with the most will be considered the winner. The two of you may choose to rest for 2 hours or immediately begin. Please make your decision. Chu Taidu said, I choose to immediately begin. As he spoke, many people revealed stunned expressions. Then, they instinctively revealed looks of contempt. Qin Yu had just finished refining a pill, so he was clearly trying to take advantage of him. Chu Taidu was known as an alchemy grandmaster, but he was actually such a despicable person? Many of his followers felt as if they were seeing the true face of the person they admired and revered for the first time. Then, the idol in their hearts suddenly collapsed. Unfortunately, Grand Authority Chu was thick-skinned and black-hearted. He didn't care about these looks at him at all. He coldly looked at Qin Yu and said, of course, if Grand Authority Qin Yu feels this isn't right, you can choose to rest for 2 hours. I have no objections to that. Qin Yu lightly said, goading people into action is really boring and useless. If I ignore it and casually agree, I fear that Grand Authority Chu will be disappointed. But, I agree. Today's competition is far too boring, so it's better to end it early so that we don't waste any more time. To a certain degree, this could be considered returning Chu Taidu's words. Chu Taidu's complexion became increasingly gloomy and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. In his eyes, face and whatnot weren't problems at all. So what if he was looked down upon by others? In this world, the only thing they would chase after was the final victor. One couldn't underestimate these 2 hours. If Qin Yu couldn't rest, then his chances of victory would be even greater. With the 8th grade Saint Step Dao querying pill from the first trial, although Chu Taidu was confident in himself, he didn't dare to underestimate Qin Yu in the slightest. Tao Yuan flicked his sleeves and a round bead flew onto the blue stone platform, floating between the two of them. This object was blue in color and had 9 holes on its surface. It emitted a light ringing sound. Chapter 456. The mirage bead was produced from a type of sea snake called the sunflower water snake. When this snake matured, its body could reach 1,000 feet. It slumbered in the icy cold deep sea waters all year round, and only during its advancement period would it awaken and begin hunting. The sunflower water snake spat out a mist from its mouth that could confuse the mind and cause hallucinations. Even a cultivator with a formidable soul couldn't escape. They would be lost in their hallucinations, or they would be tortured to the point of exhaustion. Finally, they would be reduced to the flesh and blood of the sunflower water snake. The sunflower water snake's inner core was the source of its hallucinatory abilities. It was named the mirage bead after taking the meaning of a mirage. Every time the sunflower water snake advanced a step, another hole would appear in its inner core, and with every additional hole, its strength would rise by another level. The mirage bead, refined from a 9-hole inner core, was also known as the Mirage King bead. It was said that no one beneath an almighty being could break it. Chu Taidu sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. His divine sense broke out from his body and entered the mirage bead. Although Grand Authority Chu didn't care much about something like face, this didn't mean that he was a masochist. Now, only by winning the second round could he reverse the situation and let these people who were looking at him askance understand that he would be the one laughing in the end. Qin Yu calmly sat down. He glanced at the solemn Chu Taidu and revealed a look of pity. He simply didn't know that he had no chance at all. He closed his eyes and approached the mirage bead with his divine sense. A suction force pulled him in. Then, Qin Yu felt a warm feeling like a spring breeze. It was like a willow tree sprouting and standing on a riverbank, facing the cool breeze that carried with it a bit of moisture. His entire body felt relaxed and comfortable. In this incomparably comfortable state, all of the weariness in his heart would be magnified and released, making him want to close his eyes and have a good sleep. Is this a divine sense test? Qin Yu closed his eyes. When he opened them once more, he could see the willow trees in front of him. The clear and gentle river water quietly flowed beneath the riverbank, leaving behind a series of clear sounds. Behind him, between 2 weeping willows, there was a hammock. The ground was covered with a clean and tidy floral cloth. A young woman was squatting on the hammock, arranging exquisite dishes. Her clothes were slightly tight around her waist, outlining her beautiful figure. As if sensing that someone was looking at her from behind, the young female cultivator lifted a hand to gather her hair. Then, she turned to reveal a beautiful face, her eyes as gentle as rippling water. "Husband, you must be hungry. The dishes have been prepared. Come and eat." This woman was Ning Ling. At this moment, she was smiling, her features as beautiful as a painting. Qin Yu paused for a moment. He smiled and nodded. He took several steps forward, lifted his robes, and sat down beside the floral cloth. His eyes swept over the food, revealing a look of praise. "These are all my favorite foods." Ning Ling smiled. "Husband has been studying too hard, so it's natural for you to make up for it. Today, I personally cooked and prepared a jar of wine that you like. Husband, you should drink a few more cups today." As she said this, she slightly raised her hand, revealing her white wrist, and poured him a full cup. The wine was slightly yellow, but it was clear and fragrant. A dazed look flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. "This is indeed my favorite wine." He picked it up and drank it all in one gulp. He carefully savored the wine as it flowed through his mouth and into his body, finally turning into a warm current that spread outwards. "Good wine." He laughed out loud and reached out a hand to hold Ning Ling. Her cheeks flushed red as she pouted. With a beauty in his arms, good wine in his hands, and delicious food in front of him, he enjoyed himself to the fullest. A servant hid far off to the side, dutifully blocking the flow of people. He told them that their master was having a feast with the women and that it wasn't appropriate to disturb them. Occasionally, he would turn his head and look at the man and woman on the grass, his eyes filled with joy and blessings. The patriarch and his wife had finally managed to walk together with great difficulty. Now, the bitterness had finally passed and the happiness had begun. After drinking too much wine, Qin Yu was a bit tipsy. He leaned against her soft body, smelling her scent. His heart calmed and he closed his eyes, nearly falling asleep. Suddenly, there was a loud ruckus. Qin Yu opened his eyes to see a panicked servant jump off his horse, tumble several times, and then run over. "Patriarch! Patriarch!" Someone set fire to the mansion. The steward tried to stop them and was beaten to death. They hurriedly packed up and boarded a carriage, hurrying back home. Ning Ling paled and her eyes filled with fear. Qin Yu patted her hand and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm here." The mansion really did turn into a sea of flames. The beautiful gardens, buildings, and even the corpses lying on the ground were all burnt to ashes. The crimson flames seemed to be stained with too much blood. They tumbled in the heat, emitting a nauseating smell. "Husband!" Ning Ling shivered. "It's them, they want to force me back." The arsonists hadn't left yet. The leader's robes were stained with blood and he respectfully smiled. He bowed and said, "Miss, it's time for you to return home. Don't make things difficult for these servants." Qin Yu was enraged. "How insolent! Beneath the feet of the Son of Heaven, how can I allow you to commit arson and murder people? I have already ordered people to report this to the authorities. None of you can escape." "Report to the authorities? We are so afraid." The man wiped the blood from his face. His eyes filled with contempt. "Miss, why did you choose such a waste? We will leave first today. If you really care about him, you should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you should be well aware of the methods of the family." The group left. As expected, the bailiffs hiding in the street corners all looked up at the sky, as if they didn't know what was going on. When these people left, they began to shout at each other, impatiently walking over. After asking a few questions, they tossed down a few words that they were waiting to arrest the criminals, and then turned to leave. The surrounding crowd began to talk amongst themselves. The meaning behind their words was that the Qin family had offended a noble person and were finished. That night, Qin Yu lost his luxurious clothes and was forced to make do with a carriage. Ning Ling wept the entire time, and he comforted her until late into the night. When they woke up the next day, the servants began to resign. They were all people with families. If they continued to stay in the Qin family, not only would they die, but they would also implicate their loved ones. Soon, outside the ruined mansion, there was only Qin Yu and Ning Ling left. Their eyes swept over the embers of the raging flames, and they couldn't help but feel sorrow in their hearts. "Ning Ling, don't leave me. I only have you." Ning Ling cried and nodded. The group of people that had set the place on fire came several more times, but Ning Ling's attitude was firm and she even threatened to kill herself. They could only retreat. The leaves turned yellow and fell to the ground. The early autumn wind was as cold as a sharp knife, cutting into one's face. On this day, when Qin Yu woke up, he heard Ning Ling's suppressed coughing in the courtyard. Startled, he hurriedly pushed open the door and saw Ning Ling squeezing out a smile. "Husband, don't worry, I'm fine." But in the end, something had happened to Ning Ling. After coughing for several days, she suddenly had a high fever in the middle of the night. She fell into a daze and vomited everything she ate. She couldn't drink a single drop of water. Qin Yu panicked. He carried her out of the dilapidated house and found a doctor he had known for many years. This person's medical skills were brilliant and they were very familiar with each other. They even called each other brothers. But today, this doctor's brother had turned hostile and directly refused Qin Yu at the door. He coldly sneered and told him that without money, he wouldn't treat her. She begged until dawn. Qin Yu could only carry Ning Ling home. He placed her on the old but clean bedding and looked at her subconsciously frowning. Qin Yu felt as if a knife were cutting into his heart. Those people had come again. "Qin Yu, you are nothing more than a piece of trash that doesn't know how to cultivate. How can you be worthy of my family's miss? Now that the miss is seriously ill, let us take her back and treat her." The dark-faced man sneered. He waved his hand and several maids rushed over, wanting to take Ning Ling away. Qin Yu was stunned. He took several steps forwards, but in the end he didn't have the courage to stop them. Ning Ling woke up. She pulled out a copper hairpin from her hair and pressed it against her throat. "Husband, they are taking me away to betroth me to someone else. If husband doesn't want me, then Ning Ling would rather die here." Qin Yu threw himself at her and hugged her, tears streaming down his face. The dark-faced man stomped his feet in anger. But he didn't dare to use force. He brought his maids and left. The cold autumn air became increasingly heavy. The room was so cold that it was almost no different from the outside world. Just a single breath could cause frost to form. In this harsh environment and without medicine to treat her, Ning Ling's condition became increasingly serious. She rapidly thinned and spent most of her time in a coma. When she used the copper hairpin to cut open her beautiful face, no one from the Ning family came, as if they had tacitly agreed to let her fend for herself. The first snow arrived. Qin Yu held onto the thin and withered Ning Ling, feeling the last traces of her body temperature rapidly dissipating. His entire being was silent. Even though they had survived the autumn, they still weren't able to welcome the light of spring. As the first winter snow fell, Ning Ling smiled and closed her eyes. From her face, Qin Yu could see reluctance, longing, and even a trace of relief. There was no sorrow greater than a dead heart. Perhaps this was what Qin Yu was feeling right now. He hated himself for being a scholar without the strength to truss a chicken. He hated himself for not being able to protect the woman he loved. If he could turn back time, he definitely wouldn't have allowed all of this to happen. But what a pity, it was too late. It was all too late. His field of vision darkened. Sorrow, anger, unwillingness, all sorts of emotions surged forth, causing Qin Yu's consciousness to fall into darkness. After an unknown period of time, a gentle cry echoed in the distance. Qin Yu struggled for a long time and finally managed to open his eyes. After a brief daze, what he saw was an extremely beautiful and familiar face. Ning Ling cried tears of joy. She grabbed onto his hand and said, "Husband, you've finally woken up." A moment later, through Ning Ling's narration, Qin Yu learned of everything that had happened. On that spring outing, he had drunk too much and had fallen into a deep sleep. Because of this, he had been infected with a spring cold. His fever hadn't abated, and he had been unconscious for half a month. Qin Yu closed his eyes. He rejoiced. Was everything he experienced just a dream? Luckily, it was only a dream. Ning Ling was still alive, and she was right in front of him. At this time, his body stiffened. Beneath his sleeves, his hand traced his arm. There was a burn mark left behind. This was when Ning Ling had been gravely ill. One time, when he had been brewing medicine, because of his exhaustion, he had inadvertently touched the furnace. As he traced the wound, Qin Yu's heart chilled. That wasn't a nightmare, it was real. It was all real, then. Was everything in front of him because the heavens had heard his prayers and were giving him a chance? Yes, that must be it. Lying down in a warm blanket, Qin Yu revealed a determined look. He vowed to protect everything he had and not allow anyone to harm him in the slightest. This woman in front of him was willing to die of illness just to stay by his side. At this time, a maid came in to report that Dr. Li had arrived. Ning Ling's eyes brightened. "It's Mr. Li. These past days he has been coming every day to check on husband's condition. For you to wake up, I must thank Mr. Li." Qin Yu was silent for a moment. Then, he smiled. "Is that so? Then please invite Mr. Li in." Soon, Dr. Li walked in with a happy expression on his face and a medicine box on his back. He smiled and congratulated Ning Ling and then expressed that he didn't dare accept Ning Ling's thanks. Then, he offered to help diagnose Qin Yu's condition. A moment later, he lifted his hand and smiled. "Big Brother Qin's foundation is good. Now that you have passed the most dangerous hurdle, you should be able to recover as long as you rest well. I will prescribe several medicines. If you take them for half a month, they will be able to speed up your recovery. Although the medicinal materials are a bit expensive, they are excellent for restoring the body's origin energy." Qin Yu smiled. "I'll have to trouble Brother Li. Once I recover, I will definitely invite you to a drink to express my thanks." Half a month later, the Qin family opened a banquet at the mansion. Dr. Li arrived and presented a black knotweed as a gift. Then, Qin Yu warmly welcomed him into the banquet. The Qin family was extremely wealthy, and they naturally ate and drank meticulously. Moreover, today was a thank-you banquet, so all sorts of delicacies and wines were provided. Dr. Li soon drank too much. Qin Yu ordered a maid to bring Dr. Li to rest. He wouldn't return tonight and would settle him down in the mansion. Deep in the night, the shrill screams of a woman rang out. The maid responsible for serving Dr. Li fled into the courtyard, her clothes disheveled as she wailed in front of everyone. The officials interrogated her and finally concluded that Dr. Li was drunk and had tried to defile the Qin family's maid. His face was tattooed, and he was sentenced to be exiled 3,000 miles away. As the prison cart passed through the city, Qin Yu sat in a roadside restaurant, leaning against the window. Physician Li, who was in a daze and extremely thin, seemed to have sensed something and raised his head to look. Their eyes met. One was filled with pain and disbelief, and the other was indifferent and cold. Dr. Li angrily roared out, but all he could make was a whimpering sound. It was impossible for him to utter a complete syllable. It was said that in prison, because he refused to admit his crimes, his tongue had been pulled out. Ning Ling revealed a look of unwillingness and hesitation. Qin Yu turned and pulled her into his arms. He softly said, "I have my reasons for doing this. This person isn't worthy of sympathy." Chapter 457. It was rumored that during his exile, Dr. Li had contracted a serious illness and died before he could begin his service. When Qin Yu obtained this news, he calmly folded the note and burned it to ashes above the oil lamp. The ashes fell onto the table and were blown away by a gust of wind. It was as if the last trace of him had been erased. Dr. Li had obtained the punishment he deserved, but the threat from Ning Ling's family still existed. Qin Yu couldn't allow everything that happened in his dream to happen again. In fact, he was already making preparations. He recruited masters to guard the courtyard, donated a massive amount of wealth, and obtained the protection of a lord in the capital. Qin Yu busied himself for a long time. His cheeks thinned down and he finally relaxed a little. Now, even Ning Ling's family wouldn't dare to easily attack the Qin family. Unknowingly, a year passed. Everything was calm, as if all the nightmares had vanished. On this beautiful spring day, Qin Yu thought about how he had neglected his wife recently. He ordered the servants to bring her out for a spring outing. The scenery of the riverbank was beautiful and pleasant. Qin Yu stood in the wind, feeling a bit of satisfaction at having changed his destiny. He smiled. He thought that this time he would grasp his own destiny and not allow the tragedy to repeat itself. Suddenly, a pitiful scream entered his ears. Qin Yu's heart shrank and he fiercely turned around to see Ning Ling lying in a pool of blood. She tried her best to open her eyes and look at the hateful flower girl in front of her. Eventually, her eyes lost their luster. Qin Yu didn't know how he had run back. He tightly held onto Ning Ling's body that was gradually turning cold. Fear gripped his heart like a giant hand. He had already changed his destiny, so why did Ning Ling still die? The flower girl had been knocked to the ground by a servant, but she was still happily laughing. Her eyes were filled with incomparable hatred. "Qin Yu, when my father was saving you, there were many people who came to threaten him, forcing him to secretly send you to the afterlife. My father withstood the threats and saved you, allowing you to recover in the end. But, is this how you repay him? Today I will kill your wife. I heard that you loved her very much, so I curse you to spend the rest of your life in pain and regret." She bit down on the poison sac hidden in her teeth. Blood flowed out from her head and she died. Even when her body stiffened, her eyes stubbornly stared at Qin Yu, a strange smile on her face. There was a loud explosion in Qin Yu's mind. He stared blankly at Dr. Li's dead daughter. She had put on a simple disguise, and now that it had been torn apart, it revealed the face that had once warmly called him Uncle Qin. Back then, her smile was so sweet, but now it was filled with malice. It seemed that even in death, she was still cursing him endlessly. Patriarch. What happened to you, Patriarch? Someone, come quickly! Something has happened to the Patriarch. The sounds of panic around him became incomparably distant. Qin Yu seemed to separate himself from this world. He watched in a daze as the figures in front of him gradually blurred. His blurry vision was like a fragile mirror, silently shattering into countless pieces. They tumbled about like icicles in boiling water, quickly disappearing. Then, everything fell into darkness. After an unknown amount of time, a speck of light appeared in the darkness. It grew brighter and brighter until it illuminated the entire world. The blurry surroundings quickly became clear. Husband? Hubby? Ning Ling let out a long breath. Why did you suddenly fall into a daze? I called you but you didn't wake up. Is there something wrong with you? Qin Yu blinked his eyes. He felt as if he had been resurrected from a clay statue. He looked around in a daze. Was he starting over again? Wife, where are we planning to go? A spring outing. Hubby, weren't we arranged by you? You said that the atmosphere in the mansion was too stifling, so we should relax together. Qin Yu was startled. It was today. He found an excuse to change today's itinerary, saying that he had other matters to attend to. Ning Ling smiled in understanding. Then, she turned and led the maids back to the mansion. Qin Yu's face darkened. He brought a group of servants and went to Dr. Li's home. Sure enough, he found the disguised Li family's daughter, who was holding a sharp knife in her chest. It was this sharp knife that had stabbed Ning Ling into a pool of blood. After the interrogation, the information he obtained was the same. Qin Yu controlled everyone in the Li family and interrogated them, and the results were the same. He didn't want to believe it. Through other channels, he found out that Dr. Li had indeed been threatened and he had sternly refused. But clearly that time, Qin Yu felt a splitting headache. He suddenly thought that perhaps the first time Dr. Li refused to treat Ning Ling, he had been threatened. But that threat had involved the life and death of his family, so he had no other choice. Could it be that he had misunderstood him? Was it that he had caused his death? Qin Yu didn't want to think about this any longer. He returned to the mansion and hugged Ning Ling, his body shivering. An indescribable fear covered his entire body. A month later, the maid that had accused Dr. Li suddenly turned herself in and revealed the entire situation. She said that she had been forced by the Patriarch to frame Dr. Li and cause him to die in a foreign land. The evidence was conclusive, and it aroused great public indignation. In particular, Dr. Li's family members knelt in front of the magistrate's office, kowtowing until they were covered in blood. No one could protect Qin Yu. The great figure that had promised to protect him returned all the gifts overnight, drawing a clear line between himself and the Qin family. The Ning family appeared and demanded that Ning Ling leave with them, otherwise Qin Yu would die without a grave. In order to rescue the imprisoned Qin Yu, who would soon be executed, Ning Ling restored her female appearance and left the Qin family with them. Soon, the final verdict was passed down. All of the Qin family's property was confiscated and Qin Yu was sentenced to be exiled 3,000 miles away. On the day he left the city, he encountered the 10-mile Red Parade. It was bustling with noise and excitement, and as he heard others say that the Ning family was marrying off a daughter, he froze in place. A corner of the sedan chair was lifted by the wind. He met the eyes of the person in the sedan chair. Without a word, his cheeks were wet with tears. What are you looking at? The Ning family is a noble family of the country, a top noble family. Even if the Qin family was in perfect condition, they still wouldn't have the qualifications to touch their toes, much less now. Let's go, we've been assigned such a difficult task. The sooner we deliver you, the sooner we can hurry back. Qin Yu staggered around in a daze. He didn't know how he left the capital city. Night fell. He lay on the dirt floor, staring blankly at the brilliant night sky. A meteor dragged a long tail as it vanished from his line of sight. The old people said that when a person died on the ground, a star would fall from the sky. Had someone died? Qin Yu suddenly panicked. He had been beaten up, but he had also woken up the bailiffs that escorted him. After he told them where the Qin family had hidden a secret treasure trove, the 3 bailiffs agreed to stay here for a day and help him inquire for information. As the sun set, the bailiffs that had returned to the capital city returned. They looked at Qin Yu with a strange look in their eyes. After hesitating for a moment, they said, "Yesterday, on the wedding night, the Ning family's miss committed suicide." The world in front of Qin Yu began to shatter once more. The 3 bailiffs' surprised expressions instantly turned blurry. The surrounding desolate mountain forest began to shatter and vanish. Qin Yu stood there like a stone. But at this time, a trace of spirituality appeared on this icy cold stone. He blinked his eyes, a complex expression on his face. Finally, he gently sighed. "Is this the famous 4 seasons samsara of spring, summer, autumn, and winter within the mirage bead? It really is endless and real, so real that it is hard to detect. But I knew from the start that this was all an illusion." Atop the blue stone platform, Qin Yu's complexion was light. Within his soul space, a crescent purple moon sprinkled down moonlight. Bathed in the moonlight, Qin Yu's consciousness split into 2. One part entered the illusion, unaware that it had become a part of it. The other part maintained a clear consciousness, coldly observing the changes in the mirage bead's illusions. Qin Yu could have directly broken through the illusion, but he had heard that the mirage bead had the ability to temper the soul, so he decided to wait a bit longer. After all, a year in the illusion was only a moment outside. Thinking back to everything he experienced in the illusion, meeting with Ning Ling in his dream could be considered a consolation. But the various changes that occurred were a reminder to Qin Yu. Sometimes even your eyes can deceive you. Just this bit of enlightenment was enough to make up for all the time he had wasted. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He lightly said, "It's time to end this." Thus, this never-ending illusion began to dissipate like a bubble. 4 complete spirit plants appeared. One of them was very familiar. It was the black knotweed that Physician Li had gifted him at the banquet. Shua, on the blue stone platform, 4 spirit plants suddenly appeared around Qin Yu. As the spectating cultivators saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. 4. Early summer, autumn, winter, 4 seasons samsara. Heavens, Qin Yu actually encountered such a terrifying test. I heard that even a Blue Sea Realm super powerhouse would lose themselves in it if their will wasn't firm. Qin Yu passed the test so quickly. The strength of his soul and the strength of his will far surpasses my imagination. Chu Taidu only took out 2 spirit plants. Whether it is in difficulty or speed, he is far from being able to compare with Qin Yu. The 9th ranked on the ancient perishment decree is truly terrifying. Kong Mingxiao's eyes flashed with shock, gratification, and then coldness. I heard that the mirage bead only has a 1 in 10,000 chance of opening the 4 seasons samsara. Qin Yu's luck isn't too good. Tao Yuan paled and his eyes filled with shock. He never imagined that Qin Yu would be able to rush through the 4 seasons samsara. It had to be known that even he didn't have full confidence in succeeding. As he heard these words, his body stiffened. He coldly snorted. The mirage bead is a precious treasure bred by the sunflower water snake. I don't have the ability to tamper with it. Kong Mingxiao revealed a surprised expression. I didn't say anything, so why is Grandmaster Tao Yuan in such a hurry to explain? Could it be that you don't know that there are some things that only get worse the more you explain? You! Tao Yuan was enraged. Mei Rulia smiled. The 4 seasons samsara is quite fitting for my 4 seasons city. Perhaps it really is just a coincidence. Little friend Qin Yu's strength is astonishing, and I admire him endlessly. It seems that Grand Authority Chu is at a disadvantage in this competition. Tao Yuan coldly said, It's only a momentary advantage. The Mirage King bead has 9 holes and there are 9 checkpoints. Qin Yu has only broken through the first 4. The superimposition of the 4 seasons samsara cannot be described with just the first 4 checkpoints. Grandmaster Tao Yuan, as an honorary director of the Alchemy Association, you should be well aware of this. Kong Mingxiao lightly said, I think the result of today's competition can already be determined. Humph. Tao Yuan sneered. You and I might as well make a bet. Let's bet on who will be the final victor between the two of them? Kong Mingxiao's lips curled up. Since Grandmaster Tao Yuan is in such a good mood, I naturally wouldn't ruin it. Good. If Qin Yu wins, then I will gift this 9-hole Mirage King bead to Arena Steward Kong. If Chu Taidu wins, then the Dao Arena will build 3 high-grade training rooms for Grandmaster Tao Yuan for free. It's a deal. Of course. Mei Rulia smiled. You two seem to be in a good mood. If that's the case, then I will be your witness. Kong Mingxiao cupped his hands together. Thank you, City Lord. Tao Yuan sneered inwardly. The strength of Qin Yu's soul had far surpassed his expectations, but in this second round, Chu Taidu would definitely win. Chapter 458. After breaking through the 4 seasons samsara, Qin Yu's divine sense phantom appeared beside 2 terrifying great rivers. They raced over from afar, so great that it was impossible to see where they ended. These 2 great rivers were black and one was white. Looking down, one could see fierce monster beasts leaping out from the pure white and pitch-black waters. Their eyes were filled with cruelty as they looked at Qin Yu. But at this time, the 2 great rivers that flowed parallel to each other seemed to be forcefully bent by an invisible force, causing the black and white rivers to converge. The pure white and pitch-black waters collided together but didn't fuse at all. It was as if they were naturally repelling each other, as if they were incompatible with each other. As the 2 river waters touched each other, perhaps because of the mutual attraction of their auras, they gradually formed vortexes that swallowed more and more river water. With loud rumbling sounds, the vortexes gradually formed 2 incomparably massive grinding discs. They spun in sync. A terrifying tearing strength opened up a crack between the 2 grinding discs. The edges of this crack were black and white, but it was unknown where it led to. Qin Yu's eyes flashed and a dignified look appeared in his eyes. Yin-yang Energy's black and white grinding discs. In order to help Chu Taidu win, you don't even want the most basic form of face? He was silent for several breaths of time. Then, a mocking smile appeared on his face. What a pity! Even if you discard face, how can a mere Mirage King bead trap me? Stepping forwards, Qin Yu's divine sense phantom stepped into the crack without hesitation. On the blue stone platform, the Mirage King bead trembled. A halo of light shot out, covering Qin Yu within. Then, a black and white sphere appeared. Although there was no sound as it revolved, all the cultivators that saw it felt their hearts tremble. They couldn't suppress their fear and their bodies stiffened as if they were cast from iron. Yin-yang Energy's black and white grinding discs. A cultivator screamed out, incomparably shocked. After a brief moment of silence, the entire 4 seasons city's great square began to boil over. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter had the samsara of the 4 seasons, and now a yin-yang Energy's black and white grinding discs had appeared. The probability of these 2 appearing on their own was 1 in 10,000, but the probability of them appearing together was so low that it was negligible. However, something that should have been impossible had actually happened today. Even a fool would not believe that there was nothing fishy about it. Countless eyes fell on Tao Yuan's icy face. Many of the Grandmaster's initial supporters had complex looks in their eyes. Although they knew that Tao Yuan was filled with hatred towards Qin Yu, and they also guessed that he would stand on Chu Taidu's side, they never imagined that Tao Yuan would disregard face at all and brazenly interfere in this matter. This was too much. Kong Mingxiao was so angry that he began to laugh. Grandmaster Tao Yuan, your Mirage King bead is truly extraordinary. This has truly broadened my horizons today. Tao Yuan was expressionless as he coldly said, it's just a coincidence. Like before, even if this old man wanted to, I wouldn't be able to interfere with the Mirage King Pearl. Many years ago, I raised a dog. This dog loves to eat kingfishers, but it can't catch them by itself, so it can only beg me to help it. Because Madame likes it very much, that dog of mine can eat it very happily every day. But afterwards, this dog died because its luck was bad and it ate a poisonous kingfisher. I told Madame about this, but Madame didn't believe me at all. She asked me, "How can a dog catch a kingfisher?" Tao Yuan's face twitched. "Kong Mingqiao, don't be too insolent. Even if you are the master of a Dao arena, you still don't have the qualifications to humiliate me." After Kong Mingqiao vented his anger, he actually calmed down. He shook his robes and sat down. "I was only telling a story about a dead dog, so why is Grandmaster Tao Yuan so angry? But once the second round ends, I will carefully examine this Mirage King bead and see just what is so strange about it that it can cause Qin Yu's luck to be so bad." Tao Yuan sneered. "If Arena Steward Kong wins the bet, then I will offer the Mirage King bead to you with both hands. Arena Steward Kong can examine it however you want, but I refuse now." The Four Seasons City Lord suddenly said, "That's enough. You two shouldn't argue any further. Today the entire city is paying attention, so don't lose your status." His eyes flashed and he smiled. "I am actually quite confident in little friend Qin Yu. Since he can break through the samsara of the Four Seasons, it isn't impossible for him to break through the black-white grinding pans." Kong Mingqiao didn't speak again. His eyes were filled with worry but also a bit of anticipation. "Qin Yu, I hope that you can smoothly win. Perhaps today's exchange of pointers isn't fair to you, but there is no true fairness in this world. If you want to rise up from your humble beginnings and become a figure that illuminates the world, then you must experience all sorts of tempering. Today is one of those tempering methods. Break through it and perhaps you will obtain some unexpected harvest." Kong Mingqiao looked up in the direction of the Dao Arena. As the master of Four Seasons City's Dao Arena, his spirit and will had long since fused together with the Dao Arena. He could clearly feel that boundless divine sense that had crossed an endless distance to arrive. "Master, you really are paying attention to Qin Yu. Since you value him, why do you ignore him and allow him to experience these storms alone? Are you testing him?" Above the Dao Arena, a phantom looked up towards the city square. His incomparably handsome face was enough to cause 99% of women in the world to want to strangle him to death. Solitary Westgate's lips curled up in a smile, not bothering to conceal his disdain. His eyes were cold to the extreme. So many years have passed and the immortal sex methods are still so disgusting. If I say I'm dissatisfied with that brat Qin Yu, the immortal sect, the truth is that I really am dissatisfied. What a pity, I don't have full confidence in myself, otherwise I would have already torn apart their mountain gate. His eyes were penetrating, as if he could pierce through all obstacles in the world. Distance wasn't a problem for him. His eyes accurately fell on the Mirage King bead. After quietly looking at it for a moment, his eyes brightened and he smiled. "It really is amazing. I never thought that the purple moon in Qin Yu's soul space would have such a mystical ability. Even though the immortal sect has done everything they can, I fear they will still lose everything today." Solitary Westgate smiled in satisfaction. This was because the more lively Qin Yu was, the more it proved that his calculations in the past were correct. There was still a chance that Yun Yang and a Ning would survive. This had already become his life's greatest obsession. Only after he understood this would he have the chance to knock on the threshold of that final step and become a true transcendent existence. Thus, whether it was because he couldn't bear to part with Qin Yu or because he needed to cultivate the great Tao, he wanted Qin Yu to live on until his needs were satisfied. It was just that if some people tried to challenge the rules he set down, then they couldn't blame him for bullying the weak and personally attacking them. A cold light flashed in solitary Westgate's eyes. He looked not too far away from the blue stone platform where the three witnesses were. They were covered by the gaze of one of the strongest powerhouses in the world, and the rules of the world in this area had already changed. But what was horrifying was that no one noticed this at all. They didn't know that their life or death depended on someone else's thought. Chu Taidu opened his eyes, revealing a bit of weariness. Then, with a spatial fluctuation, a spirit plant appeared beside him. The Mirage King bead truly lived up to its reputation. His divine sense had been severely damaged before he was able to break through the autumn trial and find the third spirit plant. The soul was the most important thing for a cultivator, and it was also the most difficult to cultivate. He had bitterly cultivated for countless years in order to obtain his current achievements. Even if Qin Yu had a great lucky chance, it was impossible for him to compete with him in the path of the soul. When he broke through the spring and summer trials, Qin Yu hadn't moved at all. He must have been trapped in an illusion by the power of the Mirage King bead. Now that he, Chu Taidu, had broken through the third trial, these people would inevitably put away their contemptuous gazes and look at him with awe and worship. But at this time, the cries of alarm he imagined didn't appear. Chu Taidu's heart skipped a beat and a foreboding premonition rose in his heart. He couldn't bother with maintaining the demeanor of a great expert anymore and quickly looked up. In the next moment, Chu Taidu froze where he was. He looked at the four spirit plants quietly floating beside Qin Yu. His mouth opened so wide that one could stuff a crocodile egg in. His mind was in chaos. With loud rumbling sounds, countless thoughts collided with each other. In the end, there was only one thought that kept tumbling through his mind. Impossible, impossible. This was absolutely impossible. Unfortunately, even though Chu Taidu took several deep breaths and blinked his eyes many times, the four spirit plants still existed in front of him. He had no choice but to accept reality. This wasn't an illusion formed from exhaustion. Chu Taidu. Qin Yu broke through the 4 seasons samsara and obtained 4 spirit plants. Now he has opened the black-white grinding stone. I have already done everything I can. You should understand what the consequences are if you lose. Tao Yuan's icy sound transmission sounded out in his mind. Chu Taidu shivered, shock filling his eyes. 4 seasons samsara, just this point alone had far surpassed his limit. Qin Yu's soul cultivation had reached such a formidable degree. I cannot panic. Chu Taidu roared inwardly. I have the immortal sex supreme alchemy treasure and I still have a chance to win. Even if my divine sense is greatly damaged, I cannot lose. He clenched his fist. A cold current gushed out from the black ring on his finger, directly pouring into Chu Taidu's soul. All emotions instantly vanished from his eyes, leaving behind only an icy cold indifference. Chu Taidu glanced at Qin Yu and then closed his eyes. His divine sense entered the Mirage King bead once more. On the surface, there didn't seem to be any changes to his divine sense, but because it contained that cold current, it was like flowing water had been frozen and its strength had risen to a terrifying degree. But there were pros and cons. After the strength of his divine sense increased, if it were struck by a strength that surpassed the limits it could withstand, then it would be like a block of ice, breaking into countless pieces. Qin Yu's divine sense phantom sat down cross-legged. A terrifying oppressive strength rumbled through the heavens, surging in from all directions. This was the terrifying aspect of the black-white grinding disk. Once one's divine sense couldn't withstand it, it would be crushed to powder and the soul would be severely wounded. But at this time, there was a purple curtain of light around Qin Yu. This curtain of light blocked almost all of the oppressive strength of the black-white grinding disk. As for the remaining bit of oppressive strength that fell onto his divine sense phantom, it was like a gentle breeze, unable to harm him at all. If Qin Yu wanted to break through this barrier, it would be easy. As long as he could leave this place that was filled with terrifying oppression, he could do so. But, breaking through this barrier so quickly would inevitably arouse attention. This wasn't the result Qin Yu wanted. Another reason was that the oppressive strength of the black-white grinding disc could temper a cultivator's divine sense and make their soul more transparent. A chance to enhance the strength of his soul could be considered a lucky chance. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. The purple curtain of light instantly dimmed, and the oppressive strength he withstood rose with it. Qin Yu's divine sense phantom trembled as if it would collapse at any moment. This was the limit of what it could withstand, and even though the purple curtain of light was thin, it still helped him resist nearly half of the oppressive strength. No wonder this person didn't care about face at all. The black-white grinding disc was indeed terrifying, but unfortunately, it had no effect on him. Qin Yu smiled. He closed his eyes, feeling the process of his divine sense being tempered bit by bit. Although this process was painful, it was also incomparably enjoyable. In his soul space, just what was the origin of the purple moon? Qin Yu's curiosity towards it couldn't help but grow stronger and stronger. There was also the blue sun above his Dantian Sea's five-element mountain. It had to be closely related to the purple moon. When the immortal sex-killing curse technique descended, the sight of the sun and moon intertwining was branded into the depths of his mind. He would never forget it. In an illusion, a month, a year, or even several years, or even dozens of years, perhaps only a moment had passed in the outside world and time didn't have any real meaning. Thus, when Chu Taida broke through the final trial of spring, summer, autumn, and winter and took out the fourth spirit plant, only an hour had passed since the start of the competition. Chu Taidu opened his eyes, his gaze icy cold. He swept his eyes over the four spirit plants around Qin Yu and then continued to probe the depths of the CC King bead with his divine sense. A moment later, the fifth spirit plant appeared, followed by the sixth. Chu Taidu looked exhausted, but his expression was calm, so calm that one couldn't feel any fluctuations of emotion from him. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, yin, yang. To be able to break through the sixth trial of the CC King bead, disregarding everything else, his soul cultivation was already astonishing. But if one had the qualifications to do this, they would need to have at least a peak blue sea strength, unless they were born with a formidable soul talent. Chu Taidu had successfully awed everyone. The originally disdainful gazes were now filled with shock and awe. As for the spirit plants around Qin Yu, there were still only four kinds. The black-white grinding stone phantom floated above his head, calmly spinning, emitting a pressure that made one's heart tremble. 2 hours had passed in the outside world, but 10 years had passed in the illusion, or even dozens of years had passed. Yet, Qin Yu still hadn't been able to break through. Could he have been trapped here? This wasn't impossible. It had to be known that the black-white grinding stone was a trial that no one below an almighty being could pass. Even the 4 seasons of samsara of spring, summer, autumn, and winter were much weaker than that. After all, although the 4 seasons were perfect, how could they compare with yin and yang? In some cultivation philosophies, all things in the world originated from yin and yang. They were truly omnipresent. Chu Taidu's eyes dimmed. Even with the help of the immortal sect's supreme alchemy treasure, he had still used up a great deal of energy to break through the yin and yang trials. But after a moment of hesitation, he closed his eyes once more. This brat Qin Yu was strange and unfathomable. Who knew what other cards he had hidden up his sleeves? He couldn't be careless in the slightest. If he went all out, although it was inevitable that his soul would be damaged, as long as he could pass through the 7th trial, he would definitely win. Meirulia had a look of praise in his eyes. The Mirage King Bead's 7th trial is the path of chaos, a trial that touches upon the esoteric rules of the world. If Grand Authority Chu dares to attempt it, that means he has some confidence in himself. The strength of his soul is something that even I am inferior to. Tao Yuan's gloomy face revealed a smile. City Lord is right. Those that can rush through the 7th trial are all outstanding geniuses. I have a premonition that Chu Taidu will succeed. He turned around, his eyes cold. Arena Steward Kong, it seems it would be disrespectful of me to refuse 3 high-grade training rooms. Kong Mingxiao frowned for a moment before composing himself. Victory and defeat have yet to be decided. There are some words that shouldn't be said too early. If you end up being slapped in the face, it will be ugly. Tao Yuan sneered. Good. I want to see just how long Arena Steward Kong can be so stubborn. The one who wins today will inevitably be Chu Taidu. With a supreme treasure in hand, breaking through the 7th trial wouldn't be difficult at all. Although Qin Yu's success was unexpected, it was impossible for him to accomplish this. Once he entered the 3rd trial, Tao Yuan's heart turned cold. His trip to Four Seasons City might cause him to lose face, but in order to complete his mission, he couldn't care about such things anymore. Qin Yu had to lose. The Mirage King Bede's 7th trial, the path of primal chaos, was a world of primal chaos. If one's divine sense fell into it, it would be like a stubborn rock before the heavens and earth. As long as one could successfully awaken it, they would be able to make a breakthrough. But to accomplish this was far, far too difficult. If one's divine sense couldn't awaken, they would forever sleep within. Even if they were forcefully awakened, the portion of divine sense that entered the Mirage King Bede would completely dissipate. This was the same as cutting off a complete cultivator's soul. The pain was secondary, but the most terrifying aspect was that it would damage the source of a cultivator's soul and sever their path of perceiving the rules. And wanting to repair it was even more difficult. After 8 hours, Chu Taidu's rotten wood-like body trembled. He opened his eyes with difficulty and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. The wrinkles on his face instantly deepened, as if he had aged dozens of years. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, the 7th spirit plant appeared beside him. This was a dazzling golden flower. It seemed as if it were cast from golden water and emitted a noble aura. Feeling the pain of a saber cutting through his soul, Chu Taidu quickly withdrew the strength of the immortal sect's supreme alchemy treasure. All sorts of fluctuations of emotions returned to his body, and the pain in his soul became even more unbearable. He stuffily coughed and his field of vision darkened. If it weren't for his will being firm enough, he would have already been defeated by this pain. But in the end, he managed to persist. Chu Taidu looked up. His lips moved with difficulty. This is all I can do with all my strength. If Qin Yu is stronger, then I will admit defeat. His voice was weak, but at this time his eyes were filled with shock and awe. Cultivators worshipped the strong, and demonic path cultivators were even more so. Chu Taidu rushing through the Mirage King Bede's 7th level was more than enough to prove his strength. And powerhouses deserved to be forgiven, even if they had done something wrong before. Moreover, was that really important? Stories were written by the victors. All light was destined to shine on the body of the last person laughing. The process wasn't the key. A full 10 hours had passed. In the dreamland, hundreds of years had passed. To a young cultivation genius, such a long period of time was far, far too long. It was so long that his consciousness would collapse and he would go insane. Qin Yu still hadn't woken up or broken through the black-white grinding stone. In the eyes of the cultivators in the plaza, this was the worst possible sign. Perhaps this proud son of heaven, who was ranked 9th on the ancient perishment decree, who had stirred up the winds and clouds in the land of divinity and demons, whose fame spread far and wide, would suffer heavy losses today. Tao Yuan's lips curved up in a smile. His voice was cold and cheerful. It looks like I've won. Mei Ruliu revealed a look of regret, but his eyes were calm. It was clear there weren't too many fluctuations in his heart. Geniuses, especially young geniuses, people who were born to make people feel despair, should not exist in the first place. Chapter 459. Another 2 hours passed. After the miserable Chu Taidu swallowed a pill, his complexion became much better. As he looked at Qin Yu across from him, there was a gratified look in his eyes. Although he never thought he would be forced into such a distressed state today, the one who would have the last laugh would still be him. He had personally experienced the terror of the Mirage King bead. Once one's divine sense fell into it and was unable to extricate themselves, the consequences would be horrifying. Perhaps there wouldn't be a need for a third match in today's competition. Thinking of this, Grand Authority Chu's smile became a bit warmer. Although he had paid a considerable price, compared to the harvests, it wasn't anything at all. Ning Liang's fingers tightly twisted together. She used too much strength, causing her knuckles to turn white and leaving behind blue and purple marks on her fair skin. 12 hours passed and Qin Yu still hadn't woken up. If it weren't for the spinning black-white grinding stone phantom indicating that he still hadn't given up, tears would have streamed down her face. But this sort of stalemate couldn't last forever. If Qin Yu couldn't break through the black-white grinding stone, his will would eventually collapse. Ning Ruffeng had a dignified expression and worry filled his eyes. He had finally seen a chance for the Ning family to rise up once more, but would it be destroyed now? Qin Yu had persisted until now and hadn't admitted defeat. He feared he had already fallen into a demonic trance. Once he couldn't withstand it any longer, the backlash would be severe and his soul source would likely be damaged. And if his soul source was damaged, unless there was some heaven-defying stroke of good fortune to repair it, his life would be completely ruined. Kong Mingqiao had a gloomy expression. He glanced at Qin Yu on the blue stone platform and then at the Dao arena. "Master, you must know the dangers Qin Yu is facing right now. Are you really not going to save him? If you delay any longer, you might not make it in time." Tao Yuan lightly said, "City Lord, 12 hours have passed. Should we judge Chu Taidu as the victor?" "No." Kong Mingqiao instinctively objected. He took a deep breath and said, "There is no time limit for the second match to begin with. Since Qin Yu is still persisting, we cannot judge him as the loser." Mei Rulia nodded. "According to the rules, Arena Steward Kong is correct. Qin Yu hasn't lost yet." He paused for a moment and then continued to say, "But I am inclined to agree with Grandmaster Tao Yuan's opinion. He hasn't been able to break through the black-white grinding pans in 12 hours, so his current situation isn't good. If we delay any longer, I fear he will suffer even greater injuries." Kong Mingqiao's complexion froze. He wanted to fight for Qin Yu, but he didn't know what to say. This was because Mei Rulia's words were correct. If they decided victory and defeat now, they could stop the second match and forcefully awaken Qin Yu. Although he would still suffer damage to his divine sense, he could avoid damaging his source to a great extent. His silence caused Tao Yuan to smile. "Since you two have no objections, then fellow Taoist son, I'll have to trouble you to make the announcement." Sun San bowed slightly and stood quietly behind Mei Rulia. When Mei Rulia nodded, Sun San respectfully nodded. He took a step forward and appeared in the air above the bluestone platform. Just as they were about to announce the results of the second round, Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. 2 hours from now, I will wake up. There is no need for you to worry about me." His eyes were warm and bright and his voice wasn't weak at all. It was completely different from what everyone imagined. It was as if he hadn't been injured at all after being trapped beneath the black-white grinding pans for 12 hours. This scene left countless cultivators dumbfounded. Some cultivators that had already judged him to be defeated had particularly wonderful expressions. The Mirage King beads black-white grinding pans. This was the Mirage King beads black-white grinding pans. It was said that only 5 people below the level of an almighty being could pass through it, yet you were trapped within for 12 hours and yet you were completely unharmed? Are you kidding me? And what was even more terrifying was that at this time, shouldn't you be bitterly persisting? How could you know what was happening outside? Tao Yuan's icy face revealed a clear look of shock. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Even Mei Ruliu, who had been pretending to be weak, forgot to continue coughing. Although he only said a few words before closing his eyes once more, everyone's gazes had completely changed. They were filled with shock and awe. Kong Mingxiao's eyes brightened. He laughed several times. It looks like Grandmaster Tao Yuan's worries are groundless. Since Qin Yu is fine, then let's wait another 2 hours. It is still too early to make a conclusion about the result of the second round. Humph! Tao Yuan coldly snorted. His eyes turned icy cold, but beneath this icy coldness there was a trace of fear. Listening to Qin Yu's words, it seemed he had full confidence he could break through the black-white grinding pans in 2 hours. This information was too terrifying. It could not be broken by anyone below the level of an almighty being. This wasn't a lie. If Qin Yu could break through the black-white grinding pans, that was enough to prove that his soul cultivation had reached an inconceivably terrifying level. If so, then even the 7th level, the Tao of Chaos, might not be able to stop him. Chu Taidu had already lost the first round. If he lost again, a cold chill rose up in his heart. Although Chu Taidu would be the first to suffer if he failed today, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Grandmaster Tao Yuan clenched his fists within his sleeves and his complexion paled. His heart was filled with panic. Mei Rulia smiled. Since Qin Yu is fine, then we will continue waiting. Sun San cupped his hands together in agreement. He sighed and stepped back behind Mei Ruliu, as quiet as a shadow. Everyone waited. At this moment, time seemed to pass at an incomparably slow pace, as if every breath of time was an eternity. Chu Taidu's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He had told himself countless times that Qin Yu might not be able to break through the black-white grinding pans, and even if he did, he might not be able to rush through the Tao of Chaos. But his complexion still paled and his back was soaked with sweat. As the 2 hours approached, it was like his heart was grasped by a giant invisible hand, becoming increasingly tight. Even his breathing felt like it was burning and painful. Perhaps the flow of time really could be stopped or reversed, but Chu Taidu clearly didn't possess this ability. So, no matter how much he hoped or refused, 2 hours eventually passed. On the blue stone platform, the black-white grinding pan's phantom above Qin Yu's head trembled and then vanished from sight. His eyelids trembled for a moment before he slowly opened them. Shuar 2 spirit plants appeared beside him at the same time. Along with the 4 from before, there were now 6 of them. Compared to the spirit plants on the other side, there was still a difference of 1. But even an idiot could tell that the difference was as great as the heavens and earth. First he broke through the 4 seasons samsara and then he broke through the black-white grinding pans. Today, Qin Yu had allowed all the cultivators watching in the square to truly understand the true meaning of fierce. Puff! Chu Taidu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed and there was a pleading look in his eyes. He didn't want to die. As an ambitious and ruthless character, for him to reveal such emotions at this moment, it could be imagined just how desperate he was. But there were no waves in Qin Yu's eyes. They were as calm as a deep pool, pitch black and deep, as if they could swallow everything. He glanced at Chu Taidu, but it was only a single glance before he closed his eyes once more. Although he didn't say a single word, everyone understood what he meant. In today's competition, I will definitely win. The 7th level, Path of Chaos. This level wasn't like the black-white grinding pans. It wasn't beneficial to Qin Yu at all. The existence of the purple moon in his soul space allowed half of his consciousness to turn into stone and the other half to maintain absolute lucidity. Although this sort of experience was interesting, Qin Yu didn't like wasting precious time on meaningless things. So, after turning into stone for some time and feeling that it wasn't too abrupt, he opened his eyes. A purple lotus throne appeared in front of Qin Yu. It seemed as if it were carved from the highest quality purple jade in the world. Every part of it was smooth and natural, vivid and lifelike. A faint purple light flowed around it, making one feel calm and at ease. The path of chaos had been broken. Although this was already within everyone's expectations, and it was impossible for someone who could break through the black-white grinding pans to be trapped here, they were still shocked speechless. This was because the speed at which Qin Yu broke through was far, far too fast. It was as if he had closed his eyes and then opened them again to complete his breakthrough. Indeed, the disparity between them was far, far too great. It was as if the clouds in the sky were compared to a puddle of black mud on the ground. Comrade Mud Chu's body trembled, swaying left and right, making people worry that he would accidentally break his neck. But even so, he was still like a roly-poly doll. He shivered and swayed, his eyes wide as he stubbornly stared at Qin Yu. There was still a chance, he still had a chance. Even if Qin Yu broke through the path of chaos, they would still be tied. As long as Qin Yu couldn't break through the 8th level, they would still be tied. If he entered the 3rd round, he could still win. The Mirage King Bead's 8th level was nothingness. Within the pitch-black darkness there was nothing at all. When one's divine sense entered, it was like falling into an abyss of eternal darkness. The only way to break through this boundary was to reach the boundary of using one's divine sense to create electricity, to use the light of one's divine sense to tear apart the darkness and allow light to arrive. Only when a supreme being of the world broke into the calamity immortal realm would their soul be bathed in the radiance of the rules. Only then would their soul gradually strengthen and transform, finally reaching this step. Their soul was like colored glass. It shined in the darkness, shining with a radiant brilliance. This was the level of a supreme being. Qin Yu couldn't accomplish this. In fact, the disparity could be said to be far too great. But he had a crescent moon in his soul space. Although this purple moon was small, it could produce its own light. Thus, in the nothingness, the phantom of a crescent moon appeared above Qin Yu's divine sense. A cold and thin purple light illuminated a small and narrow space. Compared to the endless black nothingness, this purple light was as small as a grain of sand in a river. But this tiny grain of sand was so small that it was nearly negligible. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. With a light gotcha sound, countless invisible cracks appeared in the void, and then spread out like a spider web. Then, the nothingness shattered and light sprinkled down once more. Qin Yu's divine sense was bathed in this light. He subconsciously narrowed his eyes and looked at something above his head. It took him a long time to clearly see what it was. The corners of his lips curved up in a smile. Is this the legendary and extremely boring 9th level of the Mirage King Bead? It really is as boring as the rumors say. On the blue stone platform, next to the purple lotus throne, an 8th spirit plant appeared. This was a black flower. This pure darkness seemed to gather all of the night in the world, so rich that it couldn't be dissolved. As Chu Taidu, who was like a roly-poly doll, saw this, he simply closed his eyes and fell backward. With a loud thud, he smashed into the blue stone platform. However, no one cared about Grand Authority Chu's distressed and desperate appearance. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the black-robed youth sitting cross-legged. He didn't look any different from before, but everyone's complexions were different. This was a kind of awe born from extreme shock. Anyone who could break through the 8th layer of the Sea Dragon King Pearl would become a mighty existence in the world. This saying circulated throughout the land of divinity and demons, but it had never been heard of before. This was because those that had the qualifications to break into the 8th level had already stepped into the ranks of almighty beings. Today, everything was different. Qin Yu wasn't an almighty being, but he had broken through the 8th layer of the Mirage King Bead. Moreover, he was a peerless proud son of heaven on the ancient perishment decree. When the two of them were superimposed, even the strictest person would not doubt that as long as he was given enough time, Qin Yu would definitely become a tribulation transcender and step into the ranks of almighty existences. Willowbrow was disappointed and disappointed. Bitterness appeared in the depths of his eyes. He never thought that the great Tao that he had bitterly pursued but hadn't been able to break through would be opened to others today. He took a deep breath and straightened himself. He cupped his hands together and said, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Qin Yu." This congratulation was to congratulate Qin Yu for his victory today. But even more so, it was to congratulate him for nearly confirming his position as a future almighty being. This congratulation was bitter, but his smile was sincere. Like a shadow, Sun San, who had been standing behind Mei Ruoliu, also bowed. His face was filled with admiration and shock. But no one saw that after he lowered his head, he let out a light sigh. As he sighed, his eyes became cold and indifferent. "Ha ha ha ha!" Kong Mingxiao laughed, as if he hadn't misjudged Qin Yu. But before he could speak, something unexpected suddenly occurred, interrupting him. In fact, as Kong Mingxiao was laughing, Sun San, who had bowed and cupped his hands together, suddenly took a step forwards. An incomparably terrifying aura erupted from his body. But that was it. After taking a step forwards, Sun San was no longer able to move. His body that was releasing a terrifying aura was like a lowly ant that was pressed to the ground, unable to move. Then, Sun San's entire body exploded. There were no broken bones flying in the air. He was like a human-shaped bubble that burst open and vanished without a trace. I said that as long as Qin Yu stays in Four Seasons City, he is a guest of my Dao Arena and no one is allowed to touch him. Since you have violated my agreement, then don't blame me for killing you. I will never repeat my words a second time, no matter who it is that acts. A light voice brushed past everyone's faces like a gentle breeze. There wasn't any dangerous aura, but it caused all the cultivators in the Grand Plaza to stiffen. It was like 1,000,000 mountains were pressing down on their chests, making it impossible for them to breathe. Kong Mingxiao fell to his knees, his expression sincere and excited. "Greetings, Master." To have the Master of a Dao Arena kneel without hesitation and even call him Master, that could only be the insurmountable mountain behind the Dao Arena. When solitary Westgate arrived for the first time, besides Woodchopper Fu, Qin Yu, and Kong Mingxiao, no one else was alarmed. Thus, when the Master of the Dao Arena, this unsurpassed existence, personally arrived, the hearts of all the cultivators in Four Seasons City were stirred up in great waves. In the blink of an eye, the entire Grand Plaza was covered in kneeling people. Countless heads that were normally proud and arrogant were tightly pressed against the icy cold ground. Chapter 460. From a certain point of view, the mirage bead was like a fruit that wrapped itself in layers upon layers of hard shells. Once one broke through its defenses, they would be able to savor its sweet juice to their heart's content. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, yin, yang, chaos, nothingness. This was the Mirage King Bead's defenses. When Qin Yu broke through them all and reached the deepest layer, what appeared in front of him was the phantom of the Mirage King Bead. Qin Yu didn't need any reminders to understand this. For instance, in a game where he could pass levels, he would obtain the reward he deserved. It was just that the Mirage King Bead had gone too far, so the reward was itself. Qin Yu naturally wouldn't be polite. Moreover, this was something he deserved to begin with. His divine sense marked the Mirage King Bead phantom, and it trembled before shattering. Thus, the Mirage King Bead on the blue stone platform broke into countless pieces, turning into a cool strength that drilled into the point between his eyebrows and fused into his soul. There seemed to be a pained cough in his ears, but Qin Yu didn't have the mind to pay attention to it. The cool strength that fused into his soul caused his consciousness to tremble and fall into a blank space. When Sun San attacked, his mind was in a blank state. It could be seen that all of this had been planned out beforehand and the other party had already made all preparations to repair any possible accidents. Unfortunately, solitary Westgate's attack had crushed everything to pieces. Qin Yu was still alive, so he could naturally enjoy the good fortune that the Mirage King Bead brought him. At this time, his soul shivered and he instinctively cheered in excitement. He absorbed the Mirage King Bead's strength with all his strength, constantly transforming and sublimating. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. In a trance, he didn't know how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes, a battle was occurring within his soul space. The two sides of the battle were a crescent purple moon above his soul and a pitch-black fog not too far away. They were like two wild beasts fighting for food, both wanting to monopolize the energy left behind by the Mirage King bead that Qin Yu hadn't absorbed yet. Purple moonlight condensed into a beam of light, seeming as if it were real as it swept towards the pitch-black fog. But as it approached, it was wrapped up by countless black tentacles. The beam of light and the black tentacles seemed to have diametrically opposed attributes of strength. Wherever they came into contact, there was a sizzling sound of corrosion. The beam of light shook, but it couldn't break free of the black tentacles' imprisonment. But the black tentacles also couldn't cause any true damage to the beam of light. The two sides were in a deadlock, but they did not stop at all. As they devoured the Mirage King Pearl's energy, wisps of energy were absorbed by both sides. As a result, the purple moon grew brighter, and its volume seemed to increase a little. The pitch-black fog did not change at all, but its color became deeper and denser. When the last wisp of energy was split in half and swallowed by both sides, as if feeling that they hadn't suffered a loss, the pillar of light dissipated and the black fog retracted its tentacles. The purple moon still hung high in the sky, sprinkling down a faint purple light. It did not change at all because it had absorbed the sea worm King Pearl's power. Not far away, the black fog began to churn. Finally, a figure walked out from it, and all the fog entered his body. Undying! Qin Yu's eyes brightened with joy. In the process of breaking through the Mirage King bead, the purple moon had played a crucial role. The reason Qin Yu tacitly allowed the black fog to compete with it was because he could feel its undying aura. After he escaped from the immortal sect, the yin and yang energies of the primordial singular energy art had exploded. This seemed to have caused tremendous damage to him, and he had been in a deep slumber ever since. He never imagined that absorbing the energy of the CC King bead would actually help him awaken. To Qin Yu, this was naturally a wonderful thing. At the very least, with Undying's awakening, he would have another life-saving card in his hand. Undying still had a featureless face, but he was always able to express the rich emotions in his heart. "I've suffered a great loss, I've really suffered a great loss this time." It was easy to imagine a pained expression on his face. Qin Yu smiled. "I will naturally remember the graciousness of saving my life. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely make it up to you." Undying nodded with satisfaction. "Little master, we'll happily agree on this. Although I just woke up, I am still very tired. I won't speak any more, I'm going to sleep some more." He turned and vanished from sight. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Undying was someone he had unintentionally summoned. Even now, he still hadn't figured out his identity. But at the very least, it seemed that Undying didn't have any ill intentions towards him. As for the future, that was a matter for the future. There was no need to think too much about it. Time would naturally prove everything. Qin Yu smiled. He looked at the purple moon above his head and slowly closed his eyes. On the blue stone platform, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open, a sharp light flashing through them. He felt as if his condition had never been better. The energy of the Mirage King bead had helped his soul advance once more. The final flaw in Qin Yu's path to the Blue Sea Realm had been patched up. He had a faint premonition that he would soon be able to naturally make a breakthrough. Mei Ruliu was the first to step forwards, an apologetic expression on his face. "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, I am truly sorry. This city lord and son San have been master and servant for thousands of years, and I didn't know that he had been bought out by others. This time, this city lord will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation. For someone of Sun San's status to betray him without hesitation and even risk his life to kill Qin Yu, even an idiot could guess just who was behind him." But Mei Ruliu still said this. This was a matter of attitude. Of course, even if he investigated this matter for 10,000 years, he was doomed to not have any results. After Qin Yu regained consciousness, he knew everything that had happened. As he thought of that extremely polite and humble Sun San, he felt a chill in his heart. Who would have thought that he was actually someone from the immortal sect? It seemed that if he wanted to live in peace in the future, he would have to be even more cautious. Perhaps some passerby that walked past him would reveal their fangs in the next moment. At this moment, Qin Yu was enlightened. If he didn't want to fall into an endless cycle of assassination and slaughter, he had to do as the Tao Arena Master said and abandon his identity as Qin Yu. But right now, he was the focus of everyone's attention. It would be difficult for him to disappear without a trace, and even if he did disappear, he would attract the immortal sect's most terrifying search. Perhaps the best method was to have his identity as Qin Yu die. Moreover, in front of everyone's eyes, he would be publicly recognized as dead so that the immortal sect would feel relieved. Then, he would be able to escape like a cicada and grow in secret before plotting his future. Unfortunately, escaping like a cicada wouldn't be so easy. He would take a step first and see what happens next. All of this took a long time to describe, but in Qin Yu's mind, only a few thoughts raced. He looked up at Mei Ruliu and cupped his hands together. "Lord City Lord, you speak too seriously. This matter has nothing to do with you." He stood up and bowed towards the Tao Arena. Since that person didn't appear, it was clear that he didn't want to be associated with him. There was no need for him to say anything more. Kong Mingxiao laughed. "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, congratulations on your victory today. But there is something I must tell you. The Mirage King bead that you swallowed is now my treasure." He turned and said, "Grandmaster Tao Yuan, do you have any objections to this?" Tao Yuan's complexion paled. He looked as if he had swallowed 10 pounds of flies. His teeth creaked as he said, "If you bet, you must accept defeat." With these words, he turned and walked away, not caring at all about his appearance. Anger was part of the reason, but even more so because of fear. Chu Taidu had lost, so he was naturally the first to suffer. Grandmaster Tao Yuan didn't care about being skinned. His tendons pulled out, and his bones turned to ash. Right now, his only thought was how to reduce the punishment he would receive as much as possible. Moreover, he couldn't stay in the Zhao Empire any longer. Today, he had clearly made his stance clear. If he didn't leave as soon as possible, then the wild dogs of the Demonic Path's Shadow Division would be more than happy to quietly stab their shadowless blades into his neck. Immortals and demons coexisted in this world. This was a fact, but both sides wished for the other to die. This was something that had never changed since time immemorial. As the two most powerful and transcendent super-influences in the land of divinity and demons, they were well aware that the other side would do everything in their power to place spies within each other's sphere of influence. To a certain degree, both sides tacitly agreed to this. This was because only when both sides knew what was going on would there be no unnecessary misunderstandings. But, if a spy were to appear in the public eye on their own initiative, that was the same as giving up their tacit approval. Both sides would kill the spy without hesitation. If one wanted to survive, escaping quickly was the key. But, to a great extent, that also depended on luck. Chu Taidu's luck was extremely bad. Just as he flew out of Four Seasons City, he fell into the hands of Ho Yuango, who was waiting in the darkness. As someone who wasn't an almighty being but was able to contend with one, and whose avatar had been killed by Purple Moon, he naturally wasn't in a good mood. "Brat, consider yourself unlucky. Who told that bitch Purple Moon to be so heavy-handed with me? Don't you know that I've always had a vengeful personality since I was a child?" As he spoke, he respectfully bowed towards Four Seasons City, expressing his awe and reverence towards that supreme powerhouse. When he didn't receive a signal that he wasn't allowed to leave, he happily picked up the panic-stricken Grandmaster Tao Yuan, who couldn't speak or move, and quickly left. The fainted Chu Taidu used an unknown amount of willpower to wake up once more. He didn't bother with Tao Yuan, who was leaving by himself, his eyes stubbornly staring at Qin Yu. He gasped for breath and lifted his hand, revealing a black ring. I have the immortal sect's supreme alchemy treasure that can strengthen my divine sense several times over, but it can only be used through the path of chaos. Qin Yu, you aren't even a blue sea realm cultivator, so it is impossible for your soul to be so powerful that it defies the will of the heavens. Chu Taidu's smile was strange. You have a supreme soul treasure, right? Qin Yu was expressionless. He watched as Chu Taidu was carried away by the cultivators that Mei Rulia had summoned. From start to finish, he didn't reveal any anger or any other negative emotions. Even if his thoughts were incomparably malicious, towards a dead person, one still had to have a heart of tolerance. If there wasn't an accident, this should be the last time he saw the gasping Chu Taidu. Mei Rulia coughed and smiled, as if he didn't know that someone was about to die in the shadows. He straightened himself and loudly announced Qin Yu's victory along with Kong Mingqiao. The 10 supreme soul treasures that were the stakes of the bet were handed over to Qin Yu in front of everyone. After carefully sensing his surroundings for a long time, he determined that the purple moon in his soul space and the awakened undying hadn't issued any warnings. Then, Qin Yu carefully probed them with his divine sense. The 10 sets of materials were complete and of superior quality. Qin Yu took them out and put them away. Then, he threw away the extraordinary storage magic tool that held them. Facing the immortal sect, he felt that if he could be 100% careful, it would be best if he was 90% careful. Otherwise, there would come a day when he would die a miserable death. The alchemy competition that attracted the attention of everyone on the Grand Plaza came to an end. The marvelous process left countless cultivators gasping in amazement. In particular, when the Dao Arena Master made his move at the end, countless cultivators proudly spread the news to their loved ones and friends. It had to be known that the strongest powerhouses in the world had fought against the heavens and succeeded in seizing life. They were undying and indestructible, coexisting with the sun, moon, and stars. They were the most terrifying existences in this part of the world. To be able to personally witness such a powerhouse fight and even hear their voices was naturally a great honor. Qi Sheng was also one of these people. But he couldn't feel any of this so-called honor at all. His face was deathly pale and his eyes were filled with panic. Chu Taidu had died in his room. Although he had already expected this, he still felt an incomparable fear when all of this quietly occurred. But the black ring on Chu Taidu's finger was still there. The immortal sect would never forget this supreme alchemy treasure. This meant that they would come again. Qi Sheng stood in the magnificent Chu family residence, listening to the frightened cries of women in the rear courtyard. His body gradually turned cold. Even though there was a rare and dazzling sunlight sprinkling down from above, he couldn't feel the least bit of warmth. Fear gnawed at Qi Sheng's heart, but he had no way to vent it. Thus, the tiny blood vessels in his eyes began to rapidly fill with blood. A crazed and cruel aura began to emit from his body. Qi Sheng turned and left. Because of Chu Taidu's death, the entire Chu family had fallen into chaos and no one cared about him anymore. Breaking into the rear courtyard was a violation of the rules. As he arrived outside a gorgeous courtyard, Qi Sheng kicked open the doors and knocked out a maid whose eyes were red and swollen from crying. Then, he grabbed a beautiful young woman with a pair of fox-like eyes and pressed her onto the bed. With a crisp tearing sound, the rags were tossed to the ground. Qi Sheng picked up her slender and white legs and fiercely thrust forward. The woman miserably screamed, but she soon took the initiative. She wrapped her legs around Qi Sheng's strong waist and pulled him closer. It was as if only by doing this could she feel a trace of safety. At some unknown time, a guest had appeared in the room. He wore black robes and sat down at a round table. He even picked up a teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, the tea seemed to turn cold. He shook his head and put down the teacup. He had done many things, but from beginning to end, the naked man and woman on the bed hadn't noticed him at all, as if he were nothing more than a shadow. After a long time, with a muffled groan, Qi-Shing lay down on the woman's body. Sweat slid down his sharp muscles and fell onto the woman beneath him, making their skins stick together. "Why didn't you resist?" Qi-Shing buried his head between her breasts, his voice low and muffled. The woman hugged his head with both hands and gasped for breath. "I knew you wanted me. I knew it from the first time you saw the old man. I didn't want to lie to you. The Chu family is finished and I want to find someone to rely on. You are what I want." Qi-Shing smiled. "You're quite direct." He was silent for a moment and then said, "If I don't die this time, then stay by my side. I can give you a life of luxury." The woman seemed to be moved. Her hands wandered up and down his broad back. Qi-Shing's breathing gradually deepened. Just as he was about to raise his spear and fight again, a slightly helpless voice sounded out. "Although I don't mind watching another live erotic show, I don't have much time today. I can only apologize for disturbing you." Qi-Shing leapt up, not caring about his naked body or the woman on the bed who was frantically trying to cover her body or her screams. Because he clearly remembered this voice, after he saw the black-robed man, Qi-Shing knelt down without hesitation. "Greetings, envoy. I wonder how Qi-Shing can be of service? Please instruct me." Laughter sounded out from the black-robed man. "You are indeed smart. No wonder Chu Taidu likes you so much. I came here today to discuss a matter with you." He paused for a moment and then continued to say, "Tao Yuan is dead and Chu Taidu is also dead. The immortal sect hopes to support someone else, and I have chosen you. What do you think?" Qi-Shing didn't hesitate at all. He directly kowtowed. "Subordinate greets envoy. I am willing to serve as the immortal sect's running dog." The black-robed man nodded with satisfaction. "Since you have entered my immortal sect, I naturally won't mistreat you. I will temporarily hand over the ring that Chu Taidu left behind to you." As he spoke, he stood up and walked out. His voice was light. "The demonic path's shadow division has already arrived at Four Seasons City. You had best be careful and not lose your little life." Before his voice fell, he had already vanished from sight. Qi-Shing gripped his fists, excitement in his eyes. He thought that he would be unable to escape this great calamity, but who would have thought that there would be a sudden reversal of fortune? Although joining the immortal sect and becoming a spy was dangerous, it was nothing compared to continuing to live. Moreover, he had obtained the supreme alchemy treasure in Chu Taidu's hands. Perhaps in the future, he, Qi-Shing, could become a character like Tao Yuan. He took a deep breath and calmed his surging emotions. He turned to look at the woman on the bed. Her face was pale, but she was still squeezing out a smile. She lifted the blankets covering her, revealing her fair and alluring body. Qi-Shing was well aware that beneath the blankets was a vacuum. He had just enjoyed the beauty of this body just now, but he was still itching for action. He lifted the blankets and threw himself on top of the woman, sprinting forwards once more. Perhaps it was because of the stimulation of the great ups and downs he experienced, but this time he was particularly brave and fierce. 2 hours later, he roared out loud and finally stopped. The woman beneath him had long since gone limp, unable to move. But her eyes were filled with joy and longing, as if she were fantasizing about the wonderful future. But a fantasy was a fantasy in the end. With a light cracking sound, this nascent soul woman's eyes widened and her neck tilted to the side. She was not dead yet. She stared in disbelief at the naked man in front of her, who had just gone to the Mount of Sorcery with her. Her mouth moved with difficulty, but no sound came out. Qi-Shing's voice was cold and his eyes were even colder. "I'm sorry. I want to live on and not make any mistakes. So, you can only die." He lifted up the blankets and covered the woman's eyes that she couldn't close even in death. Then, he washed up in his room and dressed before leaving. After taking several steps, Qi Xing returned. He reunited the unconscious maid with her master, and then straightened his robes and left. There were many matters he needed to attend to right now. As for the promise he made to a woman not too long ago, it was like a gust of wind in this cold weather, blowing away who knew where. The matters of this world were always unpredictable. It left one scratching their heads and finding it impossible to figure out what was going on. Who could have imagined that the previously confident Chu Taidu and the cold and arrogant Grandmaster Tao Yuan would die one after another in a single day? After leaving the Chu residence, the black-robed man looked towards the direction of the Dao arena. He coughed and bitterly smiled. He also never imagined that he, who was known for his flawless plans, would suffer such a loss at the hands of a little fellow. Qin Yu had forcefully broken through the CC King bead and taken away the treasure that he had worked so hard to refine. It was inevitable that he would suffer a backlash. A little fellow that wasn't even at the Blue Sea realm was actually able to accomplish this. Although he had suffered a bit, he still found it interesting. Suddenly, the black-robed man seemed to sense something. He turned and stepped away, vanishing from sight. Within the Dao arena, solitary Westgate frowned, a cold intent in his eyes. But after hesitating for a long time, he didn't chase after Qin Yu. As he said before, he was dissatisfied with the immortal sect. But provoking the immortal sect wasn't a wise decision. So, he could kill Sun San and not this one. Chapter 461. As expected, when Qin Yu returned to the Dao arena, he didn't see solitary Westgate. This master of the Dao arena that soared above the highest heavens seemed to be abiding by his words and not wanting to be involved in any trouble because of him. But Qin Yu always felt that solitary Westgate was paying extra attention to him. Luckily, he didn't feel any danger from this attention. So, after thinking about it for a long time, he suppressed these thoughts deep in his heart. In the training room, as Qin Yu looked at the 21 soul treasures in front of him, he revealed a gratified look. Although there had been many twists and turns and he had triggered a series of dangers that far surpassed his expectations, it was a good thing that he had gathered most of the materials needed for the soul summoning bell to recognize a master. There were still 2 more months left, so perhaps he really could smoothly complete it. Before then, he wouldn't go anywhere. If there wasn't an accident, this would be the last time he would appear in the world as Qin Yu. In the endless years to come, he would be like a small beast in the shadows. He would work hard to constantly grow, all the way until he became a beast king. Only then would he be able to leap onto a mountain peak and roar at the heavens. The immortal sect existed in the world, but it also didn't exist in the world. Only the cultivators it accepted and allowed were able to freely enter and exit the entrance that connected to the outside world. Otherwise, no matter how many mountains and rivers one crossed, it was impossible to take a single step closer. The immortal sect was mysterious and unfathomable. In the hearts of countless living beings, it was the highest and most supreme holy land in the world. There were rivers flowing with honey, mountains blooming with flowers, countless supernatural powers and immortal arts, and the unsurpassed great Tao that led to eternal life. The cultivators that lived there were all proud sons of heaven, all favored children of the heavens and earth. They had unsurpassed good fortune, and only then were they able to enter the immortal sect to cultivate. Unfortunately, these were only baseless delusions, so they were doomed to be illusions. For instance, the Buddhist kingdom disciples that were lying in the hall, bleeding from their heads and twitching. They were as innocent as sheep, but no one sympathized with them. The Buddhist nation cultivators dressed in plain silk robes all had benevolent expressions on their faces. Gentle smiles hung on their lips as they gently carried them away. From start to finish, their eyes were filled with indifference, without the slightest hint of emotion. It was as if all the peace they displayed was just a mask they wore on their faces. It made people wonder what was hidden under this beautiful mask. The Buddhist nation sovereign sat cross-legged. His tall and dignified throne shone with boundless light, magnifying his figure infinitely. He was like a Buddha that supported the heavens and earth. He was so majestic and peaceful that it made one want to prostrate themselves at his feet and kiss the soil beneath his feet in the most pious manner possible. The king was the sun of the entire Buddhist kingdom. Snuggling up to him, one would be able to enjoy endless light and heat. Therefore, being burned by the raging flames of the sun was a very normal thing. The Nether Domain Master appeared outside the Buddhist kingdom's grand and dignified temple. The Buddhist kingdom cultivators that were walking around all knelt to the ground. He stepped into the temple, his voice light as he said, "Sovereign, you must remain calm. The trembling of the Buddhist kingdom will be a disaster for the Buddhist kingdom." The Buddhist nation's sovereign had an indifferent look in his eyes. After waiting for 100,000 years, the soul-summoning bell has finally appeared. I must obtain it no matter what, and no one can stop me. A tremor spread out from the space around them. The two of them were originally in the temple, but in the blink of an eye they were surrounded by darkness. Countless stars dotted the sky, as if they had entered the endless starry skies. Solitary Westgate's will has already arrived in Four Seasons City. Unless you are prepared to fight him, it is impossible for you to kill Qin Yu. The Nether Domain Master coldly said. The Buddhist nation's sovereign was silent for a long time. If I have no other choice, I will take action. You do not need to persuade me. The soul-summoning bell is important to me, and you do not fully understand it. The Nether Domain Master's eyes turned even colder. Although the sovereign is powerful, you and I are both well aware that solitary Westgate has always been the most powerful existence amongst powerhouses. His pupils shrank as if he were thinking of some extremely terrifying matter. In the past, when solitary Westgate fought against the heavens, it wasn't just you and me who fought, but what was the result? Over the years, I can feel that he has constantly grown stronger. The Buddhist nation's sovereign had a calm expression. So what? In the end, solitary Westgate is only a single person. The Nether Domain Master shook his head. I will not help you. That will only cause the immortal sect to fall into a giant vortex. Do not forget that our true enemy is the demonic path. The demons in the demonic region and Yellow Springs will be happy to see the immortal sect and the Tao arena completely break off relations. The Buddhist nation's sovereign revealed a smile. When he was expressionless, his expression was solemn and dignified. But now, just the slightest curl of his lips gave off a warm feeling as if spring had returned and all living things were reviving. Domain Master, you will help me. If solitary Westgate were to learn of what happened in the past, what do you think he would do? Bang, in the curtain of night, countless stars shined brightly. Brilliant starlight sprinkled down. The Nether Domain Master's eyes were bone-chilling. Sovereign, have you gone mad? The Buddhist nation's sovereign laughed. His billowing voice caused the stars in the skies to tremble, as if they would fall down from the starry skies. To seize fate from the heavens, to become the strongest powerhouse in the world, to become undying and indestructible, to coexist with the sun, moon, and stars, what a wonderful lie! He fiercely looked up, his eyes bloodshot. That's right, I have gone mad. I have long since been a madman. The soul-summoning bell can help me maintain my clarity of mind. Anyone who tries to stop me from obtaining it is my greatest enemy. The starry skies trembled more and more fiercely. A destructive aura blotted out the skies. Just as a terrifying collision was about to occur, the Nether Domain Master suddenly sighed. The soul-summoning bell has a heaven-defying strength, thus it is rejected by the world. The great Tao in the dark will not allow it to easily recognize a master. Even if Qin Yu obtains it, he doesn't have the qualifications to use it. There is no need for sovereign to be so anxious. The Buddhist nation's sovereign returned to normal. He was calm and indifferent, as if he were a completely different person from before. I can feel the faint aura in the dark. Qin Yu indeed doesn't have the qualifications to recognize a master of the soul summoning bell. But once an accident occurs, I will directly take action, even if the heavens collapse and the earth shatter. With a sigh, the conversation ended. The starry skies vanished, leaving the two people still in the grand hall. The Buddhist nation cultivators walking around outside were peacefully smiling, as if they didn't know that they had taken a trip to the gates of hell. The Nether Domain Master turned and left, vanishing in an instant. The Buddhist nation's sovereign traced a string of Buddha beads around his neck. It was unknown what material they were made from, but on the surface of each Buddha bead was a vivid and lifelike Buddha. Some of them were smiling, some of them were angry, some of them were crazy, some of them were crying. His fingers constantly stroked their smooth surface. Layers of Buddhist light shined upon them, making one feel an endless majesty and strength. But no one discovered that beneath the layers of Buddhist light, there were already countless tiny cracks on the Buddha bead. Qin Yu, why don't you die? Put an end to all your pain and enter samsara. That is the best ending for you. You should die. You must die. The Buddha whispered. His lips curved up in a smile once more. In that instant, the Buddha beads shined with a blinding light. The entire grand hall erupted with trillions of Buddhist lights, illuminating the entire Buddhist nation. The trillions of lives that lived in the Buddhist nation all fell to the ground, bathing in the warm Buddhist light. They devoutly kowtowed and prayed towards the towering mountain peak that pierced into the highest heavens. Qin Yu obtained the final victory and sent Chu Taidu to hell. This surpassed Ning Rufeng's expectations, but it left him pleasantly surprised. This was because he saw in Qin Yu the hope of becoming a powerhouse. Little girl, hold on to Qin Yu tightly. Hold on to him no matter the cost. As long as he becomes the Ning family's son-in-law, our family will be able to completely turn around and become a true noble family of the demonic path. Ning Liang suppressed her shyness and asked herself if she wanted to capture Qin Yu. After obtaining a positive answer, she half-heartedly followed her grandfather's arrangements. It was unknown what Ning Rufeng said to Kong Mingqiao, but among the cultivators helping Qin Yu refine pills, a lively little girl soon appeared. Her beauty was breathtakingly beautiful, causing several normally cautious Dao arena cultivators to make several mistakes in a row. But after being summoned by the steward and given some instructions, they no longer dared to look at Ning Liang. Even if their hearts ached, they could only hide it. Qin Yu was busy refining pills. By the time he discovered Ning Liang, over half a month had already passed. He was surprised by her arrival, but after a moment of hesitation, he didn't say anything. At the beginning, he had already made his stance clear. No matter why Ning Liang came here, he couldn't repeat it a second time. Otherwise, he would thoroughly break her heart. Although he felt a bit helpless, Qin Yu's smile remained warm. He didn't give her any more time. After saying a few words, he turned and left. It wasn't that he was wholeheartedly avoiding Ning Liang. Right now, all of Qin Yu's efforts were focused on refining pills. Someone had offered him 3 sets of soul materials as a reward to refine an 8th-grade Saint Step pill. Although he had successfully refined a Saint-grade Dao querying pill, this was still a considerable challenge for Qin Yu. He couldn't afford to be careless in the slightest. Ning Liang didn't feel disappointed. This was because her grandfather had said that Qin Yu must have his own reasons for urgently seeking these soul treasures. She could completely understand why a man placed great importance on important matters. It was just that she didn't have the ability to help him. As for the jade box space, Qin Yu hadn't told the Ning family about it. One reason was because he didn't want them to bleed so that they wouldn't become enemies with each other. The second reason was naturally to distance himself from Ning Liang as much as possible, not wanting to have anything to do with her. Of course, the first reason was to protect the Ning family from being implicated by the immortal sect. Time passed day by day. Although Ning Liang could only occasionally see Qin Yu, she could feel that his mood was becoming increasingly poor. Every time they met, he would smile, but the reluctance in his smile caused Ning Liang's heart to ache. Finally, late at night, Qin Yu left his alchemy room. He didn't continue busying himself. He ordered people to prepare some food and wine, and after washing up, he picked up a pot of wine and looked up at the full moon above his head. Ning Liang hesitated for a long time. Then, she walked out from the shadows. She respectfully bowed and said, "Grand Authority Qin, is there something troubling you?" Qin Yu had already sensed her existence. He originally didn't want to say anything, but as he saw her face that resembled Ning Liang's, he paused and said, "You know that I've been collecting some treasures. Unfortunately, I've been busy for 4 months and stirred up a great deal of trouble, but in the end I've failed. So, my mood isn't too good right now." Ning Liang bit her lips. "Can I ask why Grand Authority Qin is collecting them?" Qin Yu drank a mouthful of wine and helplessly smiled. "I can't tell you the specifics. It's probably because there are some spirit insects in my possession that I need to use these treasures. Otherwise, some strength within their bodies will awaken and kill them. I won't hide it from you, but I've always told myself that the reason I'm in such a hurry to collect treasures is because I've spent far too much on these spirit insects. But the truth is that I just can't bear to do so. These spirit insects have been following me since a long time ago. Although they don't have much spiritual wisdom, they have saved my life. Moreover, they can remind me of friends that I haven't seen in a long time and that I might never see again." After drinking another mouthful of wine, Qin Yu shook his head. "In short, there isn't enough time. I only have 4 months, but I'm missing one, the last one." Ning Liang hurriedly asked, "What are you missing?" She met Qin Yu's gaze and blushed. "The Ning family has their own treasure house, and grandfather knows many people. Perhaps he can find it." Qin Yu's heart warmed. He appreciated her good intentions. Pre-celestial wood. He paused for a moment and continued to say, "According to the records, this is an extremely dazzling type of wood. It has the brightest colors and the most beautiful textures. It emits light in the darkness and bathes in the darkness beneath the light." Ning Liang tried to recall. Finally, she revealed a conflicted expression. "I will tell grandfather and have him help you search for it. It's too late. I can feel that the strength within the spirit insects will soon awaken." Qin Yu laid down the wine jar. "Perhaps they are doomed to die." Ning Liang blinked. "Perhaps I can think of a way to suppress the awakening strength within the spirit insect. If I have more time, I can continue searching." Qin Yu shook his head. "I've already tried." He had tried, but the result was naturally failure. Ning Liang knew that Qin Yu was a fierce person, far more formidable than she knew. But she hesitated for a moment and then said, "Grand Authority Qin, do you know of the Equipment Sect? I heard grandfather say that the Equipment Sect has a supreme treasure that has been passed down since ancient times. It can suppress all things in the world. Perhaps it can help you." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. "Equipment Sect?" he whispered. He thought back to the 2 cultivators he had met in the Infinite Realm. They had only met once and hadn't even exchanged names. The Middle Mountain Nation's Equipment Sect? Ning Liang nodded again and again. "That's right." Qin Yu bitterly smiled. "The Middle Mountain Nation is too far away. Moreover, I don't have the means to leave as I please right now." Ning Liang waved her hand. "There's no need to leave. The Equipment Sect is the most famous refining sect in the Qin and Zhao empires. They even have a shop in Four Seasons City. I heard grandfather say that the Equipment Sect's supreme treasure possesses an unfathomable strength. It can project a projection from trillions of miles away and similarly has the ability to suppress everything." Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. If Ning Ruffin gave it such a high evaluation, then perhaps the Equipment Sect's supreme treasure really could suppress the undying will of the ancestral monster's remnant soul. As soon as this thought appeared, a sense of urgency rose in his heart. "Miss Ning, could I trouble you to tell old Master Ning that I hope to obtain his help in borrowing the Equipment Sect's supreme treasure?" Even if there was only a slight chance, Qin Yu was willing to try. Even if he failed in the end, he would have no regrets in the future. Ning Liang nodded. I will go look for grandfather now. Seeing her leave with a face full of joy, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with warmth. Then, he felt a bit apologetic. But soon, these fluctuations in his mood calmed down. Equipment sect? I met a disciple of that sect before, and that can be considered a connection. I hope that they can really buy me some more time. Of the 36 different soul treasures, he was only missing the pre-celestial wood. No matter how broad-minded Qin Yu was, how could he be willing to give up? Ning Rufeng learned everything from Ning Liang. Although he was pleasantly surprised, he also had a headache. He did know that the equipment sect had a supreme treasure, but when that equipment sect elder woke up from his drunken stupor, he had nearly turned hostile. Ning Rufeng had sworn that he wouldn't reveal it, and it was only because of their many years of friendship that the other party had reluctantly believed him. Many years ago, when Ning Liang's cold poison flared up, he had told her this story in hopes that it could distract her mind and alleviate her pain. But he never imagined that this little girl would remember it so clearly and even tell Qin Yu about it. Ning Rufeng was well aware that Qin Yu's performance was becoming increasingly dazzling. Although his own granddaughter was beautiful, the Ning family didn't have any heavyweight backing. The sign of a demonic path noble family? If Qin Yu wanted to, there would be a massive number of tyrannical demonic path noble families, and even demonic path elders that would be willing to give their most beautiful treasures to him. From Ning Liang's words, it wasn't hard to see just how much Qin Yu valued the spirit insects. If the Ning family could help him avoid any losses, that would be no small favor. Perhaps they could even help this little girl Ning Liang move Qin Yu's heart.